Secretary of State for Justice, Mr Henry Smith.
Question number 1.
Mr Redaga.
Thank you, sir. I'll endeavour to croak my way through my response. We published the first ever pan-government victims strategy in September 2018, containing 88 commitments, of which we've already implemented 24, to better support victims of crime. Among these is included consulting this year on the revised Victims Code and details of victim-focused legislation, reaffirming our manifesto commitment to such a law.
Henry Smith.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'm sure the whole House will join with me in sending our condolences and expressing shock at the terrorist attack in Sri Lanka on Easter Sunday. And sadly, it highlights the issue of the effect on victims of terror incidents, whether in this country or abroad. When will the government come forward with a law to ensure that victims are properly supported? Because all too many reports from victims in previous incidents suggest that they haven't properly been so.
Thank you. I join with my honourable friend in expressions of condolences and sympathy to all those who were affected by the horrific events in Sri Lanka over the weekend. It is vital that we get any new legislation right, hence our commitment to consult. We will first revise and strengthen the Victims Code, then identify any legislative gaps arising from that, consulting on a victims law this year and bringing forward legislation subsequently when parliamentary time allows.
Well, I'm grateful to the Minister for what he said and to the honourable gentleman. Many members will have noted what is on the Annunciator, but for those who haven't, I simply give notice of the intention for us to hold a 1-minute silence in respectful memory of those who tragically and horrifically lost their lives in Sri Lanka, and that 1-minute silence will take place after the urgent questions and immediately before the first of the ministerial statements. Mr Barry Sherman.
Mr Speaker, would the Minister agree with me that the tragic victims are those people that can't speak because they are killed by an accident or a violent crime? Will he meet me to discuss a bereaved family whose little girl was killed 15 months ago as a driver crashed into a bus queue, killed my constituent, a little girl, only child, and very much injured, seriously injured another woman? That driver has not been prosecuted at all. Can we have a chat about that?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. While I wouldn't, on the floor of the House, want to comment on specific cases and decisions on prosecutions are not a matter for ministers, I will, as always, be very happy to meet with the honourable gentleman.
If prolific repeat offenders spent longer in jail, there will be fewer victims of crime in all of our communities. Does he agree?
I believe that the key to seeing fewer victims of crime is effective rehabilitation of offenders and breaking the cycle of offending, and that is exactly what I and my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State, are focused on.
Mrs Emma Lewell-Butt.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. My constituent, Christian Thompson, would have been 27 years old today had his life not been taken when he was 19 years old after he was the victim of a one-punch attack. His mum, Maxine, set up the charity One Punch UK. This week is One Punch Awareness Week, where many people who have lost loved ones are pleading with the government to follow suit with Australia and Canada and create a one-punch law, imposing a minimum sentence for perpetrators. Why is the government continuing to resist doing so?
Well, I'm grateful to the honourable lady, and I would send my sympathies to Christian's family and friends on the terrible events she described. I'm very, very happy to look at what she is proposing, and if she would like to write to me, I will respond to that letter as fully as I can.
Gloria Piero.
Mr Speaker, a vital feature of justice for victims is financial redress. So why has this government presided over a near 60% fall in the number of victims of violent crime receiving payments from the Criminal Injuries Compensation Scheme?
Minister. Well, I'm grateful to the Shadow Minister for her question. Our ongoing review of the Criminal Injuries Compensation Scheme has one simple aim, which is to make sure it better supports victims and reflects their needs in the 21st century. Indeed, last year we awarded compensation of more than £154 million, and recently announced that we are abolishing the same roof rule so many more victims can make claims. In respect to the specific issue she's referring to, which I believe was covered in the Guardian newspaper recently, what I would say is I would sound a slight note of caution about the figures for 2010 to 11 as a benchmark, as I understand that there is a possibility they were inflated that year due to a £30 million payout specifically for compensation for asbestos-related conditions. But I welcome her engagement with the review we will be undertaking this summer.
Number 2, Mr. Speaker. The Lord Chancellor, Secretary of State for Justice, Secretary David Gauke.
The Government is committed to providing IPP prisoners with opportunities to progress to the point at which they are safe to release. Our primary responsibility is public protection. HMPPS and the Parole Board are delivering a joint action plan to improve IPP prisoners' sentence progression. In 2017 to 18, 3/4 of those considered by the Parole Board were either recommended for release or a move to open conditions. That shows our approach is working.
Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constituent Wayne Bell is currently in the 12th year of a sentence for which the original tariff was 4 years. Because of his significant mental health issues, he's unable to engage with the parole process and the review process. And then his mental health, his problems are exacerbated by the hopelessness of his situation. Does the Secretary of State recognise that prisoners with mental health issues can get trapped in a vicious cycle where it becomes almost impossible to achieve their parole? And will they look at interventions, new interventions, that can be considered to enable Wayne's case and others like it to be resolved?
I'm grateful to the point that the honourable gentleman raises, and I'm happy to write to him on the individual case, which does, as I'm sure he's aware, have a number of complexities. I mentioned a moment or so ago the joint action plan to improve IPP prisoners' sentence progression. These measures include case reviews led by psychologists for those prisoners not making expected progress, increased places on specialist progression regimes, and greatly improved access to rehabilitative programmes. I continue to be ambitious to ensure we do everything we can in this area. Remember, public protection must remain our priority.
Prentice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Secretary of State for what he's had to say about his ambitions for IPP prisoners. Does his joint action plan have an end date? Is there a date beyond which we should not detain people under these sort of sentences?
In the end, it does come down to decisions made by the Parole Board, and the Parole Board has to make a decision based on public protection. And in some cases, regrettable though it may be, if someone is not safe to be released, then the Parole Board must make that decision. But we need to ensure that we do everything we can to progress these cases as best we can. As I say, we have made progress in recent years.
Reeves.
Mr. Speaker, latest figures show there are still nearly 2,500 prisoners serving IPP sentences, and these sentences often have punitive recall conditions, which means that prisoners might be returned to prison for fairly minor breaches of their licence conditions, resulting in many prisoners serving well beyond their original tariffs. Given it was previously a target of the Parole Board to reduce IPP prisoner numbers to 15,000 by 2020, what steps will the Minister take to ensure this happens?
In terms of reducing the numbers, obviously I want to reduce the numbers, and but one of the reasons that we have provided additional support to the Parole Board is to enable them to do so. But in the end, it does come down to individual decisions in respect of particular individuals, some of whom do face there are a number of challenging factors, and decisions do have to strike the right balance between progressing people, as we should do, but also ensuring that we protect the public.
Mr. Virendra Sharma.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, question number 3, please.
Minister Lucy Fraser.
With your permission, Mr. Speaker, I will take questions 3, 7 and 20 together. It is vital that our criminal justice system remains fair and accessible, and we are taking a number of steps to ensure justice within it. Legal aid is a very important part of that process, and last year we spent almost £900 million on criminal legal aid alone. But our court system also needs to be modern and up to date, which is why we're spending £1 billion on technology in the court system to bring our court system up to date with the 21st century.
Sharma.
Thank you for that response. The Law Society have highlighted that low criminal legal aid fees are having an adverse impact on the number of new, younger lawyers. Criminal legal aid fees for solicitors have not been increased since the 1990s. Will the government commit to raising fees for solicitors at least in line with inflation?
Well, the honourable member makes a very important point, because those who work within the criminal justice system play a vital part in upholding justice, which is why we have, over the course of last year, consulted with the professions and put £23 million further into the advocates, the AGFS scheme, and why we have recently announced that we will be doing a holistic review of criminal legal aid to professions, overall looking at a whole range of issues across the bar, across solicitors, across the duty scheme, and that review has already started.
Pearce.
Thank you. I thank the Minister for the reply. But there is a crisis in legal aid and there is a crisis in legal representation, and the Law Society data says that within 5 to 10 years there will be insufficient criminal duty solicitors in many regions. What specific steps, she's mentioned the review, she's mentioned more money, but what specific steps will she take to make sure that people have their rights to be represented while being interviewed by the police?
Mr Speaker, doing a review and putting in £23 million are specific steps to ensure that we get better justice, and I'm very, very grateful to the Law Society, to which the Honourable Member and the Honourable Member for Ealing Southall mentioned, because the Law Society are actively engaged in our review, as are the Bar Council and the Criminal Bar Association.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. It's really good to hear that the Law Society are having such an impact on the government. But the Law Society have also published research which shows that the criminal legal aid means test is preventing families living in poverty from accessing justice. Although the government will eventually review this, the review will not conclude until 2020. It will be even further down the line when any changes come into place. Will the Minister therefore commit to taking action now to ensure that vulnerable people are still able to access justice?
I'm very pleased that the Honourable Member for Lewisham East has highlighted that we have already committed to doing a review on the threshold for legal aid across the board, not just in relation to criminal but also in civil law as well. It is very important that we get that review right. Legal aid has not been uprated for a number of years. We have committed to doing that. Not only have we committed to doing that, we've already started that review.
Question number 4.
Ms. Rory Stewart.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. With your permission, I'll take questions number 4 and 10 at the same time. I'm sure the whole House will join with me in expressing our deep horror at the recent attack against a prison officer in Nottingham Prison. It is completely horrifying to see this happen. It must not happen again. We owe a huge debt of gratitude to our prison officers for the work they do in very difficult circumstances, keeping us safe. There are 3 main things we can do to stop this kind of thing happening again. We need to improve perimeter security, which means really searching people for weapons and drugs at the gate. We need to make sure the conditions in the prison are decent and work. And above all, we need to provide the training and the support for the prison officers to have the right kind of relationships with prisoners where things like this do not occur again.
Paul.
Thank you. My honourable friend, the Prison Minister, vowed that if prison violence did not decrease, then he would resign. I, for one, think we have seen too many members of the government resign. Could he give us an update on his own ambitions to stay in post?
As some people in the House will be aware, I promised to reduce violence in 10 key challenge prisons over a 12-month period. At the moment, the figures are looking reasonably positive. In other words, the majority of these prisons, it looks as though violence is coming down, so you may be in the unfortunate position of still having me at this dispatch box in a few months' time.
Alex Norris.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. As the Prison Minister mentioned, on Sunday the 14th of April, a prison officer at my local prison in Nottingham had his throat slashed with a razor by a prisoner in what his union calls a cowardly, unprovoked act. According to doctors, this young public servant, a brave man in his early 20s, came within millimetres of losing his life. So would the Minister join me in paying tribute to this prison officer, to his thousands of colleagues facing this sort of violence every day? And does he agree with the POA union that this ought to be treated as an attempted murder?
I think the first thing is I absolutely agree with the fact that these are extraordinary public servants. This is a horrifying and completely unacceptable act. We need to punish the person who did it. We need to punish them properly. At the moment, the charge that's being brought forward carries a maximum life sentence, as indeed it should. But there's more that we can do too, and that includes body-worn cameras, that's the rolling out of pava spray, and that's making sure that we have enough officers on the landings, which is why I'm pleased that we now have the highest number of prison officers at any date since 2012.
Andrew Selous.
Wouldn't there be less violence in our prisons if there was a relentless focus from the first day in prison on getting prisoners work on release, and we could do that by combining training in prison with employer and college support on release?
Minister.
Well, this is not an either-or. We have to be confident and practical about doing two things at the same time. Controlling a prison, and these include some quite dangerous individuals, does involve some serious measures around searching people for drugs and weapons, but it also involves, of course, treating people like humans and turning their lives around, because that's the way we protect the public from the misery of crime through reoffending when these individuals are released from prison.
Cable.
In the light of the recent disturbances among 16, 17-year-olds at Feltham Young Offenders Institution, is the Minister aware of the previous episodes of violence at the prison, which were attributed to the lack of education training facilities, 23-hour confinement in cells and the mixing of remand and convicted prisoners? Why have lessons appear not to have been learnt?
A lot of lessons have been learnt since that initial event, but you're absolutely right. We had a very disturbing event 2 weeks ago. The basic challenge, as the Right Honourable Member will be very aware, is getting that balance right between making sure that people are motivated, focus on the regime, but that there are also high expectations around prisoners and prison officers. To some extent, it's like running a very, very difficult school, particularly when you're dealing with 16 to 18-year-olds, and it's that mixture of being strict on the one hand and loving on the other that is the key to a good prison.
Hussain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the Minister agree with his own party's former long-serving Secretary of State, Sir Malcolm Rifkind, a self-confessed true believer in privatisation, who wrote recently in the Financial Times that the physical deprivation of a citizen's liberty should not be the responsibility of a private company or of its employees? And does he accept that the nationalisation of HMP Birmingham heralds the end of his government's failed prison privatisation agenda?
I respectfully disagree with Sir Malcolm on this issue. It was absolutely the right thing to take Birmingham back in hand because that prison was not performing properly. On the other hand, in Oakwood, in Alt Course and in Park, the same company is running some very good prisons. They're doing good things on family work. They're doing good work on technology, and private sector prisons are often, amongst the local prisons, among the safer of our prisons in terms of assaults per thousand. So we're not ideological on this. The private sector can certainly play a role.
Blomfield.
Number 5, Mr. Speaker.
With your permission, Mr. Speaker, I'll take question 5 and 22 together. In the most recent legal aid agency civil tender, the number of officers providing legal aid services increased by 188% in welfare benefit. In February, Mr. Speaker, we set out our legal support action plan, and that focused on the importance of early legal support. We will be establishing a number of pilots in a range of areas of law to see how best we can support those in need. But what is critical in welfare decisions is that those decisions are made right first time. And we are working with DWP to help ensure this.
Blomfield.
I thank the Minister for that answer, but she will know that the number of people receiving legal aid to challenge benefit decisions fell from over 91,000 in 2012-13 to less than 500 5 years later, which was clearly the government's plan.
Yeah.
But her department's own figures show that while 28% of unrepresented claimants are successful on appeal, that figure jumps to 90% for those who have legal representation. So literally tens of thousands of people have lost out on money to which they were entitled. So will she agree that the government should consider restoring legal aid for social security appeals so that claimants can get the support that they need to win the money that they deserve.
Mr Speaker, legal aid is available in welfare cases on points of law to the upper tribunal and to the higher courts. There is also a wide variety of support available for some fantastic third sector organisations who provide considerable support. I visited a number of them recently and they are doing an excellent job. But as I mentioned, we are also looking in our legal aid action plan at how we can provide people with support early on in a variety of areas, which may include this area.
Speaker, recent BBC research found that 1 million people live in areas with no legal aid provision for housing, with a further 15 million in areas with just one provider. Does she not agree that only rogue landlords benefit from this situation?
Good question. Well, member, Mr Speaker, mentioned housing. It is right that across the country some areas are quite sparsely populated. You can always get advice on the telephone gateway, but there are 134 housing and debt procurement areas. And as of the 31st of March 2019, there is at least one provider offering housing and debt services in all but 5 procurement areas. The Legal Aid Agency recently concluded a procurement process, and services in 3 of those areas will commence on the 1st of May, and the agency is considering how to procure provision in the remaining 2.
Bergen.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Government cuts to legal aid have left tens of thousands of welfare benefit claimants without the ability to appeal flawed DWP decisions. And we continue to see harrowing stories of those who have suffered after such poor decisions. Those cuts left tens of thousands of tenants unable to take on lousy landlords and left migrants unable to fight back against this party's hostile environment. So can the Minister explain why these vulnerable people are far too easily cast aside while the private companies failing in our prisons, probation and court system are too readily bailed out? Doesn't this sum up, Mr Speaker, in whose interests the party opposite governs?
Mr Speaker, this party and this side of the House would like to support all people who need support, but we need to provide it in a way that is efficient, provides a good service and uses taxpayers' money well, which is why we set out in our legal aid support strategy a variety of pilots which we are going to hold to help people in a variety of areas of law, housing, immigration. All these can be bid for. We're putting forward £5 million where people can develop and put in place technology provision, face-to-face to support and other support for legal aid.
Mr Speaker, it's just not good enough because all too often the government spins against legal aid with talk of fat cat lawyers and unmeritorious claims, but the latest figures show that the number of not-for-profit providers, like law centres, have fallen by nearly 2/3 under this government. So will the Minister follow Labour's lead and commit to funding a new generation of social welfare lawyers that can empower communities to battle against injustice, and a new generation of law centres that can empower people to fight back against cruel government policies?
Mr Speaker, whilst the professions and those who provide support are incredibly important, which is why we have put £23 million more, as I mentioned earlier, into criminal legal aid professionals, we would like to focus on helping those who need that support. That is why we are focusing on our £5 million innovation fund to find what sort of support people do need, what is the best way of providing that support, and we do recommend and support we will support bids from legal advice centres as well as professionals.
Nigel Huddleston.
Question number 6, Mr Speaker.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Significant reform has been undertaken since 2010, and we remain committed to driving further improvements. While fewer young people are committing crimes for the first time, with an 86% reduction in young people entering the youth justice system for the first time, we still have more to do to break the cycle of reoffending. Working with youth offending teams in partnership is central to prevention, but for those who end up in custody, we believe our reforms to move to a secure school model will play a key role in reducing further offending.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The recent increase in knife crime has highlighted the very young age at which some of our most vulnerable young people get involved involved in crime. What steps is the Department taking to divert young people away from offending and reoffending?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We work very closely with youth offending teams and youth offending services run by local authorities to help with that prevention. I pay tribute particularly to the team in Lewisham, who I was lucky enough to visit the other day. We also work closely with the Department for Education around exclusions and the role that they can play in causing offending behaviour.
Malhotra.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Feltham Young Offenders Institute has seen a difficult recent history and sustainability of management, and I'm grateful to the Minister following the recent attack on prison officers on how quickly the management, POA and his department were responding. But what is increasingly clear is that the growing violence with which young inmates are already subject to and have been experiencing prior to prison is presenting new challenges. Would the Minister join me in welcoming new projects, particularly using sport, like Tough Cricket in Feltham, working with faith communities, to support young offenders in more positive activity and help develop an alternative set of values?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I'm grateful to the Honourable Lady for the work she did following those incidents of violence. I would once again also thank the Prison Officers Association for the way they constructively engaged, and of course our thoughts are with the welfare of the injured staff. She's absolutely right to highlight the importance of sport as one of the positive ways we can divert young people away from violence and offending behaviour.
But too many young people who get involved in crime have been failed by the education system or have special educational needs that often go undiagnosed, or schools who don't cope with them very well. What more can be done to ensure that young people don't fall foul of the system and end up leading a life with very little qualifications and very little hope for the future?
My honourable friend is absolutely right. Central to tackling this is partnership working not only with youth offending teams but also with colleagues in the educational sphere. We're fully engaged with Edward Timpson's review of exclusions, and we are also working very closely with the Department for Education on matters such as speech and language therapy, learning disabilities and other factors which can play a part.
Shannon.
Thank you, Minister, for that. The age of maturity of children is so important, Minister. The low age of criminal responsibility is 10 years here. It's 14 years in Germany, 15 years in Italy. We've seen a 60% increase in the number of young offenders between the years of 1996 and 2004. Again, Minister, what's been done to reduce the young offenders?
Well, I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman. As I say, we've worked extremely hard across government but also with local authorities and other state and indeed charity agencies to drive down the level of offending. We've seen that 86% reduction in the number of young people coming into the criminal justice system for the first time, but there is more to do to break the cycle of re-offending for those already in the system, and that's what we're focused on.
Ambos Charalambos.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question number 8.
Mr. Speaker, legal aid is available when you are at risk of losing your home or seeking to address safety concerns that pose a serious risk of harm to the person or their family. In 2017 to 18, the Legal Aid Agency spent £28 million on housing matters, including £9 million on legal help for housing. We recognise that early support may very well be helpful. I've mentioned already a number of pilots and an innovation fund. We will also be piloting face-to-face advice in an area of social welfare law, which may well possibly be in housing.
Charalambos.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Labour has committed to returning legal aid funding for early legal advice for housing, welfare benefits appeals and family law cases, helping hundreds of thousands of people. Right. So why has the government refused to do the same, despite evidence that to do so would actually save the government money?
Mr. Speaker, there is already funding available, as I have mentioned. For example, we also spent 2017 to 18 £3.6 million on housing possession court duty scheme, i.e. on-the-day advice. What we want to do on this side of the House is to ensure that people are helped early on, but also that we provide advice in the best way possible. That's why instead of just ploughing taxpayers' money back into traditional legal aid, what we want to do is to ensure that we evaluate many different forms of providing early legal support and see which is the best way, and then we will take a decision on what support we want to give following that.
Thank you very much, Mr.
The Minister may well say that, but there's thousands of families up and down the country who rely on CAB and the Law Centre for a wide variety of problems. Even refugees rely on those centres. What's she going to do about properly funding them? These organisations can't wait around for some government review that might take place in the future. Will the Minister deal with this urgently?
Well, as I have mentioned, there is, the Honourable Member mentioned immigration, and for asylum cases you can already get legal aid. What we want to do, Mr Speaker, is also, and we've committed to do, ensure that people know when legal aid is available to them. And we are going to advertise when it is possible and undertake a programme to ensure that people know when legal aid can be claimed. In other areas where it is currently out of scope, we want to ensure that we provide it in the best way possible. I should mention also in relation to housing advice, you can always get advice on the telephone gateway.
Thank you. Number 9.
The UK and EU have agreed the terms of an implementation period. If Parliament is able to support a deal, common rules will remain in place during this period. This will provide certainty to businesses and citizens. The UK and EU have also committed to explore a new agreement on family judicial cooperation and other related matters, ambitious arrangements of services and investment, including legal services, and a future security partnership, and my department continues to work to ensure that we are in the best position to negotiate our priorities.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The former Brexit Minister, the Honourable Member for Daventry, said at that dispatch box that a no-deal Brexit would not result in a reduction in mutual capability in security and law enforcement cooperation. However, the Solicitor General, in giving evidence to the Justice Committee, said a no-deal is deeply suboptimal when it comes to criminal justice, and that we would lose the European arrest warrant, which raises all sorts of questions of delay and, frankly, potential denial of justice. So can you tell me which Minister's version of the post-Brexit future is accurate?
We're very clear that the best way forward is to reach a deal, and that is what this government endeavours to achieve, and some support from across the House would be quite helpful in delivering that.
The Solicitor General's evidence to the Select Committee was indeed crystal clear. Does my right honourable and learned friend also agree that it is critical for civil justice cooperation that there should be a deal, because none of those ambitious objectives for future collaboration would work if there is no deal. And, for example, mutual recognition and enforceability of judgments in civil and family law cases would fall away immediately in the event of no deal.
Well, my honourable friend is right to highlight these issues, and indeed we have made progress in our negotiations, particularly in the context of family law, and it is to the advantage of citizens in the UK and the EU that a deal is reached and will enable us to enforce judgments in this area, and our ambitions are to go further than that, and in terms of the future framework, to make further progress on civil judicial cooperation.
In thousands of instances, we are not able to deliver justice in this country unless we have a proper extradition agreement with other countries in the European Union. As I understand it, even if the withdrawal agreement were to go forward, at some point we will still have to operate as a third party outside the European arrest warrant, and relying on the 1957 treaties is not going to be enough, is it? So what plans does he have to make sure that we are able to maintain a proper extradition arrangement with other countries in the European Union?
Well, the honourable member is correct to say that on leaving the European Union we won't have access to the European arrest warrant. We would wish to be able to do so, but there are difficulties with, for example, Germany, that has constitutional bar in this area. The Home Office continues to work with EU member states to try to find a way in which we can have as an effective an extradition and arrest warrant arrangement as possible.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Justice issues are, of course, largely devolved, and EU initiatives such as Eurojust and the European arrest warrant are well utilised by Scottish prosecutors and hugely valued by them. In the current Brexit talks between the UK Government and the Labour Party, can the Secretary of State confirm what proposals regarding justice have been discussed, and if the Scottish Government have been or will be consulted on these or any forthcoming proposals that may result from the talks between the Tories and the Labour Party?
Well, I'm not going to comment specifically on those discussions. What I would say in the context of of no-deal preparations. As I understand it, the Scottish Government has not allocated any of the money that has been given to it for preparation for no-deal on justice matters. But certainly when it comes to the United Kingdom, we are doing everything we can to prepare for every eventuality.
Cherry.
I can assure the Secretary of State that the Scottish Government's no-deal planning is well advanced. But can I ask him this? His government recently opted into the Eurojust regulation. Eurojust plays a vital role in the fight against serious organised crime, particularly terrorism, but also cybercrime and child pornography. His department said that opting in was necessary to ensure that the UK continues to work in line with our European partners in the lead-up to exit day and during the transition period. So can he tell us how many more justice opt-ins has he planned before Brexit takes place? And will these opt-ins feature in the Tory manifesto for the EU Parliament elections?
Well, what I would say to the honourable and learned member is that we want to work in a pragmatic way with the European Union so that as we leave the European Union we continue to cooperate wherever we can to our mutual benefit. That does require us to reach a deal.
Green.
Number 11, please.
Mr. Fraser.
Mr. Speaker, unnecessary delays can always cause distress for all parties. Some cases are moving more quickly through the criminal courts, but due to the complexity of cases, impacts on the time it takes to reach courts are being realised. The CPS and the police are driving change across the system through the National Disclosure Improvement Plan, and we are working to reduce delays and improve the way cases are progressed through the system through better case management and transforming summary justice.
Green.
I'm grateful to the Minister for that answer, and I'm aware of the work that is being done to improve disclosure processes, which both the Law Society and my local police tell me are still contributing to both delayed and, in some cases, collapsed trials. What is the Minister's view of the Law Society's suggestion that different disclosure rules should apply in the magistrates and Crown Courts, where the nature of the cases and the amount of disclosed but unused material differ greatly?
Well, of course, the Attorney-General has done a review in relation to disclosure more broadly, and very happy to meet with the Honourable Member to discuss any ideas that she would like to put forward in relation to those matters.
Yasmin Qureshi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, since 2016, payments to consultancies by Her Majesty's courts and tribunals have shot up from £3 million to £20 million. This government appears to think expensive private consultants are the solution to all of its problems, even in the face of spiralling cost. Does the Minister really believe that the way to increase access to justice is to hand over yet more public money to private consultants at a time when our courts are facing unprecedented cuts?
Mr. Speaker, we are in the process of a £1 billion court programme, one of the most ambitious across the world in relation to how we transform our justice system. It is appropriate that we get the best and right advice to manage that process, and sometimes we find it is cheaper to instruct experts than to develop that expertise internally, and so we use consultants where it is appropriate.
Reynolds.
Number 12, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, there is no excuse for aggressive tactics by bailiffs, and I know that the honourable member has worked very hard to highlight the issues that have occurred in her constituency, and was very grateful for her contribution in a recent Westminster Hall debate. She will know we've undertaken a call for evidence, that call for evidence addresses the question of the regulation of the industry. We have also recently been very pleased to see the report of the Justice Select Committee, and will be responding to both the call for evidence and the Justice Select Committee's report in the summer.
I thank the Minister for that answer. It's unacceptable that many people, including the disabled constituent of mine that she referred to, have suffered at the hands of aggressive bailiffs who seem to think that they are above the law. Debt collectors and debt advice charities are regulated by the Financial Conduct Authority, but bailiffs are an anomaly in all of this, and they don't have independent regulation. I hear what she says about the timetable, but can she tell us
when the Government does respond to the call for evidence and the Justice Select Committee report, will that include plans for an independent regulator of bailiffs?
Well, as the honourable member will know, regulation is one of the questions that we are asking in the call for evidence. We will look at the evidence, and we've had quite a lot of evidence submitted, and we will be responding on that point in relation to regulation. The Justice Select Committee does make a number of interesting recommendations and put forward some proposals. We will look at those, of course, in due course as well.
Roberts.
I rise as the co-chair of the Justice Union Cross-Party Group. The number of public sector civilian enforcement officers is less than half that it was 4 years ago, while private bailiff firms receive millions from the taxpayer every year. The Government recently admitted wasting almost £500,000 on its cancelled private bailiff procurement process. At what point will the Government admit that privatisation isn't worth it and invest instead in public staff?
Yeah.
Well, Mr. Speaker, sometimes it is appropriate for the public sector to provide services. Sometimes the private sector does it just as well and sometimes better. And it's appropriate to ensure that in all services we get the best service, not dictate who provides that service.
Johnson.
13, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We believe very strongly that we need to both provide decent wages for people and also grow the economy and make sure that we have employment, which is why we have undertaken to provide a living wage to all our direct employees and also to our third-party employees. But we've done so, and this is where I suspect the disagreement between myself and the honourable member lies, at a level which has led to us having the highest rates of employment on record.
Johnson.
So, just to be clear, will the Minister state that the people who clean his offices and the security guards who keep him safe in his role as a Minister, they will receive the living wage, which will then mean that his department's name as the Ministry of Justice is accurate?
Yes, absolutely can confirm that. And in April, their wage will go from £7.83 to £8.21 an hour, which is the national living wage.
Daniel Kaczynski.
Question number 14, sir.
Protecting our prison officers is absolutely vital to have a safe prison. So in order to do this, we have doubled the maximum sentence for assaulting a prison officer. We've made sure that we're introducing body-worn cameras. We're rolling out Parva spray. And we're ensuring that through the training and support we provide for prison officers and the work we do on drugs, we keep our prisons safe.
General Kaczynski.
I'd like to thank the Minister for that answer. A key factor in the safety of prison officers are the numbers of these professionals in each prison. The Minister, in an earlier response, said that numbers were at a higher level than any other year since 2012. What are the numbers at the moment of prison officers, and what plans does he have to increase the number of these professionals over the next 12 months?
So we are now at a level where we have 4,300 additional prison officers, which means that we are at the highest level that we have been at since 2012. This means that we go back to 2010, we have fewer officers than in 2010. So there was a reduction from 2010 to 2012. We've now turned that around with 4,300 extra. That means that we can now roll out the key worker programme, which is central, which means we have the ratios we need to have one prison officer allied with 4 prisoners to make sure that we can deliver the work on rehabilitation.
Mr. Speaker, the numbers of officers is only one part of the equation. Will he look at the almost poverty pay of some of the lowest members in the prison service and in the courts who work in the lowest paid jobs and increase those rates of pay?
This is something that we've been looking at very carefully, and of course there is a public sector pay review body that's currently gathering evidence on the situation at the moment. Realistically, we owe a huge debt of obligation to our prison officers, and we have to think about their salaries. We also have to balance that with making sure that our resources go into improving the physical fabric of these buildings, having the right security infrastructure in place, and the right programming in place. Looking at the resources as a whole, we think we've got the balance right, but we will listen to the public sector pay review body.
Finally, Andrew Griffiths.
Number 15, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are determined to ensure support is in place for all victims of child sexual abuse, and in particular, in court cases, there are a range of special measures available to assist and support victims of child sexual abuse to give their best evidence in criminal proceedings, including the provision of evidence via video links, recorded evidence in chief, screens around the witness box, and access to an independent sexual violence advisor.
I thank the Minister for that response and recognise the good work that's been done to support victims of child sexual abuse. But access to compensation is key to that. He will know that in 2017, of the 6,861 cases found guilty of child sexual abuse, only 26 cases were awarded a criminal compensation order. That's 0.4%. Will he agree to work with me and others in this House to ensure that we get victims of child sexual abuse the compensation they deserve?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I pay tribute to my honourable friend for the very powerful and indeed very personal speech he gave in proposing his recent 10-minute rule bill on this subject. And can I say I'd be very happy with my officials to meet with him to discuss this further.
Because so many victims of child sexual abuse have spoken out about their horrendous experiences through the family courts. So what consideration is being given to a full inquiry into the treatment of domestic abuse and violence against women and girls in the family courts?
Well, I know that the Honourable Lady speaks with passion and knowledge on this subject and has championed a number of those who have suffered in the past on this. She highlights a very important point. As she'll be aware, my honourable friend and I are looking very closely with the judiciary and others at what can be done to ensure that the family courts continue to ensure that victims of child sexual abuse have their voice heard and are responded to appropriately.
Topical questions. Marshal de Cordova.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Number one.
Secretary of State.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the 12th of April, the provisions of the Voyeurism Offences Act 2019 came into effect, which criminalised the reprehensible behaviour known as upskirting. These offences are framed in clear and focused terms to ensure this disturbing practice is tackled robustly wherever it occurs, so that victims have confidence that their complaints will be taken seriously. I'd like to thank Gina Martin for leading this campaign and all those across Parliament who supported this law. Together we have sent a clear message to those who think they can get away with this type of invasive and unacceptable behaviour. It will not be tolerated.
Marshal de Cordova.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A staggering 72% of PIP decisions and 65% of ESA decisions are overturned at first-tier tribunal. This not only means that ill and disabled people are having to fight for the social security support they are entitled to, it means that a lot of money is being wasted on the administration of these appeal tribunals. So I ask the Secretary of State how much is spent on the administration of the appeals for both ESA and personal independence payment, and if the figures are not recorded, will the Secretary of State agree to start producing these figures?
Well, I thank you for her question. One does have to remember that, if I remember correctly, only 8% of awards are challenged at tribunal. In terms of the total cost of that, I'll happily write to the honourable member with those details.
Mr. Speaker, what steps is he taking across government to spread the successful best practice of organisations such as Care After Combat, who are doing brilliant work with veterans in prisons and driving down reoffending?
Well, I know my honourable friend is a committed supporter of Care After Combat, so much so is he committed that I understand he's running the London Marathon next weekend in support of them, and all sponsorship is, I gather, welcome. As a member of the Ministerial Covenant and Veterans Board, I'm very happy to confirm that veterans in the justice system are explicitly referenced in the government's new strategy, and we incorporate a wide range of military and non-military charities into the work of prisons and probations, including SAFA, the Royal British Legion and, of course, Care After Combat, and we encourage the sharing of best practice on what works.
Mr. Speaker, climate change is now getting the public attention it merits. Greta Thunberg is in Parliament today, and my party pays tribute to her work. But all too often, Mr Speaker, our justice system restricts citizens' ability to take legal action against environmentally damaging decisions. Last month, the UN criticised this government's failure to meet its international obligations on access to justice in environmental matters. Labour's 2017 manifesto proposed a new type of environmental tribunal with simplified procedures so citizens have alternatives to prohibitively expensive judicial reviews. So will the government follow Labour's lead and commit to a new type of environmental tribunal empowering people to use our legal system to protect our shared environment?
Well, I'm not sure that setting up a new tribunal is necessarily the right response to this particular area, but of course we want to do everything we can to ensure that the law, including the ambitious climate change policies that this government has, is properly enforced.
Maria Caulfield.
Speaker, given that the Prisons Interference with Wireless Telegraphy Act became law last year to block mobile phone signals in prisons, could the Minister update us with the progress of introducing that technology across the prisons' estates?
Well, first of all, can I thank my honourable friend for the work that she did in terms of bringing that bill through and turning it into an act. And it's an important piece of legislation that does extend our powers to work alongside network providers. We are taking very significant steps in terms of dealing with the security threat posed by mobile phones. We've got to prevent them from getting into prisons. We've got to find and stop those phones from working through using detection methods, and we're making advances on that. And we also need to exploit the data that is held on those phones.
I went to prison last week, Downview Prison, a women's prison, for the Sycamore Tree course on restorative justice. Does the Minister agree with me that restorative justice programmes of this nature, and also those run by the Chris Donovan Trust, can make a real impact on reoffending rates and also provide some comfort to victims who want to go through those sorts of schemes to help them recover from crime?
I thank you, Mr Speaker. Well, having also recently visited Downview, I know what the honourable gentleman is talking about, and I fully agree with him that restorative justice and the work of charities like the Sycamore Tree Project can have a vital role to play in making our prisons safer and more rehabilitative. Restorative approaches are already used across the youth estate and, as he's highlighted now, in a number of other prisons, and they have real benefits both in diffusing conflict and repairing the harm after an incident in prison.
Bruce. I refer to my entry in the Members' Register of Interests. I welcome the fact that there has been a published family impact test on the Government's proposed divorce law changes. But what is the justification for the Government cherry-picking not just public opinion, which, according to its own consultation responses, is 80% against these proposed changes, but also by being selective on the evidence it relies on, by seeming to ignore evidence that there will be an immediate spike in divorce rates that will impact negatively on the families involved?
Well, I do have to disagree with my honourable friend on this point. It is true that there were a surge of submissions to our consultation period in the last couple of weeks. But the fact is that the YouGov poll on the day that the divorce proposals were set out suggested 73% support for it, and indeed we have had support from the Law Society, Resolution, the Family Law Bar Association, Sir Paul Coleridge of the Marriage Foundation, Chair, and also Relate and the National Family Mediation. This is a reform that I believe will help families and ensure that the divorce process is less acrimonious.
Christine Jardine.
Thank you very much. I wonder if you could ask the Minister whether his government has any plans to change the legal system to protect against gender targeting of advertising towards children and teenagers.
Well, we'll certainly look at any proposals on this particular front. We don't at the moment have any plans, but I'll certainly look at any proposals the honourable member might have.
Kirsten Hare.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I warmly welcome the commitment by this UK Government to recruit 2,500 more prison officers, because prison officers in Scotland have spoken out that the system there is at breaking point. Rising numbers have led to overcrowding in my local prison, HMP Perth, which was recently reported to heavily rely on inexperienced agency and bank nurses due to staffing shortages. So does the Minister agree with me that the Scottish Government need to make a similar commitment up there to restore order in our prison service?
Well, my honourable friend is a doughty defender of the interests of her constituents. As she points out, this is a matter for the Scottish Government, but I'm more than happy to share our experience with the Scottish Government if that would be helpful.
Norris.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Will ministers make a commitment today that the Domestic Abuse Bill will include guaranteed access to special measures at courts for survivors of domestic abuse, and that this will apply equally across all of our court systems and our entire courts estate?
I am grateful to the honourable gentleman. As he'll be aware, we've brought forward the draft domestic abuse bill, which we are currently considering in the joint committee. Very much welcome any reflections he would have in that process before we draft definitive legislation to bring forward to this House.
Henderson.
Mr Speaker, during an earlier answer, my honourable friend, the Pensions Minister, mentioned the rollout of Parva spray. When will it be completed?
Minister.
I'm delighted to. Just to remind the House, Parva spray is an incapacitated spray, so for acts of extreme violence, it can be safer to use a spray than to pull out a baton or to roll around with someone on the ground. We need to use these sprays in a moderate, controlled fashion, but they can reduce extreme violence in prisons and they can protect our prison officers. So we're proud to be rolling them out.
Mr Stephen Hepburn.
In South Tyneside, disabled claimants are having to wait over 12 months for a tribunal, and 80% of those appeals are successful. What discussions is the Minister and his department having with the Department of Work and Pensions over the flawed decision-making?
I'm very happy to take that answer. The previous Minister for Disabled People I met with twice to talk about how they could get decisions right first time in DWP. I've already spoken to the new Minister to follow up those discussions. I should say that there are 3.8 million decisions made annually, were made in the last year for PIP. Only 10% were appealed and 5% were overturned, but it is absolutely fundamental. Decisions are made right first time, and that those that are more questionable should only come through the system.
A Lincolnshire knight and an illustrious member of the Privy Council to boot. We are doubly blessed. Sir Edward Lee.
Having pissed off half our supporters by botching Brexit, why are we now irritating the other half with an extreme liberal social agenda? Every single study, the Harvard Law Reform, the Margaret Brynick study shows that it's the poor, vulnerable, dispossessed children who suffer most from divorce. Will my right honourable friend at least accept this, that if you make something easy, it will happen more often?
The evidence in terms of no-fault divorce is that in a steady state there is not a higher rate of divorce than otherwise. It is also the case that the current fault-based approach to divorce does result in divorces that are going to happen anyway being more acrimonious than they would otherwise be. And that is why I believe it is right that we make this reform.
Diana Johnson.
The Health Minister will soon be meeting with parents in Hull affected by the baby Ashes scandal, including mothers who don't know how their babies' bodies were transported from hospital with no coffin, with no funeral director and with no funeral service for the family. Doesn't this show yet again the need for a local independent inquiry still sought by these parents? And wasn't it unwise for anyone at the Ministry of Justice to accept the previous assurances from Hull City Council that the parents' concerns had all been dealt with without asking the parents?
Absolutely.
The honourable member raises an important and sensitive point. I'm very happy to meet with her to discuss this issue.
Robert Courts.
Mr Speaker, education is at the very heart of rehabilitation. What are ministers doing to ensure that people have access to education and the jobs they need when they leave prison?
Well, the big change that's been introduced by my right honourable friend, Secretary of State, is to make sure that education in prison is linked to employment. So talking to the local job market, making sure that we have skills that match that market, and making sure, above all, that we have safe, decent prisons so we can remove the prisoners from their cells into that work and education and get them into jobs, because that reduces reoffending on average by 7%.
David Hanson.
How are we getting on in securing the 26 prisoner transfer agreements that are currently in place through the European Union to make sure that they're at the end of this year?
Oh, good question.
Well, if we can get a deal in place, which is why I'm absolutely delighted that the honourable members opposite are working with us to try to get a good Brexit deal in place, then we will be able to continue through the transition period. But in a no-deal situation, it will become significantly more difficult, because we will have to fall back on older and more cumbersome ways of moving prisoners, and that will not be good for us or for Europe.
Kevin Hoddinrake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Despite the willful destruction of thousands of small businesses by their own bank, no senior executive has ever been held to account. Would the Minister update the House on the government proposals to bring forward legislation to make failure to prevent fraud a corporate criminal offence?
Well, of course, when people suffer economic crime, it is devastating for them, as it is for any other crime. As the honourable member will know, we did put out a call for evidence. We are looking very carefully at the responses for that call for evidence across departments, and will be responding in due course.
The Sheriff.
Mr. Speaker, the number of recorded child sexual abuse offences increased by 178% between March 07 and March 17. So, can the Minister explain how his government's substantial cuts to departments including the MOJ, CPS and, of course, the police have helped victims achieve justice?
Well, I'm very grateful to the Honourable Lady for her question. I know she has a sustained interest in this area. She will be aware that we have increased funding for specialist rape and sexual abuse support services, including for child sexual abuse, from April this year, funding a 10% increase in funding, moving to a multi-3-year settlement rather than an annual settlement, and supporting 96 centres across England and Wales, the highest number that the MOJ has ever funded, ensuring that there is support services available in each one of the PCC areas.
Bob Neal.
The law regarding sentencing of offenders has grown piecemeal and become ever more complex, even for experienced judges and practitioners. Bearing that in mind, and bearing it is said that comparatively uncontroversial legislation is being sought for a future Queen's speech, would not the paving legislation for the Law Commission's Sentencing Consolidation Bill absolutely fit the bill?
Well, I have to say, I think the chair of the Justice Select Committee makes a very good point. And I know that there is cross-party support in terms of this matter, and I hope that we can make progress in the not-too-distant future.
In 2010, the then Secretary of State for Justice said that he wanted to look at what could be done to use technology more effectively so that fewer people have physically to attend court for routine purposes. Yet 9 years on, this government has admitted to not collecting the information on the number of times video links to courts break down, nor has it published the business case for its modernisation programme. So will it commit to undertaking this research before proceeding with any more closures and cuts to our courts?
Well, there are, Mr. Speaker, a number of developments in relating to using technology to ensure people don't have to access the court or fill in wieldy, lengthy documentation. You can now apply online for divorce, for probate. You can be updated on your social security claim through your mobile phone. We've also piloted online hearings in the tax tribunal, which were extremely effective, and we are now piloting further video hearings in the civil courts.
Philip Holloway.
Of the 9,000 foreign national prisoners in our jails, 760 are from Albania. What are we doing to negotiate a compulsory prisoner transfer agreement with Albania?
Well, the honourable member has raised this issue a number of times. I recently met with the Albanian Minister of Justice. It is very difficult returning prisoners to Albania. We're ahead of the Italians, we're ahead of the Greeks on this, but we still have a lot more to do. The problem is that the host country needs to receive these prisoners. You cannot do it in a compulsory fashion, but I can assure the honourable member, because he's asked these questions in the past, that a no-deal Brexit will not make these types of prisoner transfer easier. It will make it more difficult.
Stephanie Peacock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 3 of the 4 men convicted of the death of my constituent, Jacqueline Wildman, were on probation at the time they killed her. Does the Minister recognise this demonstrates the devastating failure of the privatised probation system? And will he meet with me to discuss this case and how we can prevent similar deaths, including removing the maximum sentence for death by dangerous driving?
Firstly, pay tribute to the honourable member for her campaigning on this issue. This was, the House will be aware, a tragic issue where, through death by dangerous driving, a terrible, terrible death occurred. These individuals have received now sentences of between 10 and 13.5 years for the crime they committed. We fully support the idea that the maximum sentence for causing death by dangerous driving should be given up to a life sentence. But we still need to maintain a basic distinction in law, which is between people who intend to commit murder and people who, through gross negligence, gross carelessness, create this horrible situation of a loss of life. So, yes, we will support, and yes, I'll meet. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've met many excellent prison officers who serve at Long Lartin in my constituency and elsewhere, but way too many of them seem to leave to pursue careers elsewhere. What more can be done to retain more prison officers?
In order to retain people in a job, you need to make sure that you have the right salary rates. We need to make sure that our prisons are safer. But we also need to make sure that people feel motivated, that their morale is good, and that's one of the reasons why the training and support packages we've introduced should transform retention rates in prisons.
2 members who've been standing for some time are members I'm keen to accommodate, and I feel sure they'll agree that a sentence each seems fair. Alison Thewlis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Street and Arrow is a social enterprise street food project which is part of the Scotland's Violence Reduction Unit. It hires people with convictions for 12 months, mentors them and provides them with wraparound support. Does he agree that that kind of support is the best way of reducing reoffending?
Yeah. Well, obviously must pay tribute to the extraordinary achievements, particularly, Mr. Speaker, in Glasgow on reducing violence. There are also things which I picked up from a recent visit to the United States that we could do on working with ex-gang members to interrupt the cycle of violence and have a very rapid impact. But we can certainly learn from Scotland on this issue.
Thank you. Order, we must move on. Just before I call the Right Honourable Gentleman, the member for Doncaster North, to put his urgent question and to hear the Minister's response, I hope on behalf of all colleagues across the House, to welcome Greta Thunberg, who's with us today, an enthusiastic and dedicated environmental campaigner. Colleagues, I, as Speaker, am very conscious that there are different views on these matters and different views on the matter of tactics in campaigning. But I think across the House we all believe in encouraging young people to stand up and speak up and say what they think and make their concerns known. So it was a pleasure for me, amongst other colleagues, to welcome Greta this morning. Greta, it was a pleasure to meet you, and I hope you enjoy listening to the exchanges. Urgent question, Ed Miliband.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To ask the Minister to make a statement on climate action and Extinction Rebellion.
Thank you.
Minister of State Claire Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hope I won't try the patience of the House, Mr. Speaker, because I will be making a further statement on this topic later this afternoon. But I do want to take the opportunity to join you in welcoming Ms Thunberg to the United Kingdom Parliament and her team. We tried very hard to meet personally, but despite the best efforts of our diaries, we couldn't do it. But I know she has met many, many members of the House of Commons and indeed my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State for the Environment, today. Mr. Speaker, I have to say that watching these protests over both here and globally over the last few days has raised slightly mixed emotions in me. On the one hand, there is excitement that the conversations that many of us were having 30 years ago about climate change are finally moving from niche to mainstream. And the question is not why act, but how fast can we act? Secondly, we understand completely the brilliant scientific evidence base, the motivation and the commitment that is driving people out right across the world to make their views known. But I worry, Mr. Speaker, that many of the messages we're hearing ignore the progress that is being made, and as such make people fearful for the future rather than hopeful. Here in the UK, thanks to excellent cross-party working, we were the first country in the world to pass a Climate Change Act. We have led the world in reducing the carbon intensity of our economy over the last 40 years. We've made huge progress on plastics-free activity. We have renewables last month contributing over 40% of our electricity supply. In fact, we've had our longest ever period of no coal contributing to the generation in the UK just this last weekend. And we have over 400,000 people now working in the low-carbon economy. Of course, we share the desire to raise the ambition for this country, and that's why we asked our own independent committee on climate change to advise us on how we should best reach a net zero target. We were the first industrialised country to actually ask for that advice, and I'm pleased also to welcome cross-party support for our bid to host the crucial United Nations climate change talks next year. But I do have to say, Mr. Speaker, that although the protests have been respectful and good-natured, they have caused disruption for many hundreds of thousands of hard-working Londoners, and they have required a heavy policing presence. And I do want to thank the police. I'd like to thank the police. I think we should all agree on that, for their professionalism and proportionate response, especially over a holiday weekend. Mr. Speaker, we know that we need to continue and accelerate the decarbonisation of our economy across all aspects of activity, and crucially help those other countries around the world, especially those who are not at the same stage as economic development as us. And this is going to require a broad-based, engaged, informed debate to deliver the low-carbon progress that we need, one that is fair, just and progressive and can be shared. I'm pleased to say, Mr. Speaker, that our progress to date has been supported by all political parties, and I do pay tribute to the Right Honourable Gentleman who has posed this question for his great leadership and continued support in this area. Our work has been supported by all political parties in the UK, and I hope we can continue to work together to drive the changes we must make to secure our future. Mr. Speaker, we have to secure the future of Planet A because there is no Planet B.
Ed Miliband.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank the Minister for her reply? Mr. Speaker, people can believe that the tactics of Extinction Rebellion are right or wrong, and the Minister obviously believes they're wrong. But the demonstrators are certainly not wrong about the failure of politics to do anything like what is necessary to fight climate change. They are right. The Minister said in her reply that we made progress as a country, and I thank her for what she said about me. But the truth is the planet is warming far faster than we are acting. Even the Paris commitments, the path-breaking Paris commitments, will take us way beyond the disaster of 2 degrees of warming, as the Minister knows. And the truth is, Mr. Speaker, climate change is not some theoretical future prospect, but is with us here and now. Wildfires, droughts, floods. And we have been warned by the scientists. It will get far worse if we do not act with much greater urgency. Now, in these circumstances, Mr. Speaker, it is no wonder people are disrupting the traffic and school children are striking. And the response from government cannot simply be to restore order and say it's doing a good job. The only credible answer of democratic politics in response to these protests is to admit that we need to raise our game and show we can act. So can I therefore ask the Minister today to commit to the following 4 actions as a down payment on what is necessary? First, will she seek to persuade the Prime Minister to declare a climate emergency, as many local authorities have done, to focus minds across government on the centrality of this issue to every department, not just hers? And, Mr. Speaker, goodness knows this is necessary, because we know from the figures that came out just before Easter that the government is woefully behind in meeting the 4th and 5th carbon budgets covering the next decade. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, she is to be commended for asking the Climate Change Committee to recommend a date when the UK will need to hit zero emissions, which they will do next week. But these recommendations cannot be allowed to be buried in Whitehall. So will she now commit to respond formally to them before the summer recess? Only by Britain showing world leadership again quickly can we hope to persuade other countries to act. Third, will she commit to working on the delivery of a British Green New Deal at scale, which could have the effect of giving work to hundreds of thousands of people across our country, for example, retrofitting buildings, and showing beyond doubt that economic justice and climate justice go together? Fourth and finally, will she take up the idea of Extinction Rebellion and others to involve the public in these discussions about both the threat of climate change and the action necessary, and yes, the trade-offs with a process of citizen deliberation? Because the truth is that for too long, and this covers both parties, people have been shut out of the climate debate and made to feel powerless, and this must change. Mr. Speaker, let me say this finally. Greta Thunberg, who is with us today in the public gallery, said this: "I want you to act as you would in a crisis. I want you to act as if our house is on fire, because it is." Mr. Speaker, she is right. If we do not act, people will say in the future, "You knew the facts, but you did not care enough." We will be known as the generations with the knowledge of what was to come, but without the will or imagination to prevent it. We will be condemned, and rightly so. The right response to rebellion on our streets is to produce a revolution in climate leadership, and the time for action is now.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And you can see from the right honourable gentleman's remark the passion with which he has fought to this portfolio for many years, and which I share. I do want to correct him. I don't disagree with the protests. I disagree with some of the methods, certainly not the message. And as I've said to the honourable gentleman before, I think he and I would have been out there carrying the placards ourselves just a few years previously. I do also want to pick him up on the challenge points that he makes. He's right to acknowledge that we were bold in asking for advice on a net zero economy. We're the first industrialised economy to do so. I will consider that advice carefully and proportionately, crucially work out how we are going to pay for it. He will know from his time in my office, in my seat, that the Committee on Climate Change was unable to recommend a net zero target when we previously asked for that advice, because they didn't believe that it could be done cost effectively, or indeed that we had the technology to do so. And it's right that we give that work the focus that it requires. He's absolutely right to say that this needs to be a whole-of-government approach. I was really pleased, Mr. Speaker, we had the Chancellor standing up and making the first ever green financial statement, bringing forward some extremely ambitious programmes to ensure that there will be no new homes built in this country reliant on fossil fuel heating from 2025. He asked me about declaring a climate emergency. The thing is, Mr. Speaker, I don't know what that would entail. I could stand here and say, I believe there is a climate emergency. He could say that. Many of our local councils have done so, including my own council of Wiltshire. The question is, what are you going to do about it? And that is why, Mr. Speaker, one of the things we should be proud of is the fact that we have, I think, the most detailed proposals for how we will hit our carbon budgets. And I'll answer his point on carbon budgets in a moment. He needs to look at, which I'm sure he has, what other governments have done. It's the easiest thing in the world for a politician to stand up and say, I'm going to do this, I'm going to set these targets, knowing that I will be dead and buried before those targets have to be met. The responsible thing to do is to set legislation in place, as he did, to bind every successive minister that comes along to meet those budgets or explain why, and to hold every future government's feet to the fire, and it is a fire in many cases, as he says, in terms of how we actually deliver our ambition. And the final point I wanted to make is he raised the point about carbon budgets. He will know that we are not woefully off. We are at 95 and 93% of where we need to be to meet budgets that end in 7 and 12 years' time. Well, and that is without even costing, for example, or calculating the challenges that we have had, the carbon savings we will have from the homes changes we've made. This is an ongoing process, and one that we are absolutely, completely committed to deliver. I take his point about citizens' assemblies. The wonderful thing Mr. Speaker, is that everybody can talk about this. This is now a national conversation that is happening. We have to engage with citizens, with businesses, with politicians, with local authorities, with bill payers, with taxpayers, with everybody, because there is not one single thing that will move this dial. We have to change everything. We have to do it rapidly, and we have to do it in a way that no future government can wiggle out of those responsibilities.
Sir John Redwood.
It's most important in this area that everything is based on the best possible science. I'm sure we'd all agree about that. So in the forecasts, what is the government's view on likely changes in water vapour levels and cloud cover and solar levels of radiation? Because these are also important matters.
He's right, and as a newly appointed Fellow of the Royal Geographical Society, I just have to get that in there, he will know that we have some of the best climate modelling in the world. And the problem we have, Mr. Speaker, is that the planet is an unbelievably complicated ecosystem, and what we are finding is that feedback loops that what we didn't even realise, like what happens to the Thwaites Glacier in Antarctica, could have a meaningful impact on our sea levels immediately. So we have, I believe, the best scientific evidence base we have ever had. The 1.5 degrees IPCC report was based on the best peer-reviewed science the world has ever seen. We have the message from our scientists. Now we must continue to act.
Fellow of the Royal Geographical Society, the Right Honourable Lady or the Right Honourable Gentleman?
Be me, Mr. Speaker.
Oh, many congratulations to the Right Honourable Lady. Well, if she doesn't blow it, it may well be nobody else will blow the trumpet. And it's perfectly right. We offer her the warmest congratulations on that new acknowledgement. Indeed. Mr. Barry Gardner.
I commend my right honourable friend for his timely question. The right to protest is one of the foundations of our freedom. From the Chartists to the suffragettes, the civil rights movement to anti-apartheid, all of those victories were won by citizens uniting against injustice, making their voice heard. And Extinction Rebellion and the school climate strikers are doing just that. And I too thank the police for the way in which they have policed the demonstrations on the whole with good humour. I was delighted to meet the demonstrators at Marble Arch yesterday, and I thank them for speaking the truth. Many of us listened to Greta Thunberg earlier today. She spoke about truth. The truth that we're in the midst of an ecological and climate emergency. And she also spoke about our refusal, our fear to acknowledge the truth that stopping this catastrophe requires a complete rethink in the way that we run our economy, so that GDP growth is no longer the touchstone. We are on track for catastrophic levels of global warming. Yet in the UK we pride ourselves on the 40% reductions in emissions we say we've achieved below 1990 levels, whilst achieving a 72% increase in GDP. But the truth is out there. School children are teaching it to us. Those figures do not include aviation or shipping emissions. They do not include our imports or exports, and they've largely come from the Clean Power Directive in the European Union, which forced us to announce an end to coal-fired power stations. That's why thousands of our school children are on climate strike. They know that we are not acting with the speed and the seriousness that the climate emergency demands. So I ask the Minister, will she listen to the voice of Extinction Rebellion and of our own children? I echo the call from my right honourable friend. Will she join my party in declaring a national environmental and climate emergency and commit to bringing forward the government's response to the Committee on Climate Change's recommendations to achieve net zero urgently when they are published shortly? Will she do more to engage with the public in tackling the climate crisis? Because it's clear that our citizens need to be in the driving seat for a sustainable future. And will she work with Treasury colleagues and the Bank of England to address what Mark Carney has identified as climate-related financial risks and make the emissions curve and natural capital the key elements of our future economic viability? Because we know that however disruptive the climate demonstrations may have been in this past few weeks to businesses, they pale into insignificance against the capacity of climate disasters to wipe out human prosperity and human life itself.
Yeah.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Look, I just want to pick up on a couple of factual points. First of all, I do entirely share the honourable gentleman's commitment to the right to protest. It is a wonderful, wonderful freedom that we have, and one that we should use judiciously, and I know he and I both have. I do want to pick up on this point about coal. It is not the case that other countries across the EU are phasing out coal. In fact, when I was at the climate change talks in Bonn, it was shocking to see the barges of dirty Ruhr coal floating down the Rhine because Germany took an ideological decision to phase out nuclear power. For an island that is built on coal and surrounded by fish, that had 40% of its energy generation coming from coal when I was elected in 2010, to get to zero now, and it will be zero completely by 2025, is a huge achievement, and that has not been done by the Climate Directive. That has been done by unilateral policy decisions taken by the coalition government and continued by my government. And that is how we will continue to lead the world, by taking tough decisions, hopefully with cross-party support, to make the differences that we need. But then we can accelerate around the world, because, Mr. Speaker, our leadership on coal has enabled me and my counterpart in Canada to set up the Global Powering Past Coal Alliance, an alliance of 80-plus countries, cities, companies who have all committed to phase out coal thanks to the UK's leadership. I also wanted to reassure him. He makes a brilliant point about natural capital accounting, which will be formal government policy by 2020. And I would like to join him in paying tribute, I think, to the work of the Bank of England and the Governor Mark Carney, who have identified the challenge for investors and companies, and indeed for regulators, if there is not proper accounting for climate risk disclosure. Again, an area where we have continued to innovate and lead the world. So I'm delighted to share many of the points that the honourable gentleman makes, but I do believe fundamentally that a market-based economy that delivers rapidly reducing costs of technology and innovation, the sorts of innovation that has seen the price of offshore wind tumble over the last 2 years, is the way to go. And as I said, I will look with great interest at the advice we get from the Committee on Climate Change and act as soon as proportionate and possible.
Mr. Richard Benyon.
It's not just the protesters on the streets or the children who come to our offices who are raising this. This is an issue that's being talked of around kitchen tables and amongst families who we represent. And the worst way to reflect those concerns, whoever they are, would be for opposition parties to say the government aren't doing enough, for us just to say, look at all the things we're doing. And I absolutely concur with her very cross-party consensus on this. And would she agree with me that one of the things to be applauded in this country is that we are not like the United States, where this is a polarised political issue. This is something that we, as a parliament, working together, can actually move the dial. She's made some really good points, as has the opposition. And does she agree with me? This is something where we really can reflect the needs and the wishes of people out there by the consensual nature of our debate.
Yes. And I would like to very much thank my right honourable friend for his work, particularly on waterways and rivers as a former minister. Again, this is not simply about air or biosphere, it's about the whole planet, all of the ecosystems working together, and he made an incredible amount of progress in that portfolio. And of course he's right, when people look at us and they see us filling this place with hot air over the 3-year forward look about our relationship with the European Union, and then they see this place, this is the fullest I have ever seen it, Mr. Speaker, in my time as a minister, when we have been debating these portfolios. Well, there have been very few people on benches opposite previously as well, but they are right to look at us and say, what are you going to be doing cross-party working together, and also what role can organisations like the Youth Parliament play going forward? Are there organisations and assemblies already, including young people, that can help us take this progress forward?
Chris Law.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we welcome the fact the Extinction Rebellion protests have largely been peaceful and non-violent in nature, and that so many of those were young concerned activists, including Greta Thunberg from Sweden, but also Holly Gillibrand, who I met today, who's led climate action protests in the hometown of Fort William in Scotland. And I'd like to welcome both of them here today. Along with other young activists, they have travelled here to meet with leaders of the opposition parties to discuss how to respond to climate change. Given the Prime Minister is yet to meet with them, will the Prime Minister take time this week to discuss the vital issue with these young activists? After all, Mr. Speaker, it's our collective responsibility, and the UK Government must show leadership. Mr Speaker, Scotland continues to outperform the UK and is world-leading in its low-carbon transition, with figures showing emissions in Scotland down 49% as opposed to 38% for the UK as a whole since 1990. Will the Minister join me in welcoming these figures in Scotland, and will she commit to increasing faster and deeper efforts from her own government to help the UK figures come in line with Scotland?
Well, Mr Speaker, the good news is that all of the devolved administrations and the Westminster Government have worked incredibly hard on this. It's a joint project. We calculate on a joint account. Of course, the taxpayer subsidy that has gone into so much of the energy generation systems that have helped Scotland with its transition have come from UK taxpayers and UK tax policy. I can't speak for my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister's diary, but I am always delighted, as is my right honourable friend, the Minister for the Environment, to meet groups of people. As I say, we worked really hard today to try and get our diaries to mesh with those groups coming up, and offered various meetings, all of which were apparently not available. But it's a total pleasure. I mean, and I'm sure, like so many members in the House, I only have to go home and have my own children telling me what more we need to do, and saying should they go on protest. And I say, wouldn't it just be easier to tell Mum over a cup of tea what it is you want? But anyway, it's more fun to protest. But genuinely, we have to listen and we have to move, and we will continue to do so.
Rebecca Powell.
Thank you so much, Mr Speaker. It's a testament to my constituents, whether they're young, old, of no religion or any religion or whatever shape or size. They've come to me about the environment. This is an overridingly important issue for everybody, and sustainability should be at the heart of every department in government. And cross-party should be the name of the game on this. But if we can do one really positive thing, Mr Speaker, to reverse climate change, it will be to reduce our emissions to net zero, and fast. And I take my hat off to the Minister for going to the Climate Change Committee and asking advice on how we could possibly address this more quickly than our targets, because their advice was that we couldn't do it by 2050. I'm hopeful they'll change their mind. So could she please update us on that? And please could she also say when aviation and shipping might be included, as I feel they need to be.
To answer in reverse order, there has been progress made on aviation and shipping, and that again continues to be an international challenge because flights and ships leave and take off from different places, but there is work accelerating on that, and indeed some investment going into low-carbon fuels, which could be hugely important. I will happily update the House when we have received the Net Zero report and talk about the various aspects in that. I also just did want to flag that we are investing in the first Net Zero industrial cluster in the UK with 170 million of funding from the Industrial Strategy Challenge Fund. And as the Honourable Lady has reminded me, it is not just the young who are protesting. One of the most effective and wide-scale campaigning organisations in the UK in this area is the Women's Institute, which has over 9,000 climate ambassadors. This is a problem that affects all of us, and it is a solution that will involve all of us going forward.
Caroline Lucas.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'd like to thank Greta Thunberg and the climate strikers and Extinction Rebellion for showing, frankly, more climate leadership on the streets than we often see inside this chamber. The Minister says that she doesn't know what a climate emergency looks like. Can I start by saying that it looks like doing what is scientifically necessary, not just what is deemed to be politically possible at the time? And in that spirit, in the meeting this morning that unfortunately the Prime Minister couldn't clear her diary to make, but all of the other opposition leaders did, we agreed to a number of proposals going forward, including things like ongoing dialogue with the UK climate strikers and stress testing all new manifesto commitments to make sure that they do not exceed the 1.5 degrees warming. Will her government sign up to those as a practical proposal?
I don't want to politicise diaries, Mr Speaker, because of course invitations were also issued, the Honourable Lady is well aware, that were not able to be accepted. So we're not going to go into that sort of political tit-for-tat, Mr Speaker, that takes us down a rabbit hole of conflict that this situation does not need. Also on the point, the Honourable Lady I've debated with many times, and I pay tribute to the Honourable Lady frequently for her passion and commitment and leadership of her party. But just once, she could stand up and acknowledge the fact that the country she is proud to represent has led the world. She's shaking her head. She cannot even acknowledge that the UK has led the world in this particular area. And if we cannot acknowledge our leadership and celebrate that, how can we possibly hope to persuade other countries that emit far more carbon than us, of a far greater land area, that they should be making the changes that they also need to make?
Hugh Merriman.
Speaker, whilst I've got no time for those that deny climate change, I've also got little time for those that deny that great progress has been made. If it's the case that we have 40% of our renewables in electricity, which is up from 6% in 2010, isn't it important that we actually listen and work with our scientists and innovators that are going to improve this picture, rather than just listening to those that lie down on the streets?
John Jump is absolutely right. I think the debate here, Mr. Speaker, is about consumption emissions, and I won't take the House through the technicalities, but essentially there is an argument made that we have exported much of our our heavy energy creating activities. It is also the case, if people peruse the Bayes numbers, that our consumption emissions are also down 20% since, I believe, 1997. I'll check those facts before the next statement. But again, the whole world's economic systems are changing, and that is why the leadership that we display will help other countries to whom much of this activity has been transferred also to make the changes, in particular to have a low-carbon electricity system, which is often the greatest cause of emissions in those countries.
Stella Creasy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister put her finger on it when she said this is going to be about some tough decisions. She also expressed concern about expressing it as being a climate emergency, because what she really wanted to do was move the dial. In Ireland, they have been able to move the dial not by leaving the public out on the streets, but by bringing them into an actual citizens' assembly, a proper citizens' assembly that hears the views of everyone, not just the activists but everyone, that has supported carbon taxes, an end to subsidies to peat extraction, and means that Ireland is now the first country to divest from fossil fuel. Will she meet with me and others who are supportive of the idea of a citizens' assembly to talk about whether that is the cross-party, cross-country way forward that we can actually tackle this climate emergency?
It's an absolute pleasure, of course. And I will point out to the Honourable Lady that we already have carbon taxes. We introduced carbon taxes, a unilateral tax on emissions, which is what has driven us off coal, which, again, the Honourable Lady doesn't seem to realise what an achievement that is. When she and I were elected, 40% of our electricity system was coal-based. So, of course, I will meet with her, but let's look at what has worked and see how we do more of that.
Luke Graham.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Will my honourable friend join me in welcoming the 2017 PwC report that shows the United Kingdom is the fastest decarbonising nation of the G7 nations? And can she also tell the House how the government is supporting new technologies such as the use of hydrogen in the Keele University experiment to heat domestic homes? And, of course, what further steps can be taken to promote geothermal energy in Clackmannanshire?
I welcome my honourable friend's mention of an independent report that shows that we have decarbonised as a proportion of our economic growth faster than any other country, not just in the G7 but in the G20, and that we continue to accelerate our carbon reductions. And he's right to focus on heating. Heating is a major problem for a centralised gas-based heating economy like ours. The innovation that is happening in Keele, in Leeds and other areas to see how we might safely introduce hydrogen into the heating system. Of course, we then have to produce hydrogen in a low-carbon emissions form, an opportunity to use excess renewable energy, particularly offshore wind. But this is an incredibly innovative time. And by the way, Mr. Speaker, if we can help the world migrate to hydrogen boilers and generate those and make those in the UK, we can export those as well and create competitive advantage as part of this transition.
Hilary Benn.
Very much. Mr. Speaker, when we look at the climate science, I don't suppose there's a single member of this House who doesn't ask themselves how can we make the changes that are needed. And on the issue that she just raised, in November, as you'll be aware, the Committee on Climate Change said that emissions from homes are off track and said that we would need to replace gas with hydrogen boilers and supplementary electric heating. Given that about 80% of homes depend on gas for heating or cooking, how is this change going to happen?
To emphasise homes, although homes are only 15% of our CO2 emissions, in fact the biggest nut we have to crack is industry and industrial emissions, which are much harder to do arguably. But I think the answer on homes is there will be no one-size-fits-all policy. There will be some decarbonisation of gas, some introduction of pure hydrogen, a move to electrification, a use of community heating, if you like, heat networks. There will be no one-size-fits-all. But what is happening, Mr. Speaker, is we have some amazingly innovative local authorities, Nottingham and Leeds spring to mind, who are actually trying to design these new forms of heating system into their own local economies and into their local home building programmes. And that is how we will innovate and drive the cost down. And if I may, Mr Speaker, part of the announcement of no new fossil fuel heating in new homes from 2025 will also, I think, kick-start a revolution, particularly in reducing the cost of alternatives like heat pumps.
Steve Brine.
Thank you. The protests of last week, Mr Speaker, if I'm honest, didn't greatly inconvenience my constituents, but so many of them, like me, share the grave emissions situation that we face. Now, I have to be honest and say I don't think panicking ever helped any situation, but would the excellent Minister agree that if we are going to do our bit on these small, let's face it, these small islands, one thing we've got to face up to is the poor energy efficiency of our existing, not our new, but our existing homes. And it's going to require a new Green Deal, and the gentleman asking the urgent question was that. And she can call it Green Deal, she can call it whatever she likes, but it is going to require some kind of new retrofit Green Deal if we're going to move the dial, as seems to be the expression of the afternoon, and lower those emissions.
Well, I can't disagree with the honourable gentleman that this focus on retrofitting is hugely important. I think he and I were on the Green Deal Bill Committee originally. We put ourselves on it because we believed there was a way to actually incentivise, to give people an incentive. Because, of course, if you retrofit your home, your energy bills go down, you often get a higher sale price or a lower running cost. We have to work on all sectors. There will continue to be an element of government investment. We're working with the mortgage lenders. There is evidence that actually offering a green mortgage pays for itself. You can actually borrow for more cheaply and then get back a better rate of return. And there has to be many, many ways of doing this. But ultimately, also in constituencies like mine, many homes are not suitable for traditional retrofit technologies like cavity wall insulation. And that's why part of the £2.6 billion of innovation we're spending over this Parliament has to go into finding solutions for those sorts of homes.
Sir Vincent Cable.
The Minister's right that there are some sectors like power generation where major progress has been made in carbon reduction. But would she agree that there are others like aviation where virtually nothing is taking place? So would she agree that the government should re-examine major expansion projects like Heathrow specifically to look at the climate change implications?
The honourable gentleman tempts me into another department's area. I have to say, I believe most of the emissions problems around this specific aviation project relate to transport to and from the airport, and clearly there is much more that can be done with transport on that. But equally, we have to look at how we try and solve the aviation problem globally. Again, there is no point trying to do something unilaterally that disadvantages the UK economy when we could be working to solve the problem. One of the things the department's been doing is investing in alternative fuels, in many cases created from the waste products of other processes, and that's the sort of innovation that we need to see, because unless we can drop the emissions from aviation substantially, we will not be on track.
Vicky Ford.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The science is clear that we need to stop pumping more emissions into the climate. So can I thank the Minister for spending time with the Science and Technology Select Committee today and answering very detailed questions on the government's policy. Does she agree with the 4 other experts from that committee that the UK has led the world in investment in innovative technology such as carbon capture and storage? And does she agree with myself and many colleagues that the UK should continue to lead the world in investment in innovative technologies to help find solutions to this situation?
Lady for raising carbon capture and storage. Members in the House will know that there was a competition run several years ago that was a rather crude, if you like, point-to-point competition. In one case, just decarbonising a coal plant that effectively will no longer be generating power. What we're now doing is trying to work out how carbon capture, usage and storage are embedded in an industrial cluster so that you can actually decarbonise heavy industry and create a way of sequestering that carbon alongside clean power generation. This is how I think, Mr Speaker, we will solve the problems, not looking in economic silos, but trying to solve these problems on a whole-of-economy basis.
Kerry McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The global food system accounts for 30% of emissions, and it said that without any action, food and farming will take up the whole of the Paris carbon emissions budget if we don't do anything about it. So why isn't anyone talking about it? I've been sitting here listening to this. I've been sat here listening to so many of these debates, and I could count on the fingers of one hand the number of parliamentarians that are ever prepared to ask what you're going to do about the global food system.
Tribute to the Honourable Lady, who has been walking the vegan walk now for many years and has been a doughty campaigner. And she's absolutely right. And CO2 emissions from land use and from farming will continue to rise precipitously unless we have changes both in the way that we treat soil, and she will know about the UK's plans for improving carbon sequestration in soil, and also how we farm. Unfortunately, the challenge is also how you feed the world cost effectively, and we need to continue to look at technological solutions for that. But she's right to focus on this. I find this and the industrial emissions bit are the parts that people very rarely talk about, so I thank her for raising this issue.
Adams. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister is right to raise the effect that this government has had on emissions, particularly from the power sector. But I'm sure she will remember that during the Labour leadership campaign of 2015, the member for Islington North said that he wanted to reopen the coal mines. Now, he then went on to win the leadership. It was a very popular policy. A couple of months later, he then clarified that he only wanted to reopen one coal mine in South Wales. Could the Minister update the House on to how the Leader of the Opposition's campaign to reopen the coal mines is going?
I wasn't at the Durham Miners Gala where those pledges were made, but I do think, with the exception of some of the members on the benches opposite, there is general cross-party support for phasing out coal as a power generation source, which is the dirtiest form of fossil fuel. Unfortunately, the honourable gentleman opposite, who leads his party, also I believe is against nuclear power, so that leaves an awfully big hole in the thermal generation part of the energy system going forward. But also, I just want to pay tribute to the honourable gentleman. He will know from his own constituency of Selby that some of these transitions can be difficult, involving job losses, and this is why this is such a challenge for other countries, and why the transition we have to make has to be just and fair and ensure that people's jobs are maintained and new jobs are created.
Thank
you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Minister asked what would be the point of declaring a climate change emergency. Well, Mr. Speaker, it's because it is an emergency. It's an emergency right now. It's an emergency across the world. Glaciers are melting. Seas are rising across the world. And the honourable member knows this. The Minister knows this. So I just don't understand, and I don't think the people watching will understand. I don't think my constituents in Bristol West understand what's stopping her from declaring a climate change emergency and then treating the problem as an emergency.
So let me try and help the Honourable Lady and her constituents. I don't see the point of saying anything unless we have actions to solve the problem. We have a massive growing problem with our global emissions. We have a massive problem which we're now realising affecting the balance of our economy. We are leading the world in this country in trying to solve this problem, and I accept that we need to go further and faster, but I want to focus on actions rather than standing here and saying, I've said a few things, job done. Let's focus on actions, not words.
Redwood Lee.
Exactly. So having instituted the fastest decarbonisation of any G20 country, will the Minister remind the House what is our total of global emissions, I think at 1%, compared to, say, that of China? We all know what would happen to an Extinction Rebellion demonstration in Tiananmen Square. So if we want to make a real difference about this, what practical steps are we doing internationally to encourage China, the USA and India to take real action?
The honourable gentleman's right to point out we're only 3% of the world's land area and rank 17th in terms of carbon emissions, but if he'll forgive me, it's a little bit of a false choice because much of our growth and prosperity has been caused by putting the CO2 up there in the first place, and I think it's very unfair to say to countries they can't enjoy a future growth rate unless they're prepared to very much cut their standard of living. So the point is we have to work together. I have to actually pay tribute to what many of the actions in China and in India, where some of the most rapid investments in electric vehicles and renewable energy are happening, and that is the reason that solar panel prices have dropped over 80% in the UK, meaning that we no longer need to subsidise them because of the investment that other countries are making. But he's right to point out we must work together. A CO2 molecule doesn't care where it's emitted from or where it's going. We all are contributing to the problem, and we must contribute to the solution.
Harry Wilson.
Speaker.
Many of those businesses, citizens and workers who have had their lives disrupted over the last week as a result of protesters, some of whom flew thousands of miles in CO2-emitting aeroplanes to cause roadblocks, which led to more CO2 emissions, and then arrogantly threatened to disrupt the Easter holidays of many hard-working families, will be amazed at some of the attitudes in this House today. Could the Minister tell us why were police actions which have been used against disruptive protests in London on previous occasions not used on this occasion? Was it because of government direction, the Mayor of London, or the police taking a decision themselves?
Well, the honourable gentleman makes a strong point, and I think I do want to pay tribute to the Met Police. I think under their commissioner they did respond. He will have seen the response today. I think there was a little bit of nervousness at the beginning of the process, unfortunately led by the Mayor of London, who didn't recognise that actually millions of people's lives would be disrupted. Well, hang on a sec, people are moaning and whinging. What's the point of stopping people using electric public transport and having to take cars? That seems utterly counterintuitive. So I think where we ended up was a proportionate response, but I do again want to pay tribute to the police, who I think have acted in a very good-humoured way and actually made sure that these protests were confined.
Winkler.
Greenhouse gas is absolutely imperative, and natural gas replacing coal has vastly reduced greenhouse gases. Does the Minister agree we should back a responsible UK oil and gas sector and not offshore our climate change responsibility?
I do, and he will know, as so many of his colleagues on this side of the House know, that the incredible contribution of the oil and gas sector to the Scottish economy cannot be overstated, but also that we are able to decarbonise gas very effectively, and frankly we produce it with far higher environmental standards than those other countries from whom we import.
Dennis Skinner.
After all this that she's had to say today, why is the government still in favour of fracking?
So are entirely linked, Mr Speaker, that we are a highly gas-dependent economy, as we know. We have a choice as to, we want to obviously cut the amount of gas that we use, but it's a good transitional fuel. He always does this, always shouts over me, it's very rude. And what we want to do is explore soberly and scientifically whether there are opportunities to extract gas onshore in a way that helps us with our energy security, something he used to care about when he was mining the black stuff all those years ago, and actually continue to see if we can generate jobs as a result of this. And I continue to say, Mr Speaker, why is it that we trust the science so much on climate change, but when it comes to the science saying that shale gas extraction is safe, we refuse to listen?
Philip Honourable.
Environment is important to all of us in the Kettering constituency, which is one of the most greenest boroughs in the whole of the country, with 30 very large wind turbines generating almost as much electricity as consumed by all the residential houses. However, I am concerned that whilst of course we must allow people to protest, and this is a very important issue, I do object on behalf of many thousands of my constituents to encouraging school children to go on strike. Whilst it's important for school children to have strong views on topical issues, why can't they protest at the weekend? Because education is very important.
It's a serious point. It's a very serious point. I mean, Ms Thunberg's efforts, which have become a global phenomenon, I think demonstrate the power of a young person actually deciding to make these statements. But what I would say to protesting school children is this. We need the climate engineers, the geophysicists, the scientists of the future. Those are skills that you will learn best by engaging in education. And you're protesting, we're listening, we have to work together, and we need your skills to solve this problem.
Liam Byrne.
Yes, sir.
Was the home of the Industrial Revolution. We sparked the carbon revolution. We'd like to lead the zero carbon revolution. But it's harder to decarbonise our power system since the government phased out feed-in tariffs for solar. It's harder to decarbonise our transport system because of the confusion around electric vehicles identified by the Select Committee before Christmas. It's harder to decarbonise energy in our homes when the Minister can't tell me in parliamentary answers our share of the eco-funding that might fund that retrofitting. Cities in this country would like to lead the green industrial revolution. Why doesn't she help them?
I will certainly look at the last point. It may be that we just don't cut the data by metropolitan area, and I will look at that point, because ECO is an important fund that we're using to focus entirely on fuel poverty and also to create more innovation. I don't think there's confusion. The feed-in tariff scheme, which he will know, given his time in the Treasury, was an extremely expensive scheme. We've spent almost £6 billion so far. It will cost us £30 billion over the future of the scheme. And essentially, we've, as I mentioned to my honourable friend, we've seen the price of the renewables technologies that was supporting tumble. So I think it's right to stop. We don't have to subsidise in order to drive take-up, but the smart export guarantee that I will be introducing soon will pay people for that generation and ensure that there is a demand-side aggregation created in the homes who are investing in this. And on transport, I think we've been very clear. We've got one of the most ambitious programmes of moving to zero-carbon new vehicle sales. Well, it is true. The Honourable Lady should look at what other countries are doing. And also, as he will know from his constituency, 1 in 5 of the electric vehicles sold in Europe is made in the UK. We don't just want to be leaders in how many are driving around on our roads. We want to be leaders in investing in that technology that the world is moving towards.
Nigel Huddleston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the Minister agree that caring about climate change and the environment isn't a monopoly of the left? Far from it, as evidenced by the many actions of this government. But there is a political debate to be had, and does she agree that it is possible to reduce emissions and grow the economy, and that this is particularly important not only for the UK, but for many of the world's developing economies?
Yes. My honourable friend hits the nail on the head that there is too much fear and not enough hope around this. If we look at the UK, where the low-carbon economic sector is growing at 4 times faster than the mainstream economy, we have 400,000 people, bigger than the aerospace sector, employed in green jobs, and we can continue to see these global opportunities from investment. This is a massive opportunity. Not only are we saving the world's ecosystems, we're actually creating jobs for the future, and we know that 65% of those under 24 want what they call a green-collar job. They just don't know how many are out there.
Mrs. Helen Goodman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One way we can decarbonise homes, of course, is by using geothermal energy, particularly in the former mining areas. The University of Durham has done a lot of research on this, and I wonder if the Minister would like to come to learn about the research they're doing now and consider how we can implement this.
Excellent. It would be a pleasure. And I have to say, we've had several debates on this issue of geothermal heat from old mine workings in particular. It seems only fitting that the blood, sweat and tears of those thousands of men who dug up the energy source of our first industrial revolution could somehow be reused by using hot water as another source of energy. It would be a pleasure to come and visit.
Clive Lewis.
I welcome the Minister's comments about listening to the science and acting on the science. And if that's the case, then the Committee for Climate Change has asked and questioned whether support for oil and gas may become incompatible with the government's long-term climate change objectives. So in the spirit of not disappearing down a rabbit hole of conflict, perhaps we can agree on both sides of the House whether there is a sustainable way of reducing fossil fuel extraction to move from maximum economic recovery to sustainable economic recovery.
I think it's a very important point, Mr. Speaker, and it is the case that the oil and gas industry, which employs hundreds of thousands of people, has contributed billions to our exchequer and is extremely important to communities north of the border, one of our most productive industries, is part of the transition. And the exciting thing is technologies like offshore wind, the sector deal for which I announced just recently, will be a brilliant transition industry, an industry for many of those employees to transition into. And in fact, our world leadership in working in very difficult offshore conditions in oil and gas exploration is perfect for offshore wind. So there is a natural transition. But of course, these are important industries who also recognise, I believe, the role they have to play in the transition.
Joanna Cherry.
Speaker, a young woman from Boroughmuir High School in my constituency wrote to me ahead of the school climate strikes, and she was calling for politicians to prioritise wind and tidal power over nuclear and fossil fuels. Now, the Scottish Government is trying to do this, but until such time as we become independent, we require the UK Government's assistance. So can she tell me this? When will the UK Government reverse its policy of prioritising new nuclear plants and putting the kibosh on tidal power in Scotland?
I have to well, I won't correct the Honourable Lady on too many things, but we have a mixed, diverse energy supply, one that is decarbonising very rapidly. We haven't put the kibosh on tidal. In fact, we actually invested the same amount as R&D funding in tidal as we did with any other technology. It's just that other renewables have outcompeted it much more rapidly. However, I was very pleased to meet with the Renewable Energy Council recently and cross-party support to see what more we could do to support that. And of course, with nuclear, I believe that nuclear has a part to play. It's part of our zero-carbon future. We have a nuclear sector deal, and it's an incredibly highly productive industry for the United Kingdom.
Richard Graham.
Speaker, I welcome what the Minister had to say on our cleanest and greenest year for electricity yet, and also her approach to the Committee on Climate Change. But does she share some of my concerns about the goals of Extinction Rebellion? For this is an organisation which is pledged to take non-violent direct action, but whose co-founder was arrested on charges of criminal damage against a corporate headquarters. To what extent is the government also looking at how we can mitigate the potentially violent actions of this movement?
I mean, he's right to point out that if we should be able to have a civilised, important and strong debate about our aims. It is challenging, though, to see that there are acts of violence or acts of criminal damage. And also, I am aware, Mr. Speaker, that no political party or indeed campaigning organisation is endorsing one of the key asks of the Extinction Rebellion, which is a net zero emissions target by 2025. It's simply not something that is able to be delivered. But I think it's right to have that challenge. But we have to be able to take what we do in this country best, which is have civilised debate, and apply it to the most important issue of our time.
Thank you, Mr. The Minister mentioned her international influence about reducing carbon emissions. The USA is one of the biggest CO2 polluters in the world. Can she ask the Prime Minister to use all her influence when President Trump comes to the UK to get the US to recommit to its obligations from the Paris Summit and to set up a climate emergency in the USA to tackle global warming?
Well, the Honourable Gentleman raises an important point, but I would say that despite the rhetoric, the US's decarbonisation record is very good. In fact, they cut their carbon intensity by 3.7% to the year ending in 2017, which is well ahead of the global average and indeed well ahead of the EU's average. And he'll know that it's not just federal actions, it's the actions of states and cities and companies, and the We're Still In coalition, who is hugely accelerating work on decarbonisation. Acts like, for example, the net zero targets of the state of California are delivering real change in the United States, and we should celebrate that.
Ms Saville-Roberts.
I too had the honour of meeting Greta Thunberg at the Parliamentary Leaders' Roundtable discussions this morning, and I'd like to put on record my thanks to all those involved in the youth climate change activists and who have succeeded in putting climate change at the top of the agenda. Mr. Speaker, climate change waits for no government. I travelled to London on the train with Heather Bolton from Gwynedd, and she was on her way to attend the Extinction Rebellion protest here in Westminster. We talked about Fairbourne on the Gwynedd coast, where the whole community has been warned to prepare to move out within 40 years. Climate change is more than a passing inconvenience to the people of Fairbourne. Will she accept my invitation to visit the community and see the economic, the social and the human cost of inaction?
Always delighted to visit installations in Wales. In fact, I went to the constituency of Bridgend with the Honourable Lady opposite, and we saw some amazing innovation work that is being led there, so it would be an absolute pleasure. But she's right to point out that this is not just some sort of challenge for a few. The Kármán layer, the level where the Earth's atmosphere merges into outer space, where all of our gases upon which life depends, is 60 miles deep. So it would I would not even get halfway to her constituency if I was driving straight up before I tipped out of the atmospheric layer. That is why this is such an important opportunity, and we must work together.
Danielle Rowley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If you'd believe it, Mr. Speaker, it wasn't in the too distant past that I was a young activist. And what I hated then, and what I know young people hate, is when politicians say, young people, the future is theirs, because the present is theirs, and this planet is theirs too. And one of the 4 demands of the climate strikers is extending the vote to 16 and 17-year-olds. They're so passionate about this topic. Would the Minister agree giving them the vote so they can vote on it?
Oh, I didn't realise the demands had got that broad. Look, I think the Honourable Lady is right to focus on something really important, that it is the job of governments to steward what they have for a period of time and pass it on in a better state to the next generation. Whether that is the Earth's climate, whether it is the economy, that is actually what we exist to do. And whether the argument about voting age sits in that, I don't know. I think we've heard loud and clear what the next generation, and indeed grannies, grandpas, parents, all of us need to do, and we need to work together to accelerate our actions.
Vera Hobhouse.
Speaker, our young people in many countries across the world, and I actually congratulate them because, let's face it, we wouldn't be sitting here today. They have reminded us how urgent the climate crisis is and that we have to be very ambitious, a lot more ambitious than we have been so far. Is the government committed to make our electricity grid 100% carbon zero before 2050? And if so, when will we know about this new target?
Well, when I launched the offshore wind sector deal, I said that we will be at least at 70% net zero carbon for power generation by 2030, so in only 11 years' time. And so we can extrapolate further on that. But if you talk to energy system modellers, there is a view that there will always need to be some level of thermal energy generation on the grid, because you can't do a cold start based on current renewable and storage technology. And then that raises the question about how we decarbonise, particularly our gas supply, further.
Rachel Maskell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's complacency in government why young people have left their classrooms to educate politicians and to challenge us here in this place. So rather than just warm words, in the light that we are going to miss our fourth and fifth carbon budgets, will the Minister commit to setting every public authority and every local authority stringent carbon budgets?
The Honourable Lady is right to point out the role of local authorities in this. I happen to believe that so much policy is best made by it being pulled through at a local level, because you can join up your generation, your transport systems, your cycling and walking strategies, rather than pushing it out from Westminster. But the young people of today, it's such a patronising phrase, isn't it? Everybody in the UK today should be proud of the fact that we listened, and 10 years ago, with cross-party support, we passed the world's first Climate Change Act. So we listen in this place. We might not act as quickly or in the ways that people want us to, but we have to look at our early movement and the fact that we have led the world in decarbonisation. We are listening and we are acting.
Jonathan Reynolds.
Speaker, to deal with the climate emergency requires that we ensure billions and billions of pounds is invested in low-carbon technologies, which will mainly come from the private sector and has to go into particularly heat and to transport. And that money is there, but for it to be invested at scale requires certainty. And I'd just say to the Minister, since 2010, we've had zero-carbon homes, needlessly scrapped by the Coalition. Now it's coming back. The Eco Solid Wall Insulation Programme was announced. It lasted less than a year. Tidal lagoons have been flirted with and have gone nowhere. The Carbon Capture Fund money was put up and then taken away. Onshore wind was banned entirely. The Green Investment Bank was set up. It's already been sold off. And that is fundamentally, Minister, why green investment in the UK is falling. Yeah. And where there has been certainty, which is mainly in offshore wind, progress has indeed been rapid. But, Minister, isn't it the reality that it's not just the protesters, it's the financial markets too, who are saying there's been some good progress, but it's just not enough? And maybe it's time to listen to one or both of those groups.
I have to say, many of the things he talked about were being funded entirely by government subsidy, because government has no money of its own. It's tax, it's other people's money. So somebody has to pay. It's either taxpayers or consumers for whom many of the policy costs have been borne, or it has to be borne by the private sector, shareholders. But he's absolutely right that actually having certainty, having policies that will stand the test of political time, policies as we've set out now in the Clean Growth Strategy, are the way that we will get that investment certainty. And the good news is the world is moving very rapidly away from high carbon investments and looking for investment opportunities, and we are able to offer them.
Hannah Bardell.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We salute 16-year-old Greta Thunberg and the school climate strikers and Extinction Rebellion. They have shone a light on the issue of climate change in a way that it would seem only David Attenborough is able to equal. Surely the Minister recognises her government must do more. Perhaps they can follow the lead of the SNP Scottish Government with its world-leading climate change targets
and, as my honourable friend across the benches has suggested, follow our example of allowing 16 and 17-year-olds to have a vote on these issues, because they quite clearly are well ahead of some of the dinosaurs in this place.
See, too many dinosaurs in the building today, Mr. Speaker. But look, again, I want to pay tribute, actually, because I think the devolved administrations and the Westminster Government have worked incredibly well on this issues. We share one goal. We share one set of climate budgets. We share one set, largely, of taxpayer receipts that have paid for much of this investment, and we must continue to work together, and we must look for points where we can come together rather than where we can diverge, as I'm afraid the Honourable Lady's party often wants to do.
Julie Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Climate change is not a party political issue. It's an issue of global importance. And in that light, the government's complacency today and refusal to take leadership on this at a national level is extremely worrying. I'm feeling really emotional about this today. I listened to Greta earlier and applaud her for pointing out the obvious and for inspiring us and reminding us how very crucial it is that we take action now. And this morning, my granddaughter was born. And I look at her, and I think that these children and these young people, we owe it to them to demonstrate. And as a government, can I politely say, Minister, you owe it to them to demonstrate that you are doing more than talking about this. Can you outline for us the actions that you will take to make sure that they do have the future that they deserve?
Congratulations to the Honourable Lady on becoming a granny. That doesn't seem possible. But she's absolutely right. I mean, but I want to say this, that whatever I say or ministers say from this dispatch box, frankly, is reported in Hansard and then is tomorrow's chip paper. What we have to do is act. We have to set out actions, set out our ambition and work together. And I'm disappointed to hear that she thinks I've been complacent at the dispatch box. I have tried incredibly hard to show that we are listening, we are acting, and we are delivering, and we have to accelerate that. But she should be very proud of the fact that we are the first developed country to say, help us understand what net zero looks like. What are those changes going to have to be? That sounds hopeless. That sounds hopeful to me.
Chris Bryant.
The vast majority of my constituents, despite living in an area of multiple deprivation, own their own homes. And those homes are ones that are very difficult to make viable and to conserve energy. The previous system that was brought in the coalition government was a complete and utter disaster. It meant that local businesses closed down. It meant lots of shoddy work was done. There were lots of families who were desperate because they thought that they'd wasted money and were financially out of pocket themselves. So will the government really look very closely at finding a new means of making sure that people like my constituents can do their bit, even though they haven't got a lot of money in their own personal pocket?
And I'm happy to tell the honourable gentleman that the Every Home Counts review that we did, whose recommendations we have accepted, where we have a trust mark for this work, should stop this problem happening in the future. Too much shoddy work has been done, reparations have been made, but essentially people have to have confidence that the work they're having done to their homes is done to a high standard and is effective.
Catherine West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tragically, Ella Kissa-Debre lost her life to asthma, and currently the courts are looking at whether the authorities had any responsibility in that tragic death, which I do believe is a crisis in children's respiratory health. There's a meeting tonight called Pollution Has No Borders, and one thing which the government could do would be to take away those cuts from local government, which was looking at more clean buses. Just increasing the number of bus journeys rather than car journeys would not only help lots of people on low incomes, but it would help the planet. Please, could that be one thing taken away from today's debate, which the Minister will pledge to look into giving that money back to councils so action can be taken on our terribly polluted air?
Well, the Honourable Lady is right to point out that one of the problems that we don't talk about enough is that CO2 pollution is often associated with particulate pollution, and one of the co-benefits of cutting emissions is that you get cleaner air. But I gently say I believe she's wrong to focus on a reduction in budgets in zero-carbon transport. My recollection, and I will check this and write to her, is that those budgets have gone up. I myself have seen some of the hydrogen buses and hybrid buses that are running. And, of course, actually the challenge is also to get more cars off the road, which obviously have a far greater pollutant per mile travelled, and ensure that those children, particularly in the most deprived areas, have clean air to breathe.
Jo Swinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Extinction Rebellion is a vital movement, and joining the protest on Sunday with my 5-year-old son Andrew, we found an amazing sense of positivity, of peace and of passion for change. Young people are leading the way, and we must listen to them. So does the Minister recognise that for all the action that is being taken on the current trajectory, it is not enough, and that what we need is a transformation in the level of our ambition if we are to secure our future?
I recognise ambitions need to be raised, not just here, but around the world. And that is why I hope that we will have the chance to secure the crucial climate change talks next year, because I think we need to demonstrate, as I said, that this is possible, that this is not something to be frightened of, and we need to work together with other countries to try and raise ambition collectively. And it will be wonderful to have cross-party support for the UK being the host of those talks.
Clive Efford.
Speaker, I think I could sum up the Minister's response today by saying that the rest of the world is rubbish, we're better, we're doing things ahead of everybody else, can't understand why people came here and demonstrated. By definition, it was a peaceful demonstration, but over 1,000 people managed to defy the authorities to the point where they were arrested. These people are not going to go away. So, Minister, what has changed as a result of their protests over the last few days?
I gently say to the honourable gentleman, I think that's a really wrong reading of what I have said, and I'm happy to send him Hansard. He'll find that quite the opposite has been said. What has changed is that we will... everything has changed in a way, in that we now know how broad this protest is. We now know the depths of people's feelings. We are as frustrated as they are, if you like, about some of the challenges. But we also have to recognise in this place that whatever we do is fair to his constituents, to my constituents, to those that pay for the change, and also means that the world can come with us. And I do want to keep emphasising that point, that we mustn't be complacent. Nobody is complacent, but we have shown that we can deliver, we will deliver, and we know we need to do more, but we will have to do that together.
Anna McMorrin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Extinction Rebellion protest over the last few days has prevented business as usual, but nothing compared to what climate change will do and is doing in certain areas of the world. It's not good enough to talk the talk and not walk the walk. This needs fundamental, transformative shift in our economy and in what we do. The Secretary of State is shutting her eyes and ears on this. So will she make a statement today and tell us what action is actually being taken across government to show this fundamental shift and challenge business as usual?
Thank the honourable lady for my inadvertent promotion, but I think she just has to look at the numbers. We've had the cleanest year for electricity generation we have ever had. This weekend we went the longest period for this country built on coal without using any coal. We're legislating to make sure that homes will have no more fossil fuel heatings. 42,000 homes in my constituency are off the gas grid. From 2025 you won't be able to build one in my constituency unless it has some form of pitching. I just think the honourable lady shakes her head. She knows better than many in this place, given her long level of involvement, that it's all very well politicians standing up and mouthing empty platitudes. What you have to deliver is have actions, not words, and that is what we are delivering.
Catherine McKinnell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As she knows, last week the Governor of the Bank of England warned that climate change poses a financial risk to investments such as people's pension savings. And in March, the $1 trillion Norwegian Sovereign Wealth Fund declared it will no longer invest in oil and gas exploration in order to minimise that exposure to those climate-related financial risks. So what steps will the Minister take to ensure that within the green finance strategy there are the incentives to ensure that people can both invest and organisations can provide investments that are sustainable?
To raise the issue of pension fund investing. In fact, when we had our Great Green Britain Week last year, one of the amazing things was one of the most effective things an individual can do is move their pension fund, if they're able to, or lobby their trustees, like the House of Commons Pension Funds trustees, to move away from fossil fuel or unsustainable investment. The opportunities are there. I'm really proud of the work the Bank of England has done on the climate risk disclosure, and clearly we need to do more. But again, if the Honourable Lady has ideas, I'm extremely keen to discuss this, because we will be much better off if we all put our heads together.
Annalisa Dodds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My city of Oxford is the first in the country to create a citizens' assembly focused on the climate crisis. The Minister said that she wanted a broad-based debate, but we all know what happens far too often. We have a knee-jerk, politically expedient reaction against anything that goes against the status quo. So please, will she come to Oxford, see what we're doing, and look genuinely at these cases where we can have a much more broad-based discussion about the climate crisis, so we can do something about it?
Of course, and part of the reason that I am so passionate about this is I studied at that university many years ago. I studied climate change and geography and meteorology, and they have, the university and many of the people associated with it have been world leaders in understanding the science. And Oxford City Council has done some amazing things in this space. So again, we are really keen to learn. I don't accept there's any knee-jerk political reaction. There is a clean growth strategy that sets out what we will do over the next 25 years to meet our budget. But if we've got good ideas, let's stop hoarding them and let's share them.
Daniel Zeichner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the sectors that has not done well in terms of reducing carbon emissions is, of course, road transport. And one of the policy levers that used to be available was the fuel duty escalator, which, of course, the coalition government ceased to proceed with, and the current government does not want to return to. Would the Minister agree with me that it needs to be looked at again? Would she accept, in terms of carbon emissions, it's been a mistake?
Again, I mentioned at the beginning that you have to do things that are proportionate and fair. The Honourable Gentleman, I know, supported the cap on electricity prices, the fuel prices that we've put in, because we have to make sure that it is not the least well-off who are paying for this transition. But I would pay tribute to his work and his own personal cycling activities. The City of Cambridge, as he knows, is an exemplar for cycling and for effectively ensuring that road transport becomes very much a thing of the past.
Jim Shannon.
Can I first of all thank the Minister for her supporting the message and also for her actions as well. I was one of those other MPs who attended and listened to Greta Thunberg today, the 16-year-old, a very inspirational young girl, and certainly inspired me, inspired many others in this House as well. She's 16 years of age, Mr. Speaker. She's 6 years older than my oldest grandchild, Katie, 10 years older than my grandchild, Mia, and almost 16 years older than my grandchild, Austin. So what message would the Minister give my 3 grandchildren and all the other children that the climate action taken today will have made the difference?
That by working together we can solve the biggest challenge humanity has ever faced, and it will be difficult, but it is doable, and in doing that we will create jobs and prosperity for the next generation.
Matthew Pennycook.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister will know that over half of the UK's planned carbon reductions are tied up in some way or another to EU regulations, and EU agencies are key to enforcement. Assuming it is ever established, can the Minister tell us whether the Government's new Office for Environmental Protection will have a climate change and climate change enforcement remit, and if not, why not?
I think the Honourable Gentleman will be able to discuss that further during the passage of the bill. He makes a powerful point, but I would also reassure him, as we've said many times, that nothing as part of our EU exit will in any way compromise our climate ambition. Indeed, our ambition and our progress to date is well ahead of the rest of the EU.
Seema Malhotra.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could I also extend my thanks and admiration to Greta Thunberg, whose speech I had the honour of hearing today. And yes, her microphone was working, which at some point was of concern to her. And clearly much does need to change, and as a country we need to move forward together in order to deliver that change sustainably. So further to the question by my honourable friend, the member for Walthamstow, what substantial and specific plans does the Minister have for how we should formally engage with the public on how we respond in policy and legislative terms as a nation to our climate crisis? And why won't she consider a citizens' assembly?
In or out, I'm interested to see how this would work. I'm interested in how the Youth Parliament could provide a steer for younger people coming to this place. I'm also interested that she says, we haven't had a conversation. I was very struck when I launched the first ever Green Great Britain Week last October, that it was the first time we'd had a national moment where we actually came together right across the UK and talked about what we'd achieved and challenged ourselves to go further. There have been very many campaigns. The Show the Love campaign run by the Climate Coalition is brilliant. But I do think one of the exciting things, I was asked what is different, is that this conversation has stopped being niche and started being mainstream. And again, if the Honourable Lady thinks that citizens' assemblies are the way to go and we should be listening to them and getting a stronger steer, then let's have that conversation and see how it could work.
Melanie, on.
Will she overturn the ban on onshore wind?
On onshore wind, as the Honourable Lady well knows, I was elected on a manifesto that said that large-scale wind development, of which I believe there is now 13 gigawatts in the UK, rising to 14 over the next year, is not appropriate for very many parts of England. She will know from her constituency, though, the benefits that offshore wind can deliver, where we can put up 198 turbines, each as tall as the Gherkin, with incredible opportunities for the offshore servicing fleet that we saw in her constituency to actually regenerate the whole of the coastal communities actually serving those developments. So we will continue to invest in onshore wind, but I do agree that I think large-scale onshore wind development is very inappropriate in many parts of England.
Aaron Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have today written to the Minister, the Prime Minister and the Leader of the House, alongside a growing list of now 71 of my colleagues from this side of the House, calling on the Government to table at least a day's worth of debate in Government time to discuss the Government's response to the Climate Change Committee on how we meet our net zero carbon emissions sooner rather than later. Will the Minister commit to support that request today and to join us in that debate?
The usual channels work out that timetable, but the honourable gentleman will know I will talk about these issues all day, and in fact I'm due to make another statement in a short period of time, Mr. Speaker, so we can do all this again.
And more. And more. Plenty of scope. Alison Hewlett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister is keen to trumpet that the UK went 90 hours and 45 minutes without coal, but the reality is that her government is not making nearly enough of her potential in both on and offshore wind, solar, wave and hydro, particularly in pumped storage hydro. And Scotland's efforts are being stymied by her government's policies. What specific measures will she bring in to incentivise renewables across the UK?
Well, we are already incentivising renewables. What we've always said, and I believe it's right, is that we have to be technologically neutral in these things. All of these technologies started out in pretty much the same place. Some have progressed faster than others. And also we have to have cost effectiveness. What we cannot do is spend other people's money supporting technology which will remain expensive over the long term. And the Honourable Lady's waving at me. Isn't it incredible that the price of offshore wind has dropped like a technology company over the last 2 years, not effectively a mechanical engineering industry, because of the policy structure and the auction structure and the market investment that we've brought forward? We should be celebrating that and celebrating the fact that the North Sea is the best place in the world for offshore wind.
Hey. Speaker, Global Witness published a report this morning which found $4.9 trillion invested in oil and gas fields, either in development or not yet in production, which will therefore contribute to exceeding global warming scenarios of 1.5 degrees, as per the terms of the Paris Accord. Now, much of that investment comes from FTSE 100 registered companies. So what legal advice will the government be giving to those London HQ'd businesses that are investing in breach of our international obligations?
The the Honourable Lady, I'm sure, has also read a book called The Burning Question, published in 2013, that raised this challenge in terms of the valuation of reserves of oil and gas majors, and I indeed answered a question from her colleague earlier. There is a challenge around how quickly the oil and gas companies are being part of the transition, but as we were discussing earlier, so many people in the UK, and indeed the Exchequer, rely on this industry, and that's allowed us to cross-subsidise very much of the renewables success that we have delivered. But what she also knows is these companies are global organisations, and we do need to work globally to ensure that we solve that problem.
Diana Johnson.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister's talked about actions, not words. She's also talked about the clean growth strategy. I wondered what she thought then of the plans to downgrade the electrification of rail lines and to invest and promote, as the Secretary of State for Transport has done, bimodal trains, which obviously part of the time are diesel.
I had a flashback to my old job as Rail Minister with the Honourable Lady, and of course she will know because her constituency is the beneficiary of some of the big investments that we're making, like the wind turbine factories that are located up there. I think the point on that is that we need to always balance cost, carbon and competitive advantage, and it was the case that we could deliver the benefits to passengers from those bimodal trains, who obviously have a much lower CO2 emission than if they were running in full diesel, and I'm sure her constituents welcome that investment.
Lloyd Russell Moyle.
Minister, the point of declaring a carbon emergency is to take action immediately, not 2025, 2030. So why aren't we changing the planning rules to mean that all homes have to be carbon neutral now? Why aren't we ensuring that all new buses on our streets are non-carbon emitting? These things are possible. 1,000 people have been arrested on the streets. My view is that they have done so to raise this issue in this House and in the country. Will she agree with me that it is not in the public interest to prosecute those people? They should be getting awards, not prosecutions.
I thought there was a bit of mace waving coming on with that passionate speech. I will leave that question to the questions that happened earlier with my honourable friends from the Department of Justice.
Thank you. Order. Urgent question. Sir Michael Fallon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to ask the Secretary of State for Transport whether he'll make a statement on his decision to delay yet again the award of the South Eastern Rail franchise.
Minister Andrew Jones.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In June 2017, the Department for Transport announced that the shortlisted bidders for the South Eastern franchise competition were South Eastern Holdings Limited, London and South East Passenger Rail Services Limited, a wholly owned subsidiary of Govia and the current incumbent, and Stagecoach South Eastern Trains Limited, a wholly owned subsidiary of Stagecoach Group plc. Subsequently, in December 18, the Department exercised an extension with the existing South Eastern operator, London South Eastern, until the 23rd of June this year. This was to allow further time for the competition to identify the next operator for the franchise. The Department is now in the progress of negotiating a further direct award, which, subject to a successful negotiation, would run until the 10th of November this year, with an option to extend the agreement until April next. We're taking these steps to ensure continuity of services for passengers. This additional time is necessary to deliver the best possible outcome for passengers and taxpayers alike. As soon as this work is concluded, we will update the House in the usual way.
Michael Fallon.
Well, I'm grateful to the Rail Minister, but he hasn't quite explained why such a mess has been made of this particular franchise. Can he confirm exactly when my constituents, who already pay the second highest fares in the home counties, when they will get the long-promised new carriages? Can he explain why, if the franchising system is now under review, he has been able to award an 8-year franchise for the East Midlands? And finally, could he explain why the compensation in respect of last year's timetable chaos is not going to the two stations most affected in my constituency, Shoreham and Ainsford, when the two operators, in fact, enjoy common ownership? Is it not time to restore confidence in the whole franchising system?
Well, I thank my right honourable friend for those questions. I know he's been a strong and tenacious champion for rail passengers in his constituency. He has raised issues with me and spoken in Westminster Hall debates. I share his impatience to get the benefits to his and indeed to all constituents that are emerging from our franchises. This is a huge and complex piece of public procurement. It's right to take the time to make sure we get it right and to finalise this competition. The area is one of the most complex on our network. It has a mix of high-speed and commuter services. It has highly intensive use of infrastructure. I can't tell the honourable gentleman the date when we will be able to make the announcement. This is a live competition involving market-sensitive information, so there is an established method of communication to the House and to the markets. So that means I cannot answer and say little on that point today. I can confirm to him why the EMT, the East Midlands franchise, was awarded with the rail review taking place, and that was simply because the East Midlands and this franchise award were both considered we could get the benefits into passengers before the work of the rail review would come into play. In terms of compensation for those two stations, obviously I will look at those very carefully. The point about the compensation following the May 18 timetable changes, there were some significant problems, but they weren't everywhere. The issue was to get the compensation to those who had been most affected by it. They received compensation which was, I think, appropriate, but I will check out those two stations and obviously write to my right honourable friend as quickly as possible.
Rachel Maskell.
Thank you. So here we are again, Mr. Speaker. A Transport Minister forced to dispatch box to defend the actions, or in this case, the lack of action, by the ever-failing Secretary of State. Following 4 delays on South Eastern's franchise, we now know that the government is planning a direct award. After 12 other direct awards, including on South Eastern Rail, is this approach to save embarrassment of failure further down the road? 2 monopolies, Govia and Albelio, are left in the competition to run Britain's most beleaguered franchise, following a litany of failures under Govia, highlighted in Chris Gibbs' report 2 years ago, and a lacklustre response by the Secretary of State, who quite frankly should have brought the franchise under direct operation. It is the travelling public which is being failed. So what discussions has the Minister had with the trade unions as the hard-working staff face further uncertainty, not least over their jobs and pensions? Will he also confirm that there is no intention to cut pensions to staff through this franchise process? Is the government going to stall on all franchises until the conclusion of the Williams Review, which is undertaking a comprehensive look at why our rail system is floundering? And if so, when will this report be published? In the light of revelations this weekend that sensitive confidential information was leaked from Stagecoach into the hands of Abellio during the East Midlands process, what changes has the Minister made in his department to ensure commercially confidential information isn't shared with competitors in this broken process? How is the government measuring past failure of these rail monopolies? And in the light of evidence, will he then rule out their bidding, as he has with other companies involved in other franchises? With 176 million journeys each year, how can passengers have any confidence that they won't be paying the price for failure, something they have had to endure under this current award? Paying some of the highest fares in exchange for one of the worst services, it is clear that this franchising fiasco must end. And if the Secretary of State won't take back control of our rail, Labour will.
Minister Andrew James.
Well, I thank the Honourable Lady for those questions. This is a short direct award that we are negotiating to allow this competition to reach its end. This is not the end of franchising. Franchising has been a significant ingredient in improving and turning around the rail performance in this country. It has led us to having more services, more passengers at a greater level of safety than at any point in our country's history. Franchising has been part of that success. This is not an issue of failure, it is an issue of making sure we get this correct. Have I discussed the franchise bid with the trades unions? No, because the bids are assessed by officers of the Department for Transport, And the officers of the Department for Transport anonymise those bids, they assess them. This is important market-sensitive information. Market-sensitive information runs through a standard procedure which the Honourable Lady should be aware of. It operates in councils, it operates in this government, it operates in devolved assemblies too. I have, however, of course, met with trade unions and was able to confirm with them that my aspirations for the rail industry include the careers of those who serve it. It was a point raised by the Honourable Lady, who is chair of the Transport Select Committee, where we had an urgent question about this just before Easter. I do not want to see any pension cut. I want to see those who work on our rail services retire with secure and stable pensions. But these are, of course, pensions from a private business, not necessarily something that comes from government. In terms of the Williams Review, well, the Williams Review, that work is underway. I'm sure the Honourable Lady will have seen some of the evidence papers and heard the emerging thinking that Mr Williams has given at some speeches that he has made over the course of the past few weeks. We look forward to seeing the output of that review. The whole point here is that franchising has been an ingredient in our rail turnaround, which has been so fantastic for this country. Yeah. The question now is how we take that to the next stage, and that's what the Williams Review is all about.
Yeah.
Damian Green. Speaker, my constituents are as anxious as anyone about the reasons that lie behind this continuing delay. But they are even more anxious that the improvements that we've all been promised under the new franchise actually happen. So can my honourable friend give me and my constituency assurance that the improvements, particularly the extra capacity on the high-speed line, will be available when the franchise is eventually awarded?
Well, my right honourable friend asked a question about how the bid may finally be judged. I cannot comment upon that work in progress, but I can say that we have had an invitation to tender, which was published in November 17. It was the result of a significant amount of consultation. I think there were 10,000 or so responses to that consultation. I am as anxious as my right honourable friend to get the benefits of that invitation to tender out to the constituents he serves so well as fast as possible. But I can't give an answer today on who will win that franchise. That is work that is carried out separately, away from ministers, by officials, anonymised, because it is such important market-sensitive information. But his point will have been heard by all of those in the industry.
Lillian Greenwood.
The South Eastern franchise was originally due to end in 2014. The West Coast franchise failure delayed it to August 2018, and now the direct award to Govia could be further extended to 2020. If the government still believes in competition for rail services, it's hard to understand why his department seems absolutely unable to actually run a competition for this franchise. But can he clarify how many compliant bids were received for the South Eastern franchise, and indeed how many compliant bids were received for the East Midlands franchise that was awarded 2 weeks ago?
Well, the Honourable Lady makes the point about is franchising dead. No, of course, we managed to award a franchise only in the week just before Easter. So franchising as a process is working. Can we get the benefits out to passengers as fast as possible? Of course, that is what it's all about. But these are complex questions, and it's appropriate that we take our time to get it right. How many compliant bids? Well, it was obviously the issue of pensions that attracted a lot of attention for the East Midlands bid. We have 2 pension-compliant bids for the South Eastern franchise, and we look forward to making the announcement as soon as we possibly can.
Joseph Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can my honourable friend assure me that this further delay to the award of the franchise won't hold up the long-awaited works for Petswood and St Mary Cray Station to become fully accessible, something for which residents have been campaigning for many years?
Well, I obviously thank my right honourable friend for that question. You know, I share his enthusiasm for the Access for All process and the recent announcement of extra funds and where those funds will be targeted, made by my honourable friend. I can tell him that the design work on the stations selected will be starting over the summer and construction as soon as possible thereafter. I know that he will be anxious for the benefits to serve his constituents, and so am I, and so is the Minister, who I know is listening, and she's indicated that she'll be very happy to meet with my honourable friend to take that forward.
Rosie Duffield.
Mr. Speaker. Further to his letter of the 10th of April, where the Under-Secretary of State assured members that robust scrutiny would be used in this decision-making process, could he please reassure my beleaguered constituents in East Kent that that scrutiny will also apply to the exorbitant fare rises, constant delays and disruptions, and arbitrary timetable changes and removal of services?
Well, I can most certainly provide the honourable lady's constituents with the assurance that she is seeking. We will obviously be focusing upon fares. We want to make sure that the travelling public gets a great deal, and that is why we have frozen regulated fares in line with inflation for the 6th year in a row. It is why also in January we saw the launch of the 16 to 18-year-old rail card, which will come into play later this year. So will there be attention on costs and on scrutiny on fares? Of course there will. We will be maintaining that. And this policy, which has delivered its 6th year against Labour intentions, will be continuing.
Helen Grant.
Could the Minister please confirm that the City Thameslink service from Maidstone East will still be delivered before the end of the year? It's desperately needed and it's been promised on a multitude of occasions.
Well, my honourable friend has been a very diligent campaigner on this issue. I know it matters a lot to her and to her constituency. She has been a real vocal champion on this issue specifically. This is, however, also an industry-led process, but we are working with them to deliver the benefits as soon as possible. I can't comment immediately on this because it's not part of this franchise, but of course I will check the information. I will keep her posted on progress.
Tom Brake.
If the Rail Review recommends suburban services in the London area are transferred to London Government, will the Government allow South Eastern suburban services to be transferred in that way to maximise integration of transport services in London?
Well, that is a very interesting question. I would expect the Rail Review to make some interesting recommendations about devolution. I am personally a fan of devolution, but we'll better see what it says before commenting upon the outcome.
Sir David Evernett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I note my honourable friend's statement today on South Eastern rail franchise. I'm, of course, bitterly disappointed that we have not made any progress on this matter, and in the meantime, my constituents continue to suffer a poor service into London. Also disappointingly, but rather ironically, just like the rail service, all we seem to see from his department are continued delay, and that is a great disappointment. As the Minister is well aware, improvements are desperately needed to our service in Bexley, the borough of Bexley, and not later this year or next year or sometimes never. Our constituents are paying more money for a poor service, and what we're expecting, really, is a decision so that we can look to the better future, so that the travelling public from Bexley has a better service. At the moment, it does not.
Well, my right honourable friend makes a very important point. He is a diligent campaigner on rail issues for his constituency. We saw that to important level, really, when there was the landslip earlier this year, and he was a great champion in making sure that the voices of his travelling constituents were heard in this House. We will be making the announcement on the decision on who wins the South Eastern franchise competition, but I can tell him that I am extremely keen to get the benefits that the franchise will bring to his constituents, and I'll be making sure that he's kept fully posted on progress.
Theresa Pearce.
There appears to be a serious issue around rail pensions, and the Minister has said there are 2 pension-compliant bids on the table. Could the Minister say if the Department has made any changes to the franchise specifications in respect of pension obligations, and what conversations have been held with the pensions regulator regarding the deficit?
Well, the pensions regulator is obviously an independent body, and the pensions that we're talking about are those of private companies. So the role for government is not direct here, and at the moment operators are liable for the full pensions risk during their franchise term. These competitions actually, that includes the East Midlands competition raised by her honourable friend from Nottingham earlier, included a risk-sharing mechanism with the government, which actually reduced the risk that operators are exposed to. In this, the operators retain risks that they are able to manage. So there has been some changes, but it's about risk sharing for the future. So there was a notable change in these franchises.
Helen Whately.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is disappointing that, like so many South Eastern trains, the South Eastern franchise itself is delayed. My constituents expect the new franchise to give them improved services, to reduce overcrowding, delay repay 15 and smart ticketing and flexible season tickets, which is really important. Will my honourable friend make sure that though the franchise is delayed, these improvements won't be delayed, and can they actually be introduced in advance of the new franchise rather than us waiting so long?
Well, I obviously will have a look at what my honourable friend says, but the key benefits that have come into our rail services over the past few years have come in through the franchising process, as it has brought in private investment. That investment has purchased new rolling stock or leased new rolling stock, and that has been a transformation across the country for the travelling public. She is as impatient as I am that the benefits that we are seeing come to fruition for her constituents, and I will, of course, work to deliver those as fast as I possibly can.
Matthew Pennicook.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The franchise specification promised extra capacity, it promised new rolling stock, greater frequency of trains and 15-minute delay replay. Improvements my constituents now won't see for at least another 7, perhaps 12 months. What specifically is the department going to do to improve services for passengers on South Eastern throughout the period of the franchise extension?
Well, I can tell the honourable gentleman that we're working to bring the franchise decision to a conclusion as fast as we possibly can and get the benefits right across the franchise which will come with that decision and get that in play as quickly as we can.
Tom Tugendhat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The delay to this franchise is not only a delay to the people of Tunbridge and Westmoreland and the towns and villages around, but it's actually also a delay to a strategy that the Minister, had already announced about the 15-minute compensation delay. Now, I do hope that his initial statement that this will wait until a change of franchise will no longer apply, and that instead he'll make the change from a 30-minute to a 15-minute compensation delay apply now. Because if we are to wait still further, then this is just simply going to cost commuters in the wonderful towns that I have the privilege to represent to have to pay more for delayed services.
Well, delay repay 15, which, Mr. Speaker, is a compensation system which would give any passenger who has been delayed by 15 minutes or more 25% of their fare back. That will be a part of all future franchise awards, but we have been able to make some in-franchise changes in other areas, in Northern and in Great Western very recently. So I will look at the point my honourable friend is making. I am aware of how well this has been received where we have been able to make those changes. It's not quite as straightforward as saying we need to make them, can do it immediately, but I know he is hungry for that benefit and I will do what I can to help him achieve that.
Clive Efford.
Mr. Speaker, I don't quite understand how the Minister can anonymise the two bids when there are only two bidders and one of them is the existing franchise. But that, setting that aside, I mean, this is a franchise that is fraying at the edges. And today, this afternoon, yet more delays because of a broken down train. Now, isn't it time that the Department of Transport spoke to the Mayor for London about London's suburban services and sorted out this mess once and for all?
Well, the process for the assessment and award of bids is handled away from ministers and handled by the output, the content of the bids, rather than by the bidder's name. So these things are handled in a way which is perhaps a little different to that the honourable gentleman suggests. In terms of conversations with the Mayor, well, I have had a conversation with the Mayor, but not on this issue. He came to the Department for Transport seeking a loan facility of over £2 billion to help with the completion of Crossrail, and we were able to help with that. It is, of course, a loan which will need to be repaid, but that loan has been made, and he is, I believe, drawing down upon it. He is, of course, needs to answer some questions about the long-term viability of Transport for London's finances. And in terms of the performance on the network, well, of course there is more to be done. There is more to be done on every single franchise, and I want to make sure that we have services which are on time every time. 90% of trains on this franchise have been on time over the past few months, and when I looked at the performance earlier today, it was 97%. But of course, nobody wants to have any delays, and that is why it is my top priority.
Lucy Crouch.
Speaker, rail-using constituents of mine on the Maidstone East line, the Medway Valley line from Chatham are fed up with being forced to pay through the nose to use a service beset by delays, lack of information and poor quality rolling stock. Continuous delays in deciding the next franchise provide no incentive for the current franchise holder to make any investment to improve services for today's users. So what can the Minister do to ensure that passengers receive the service that they pay for now rather than in the future, for which, like South Eastern, the timetable keeps changing?
Well, my honourable friend has been a champion for her travelling public, and I know that because she has made the point to me on a number of occasions, both in this House and in other meetings outside. What I can say is that the management of the franchise, as with all franchises, there is a performance regime which is operated through the Department for Transport. Whenever we see franchises failing in any way, we take action right away. I will say what I have said to other colleagues across the House is that I am impatient to see the benefits of this franchise award out there as soon as possible, and consequently I will be making sure we get this decision made as fast as we possibly can, and I'll keep her informed of progress.
Janet Davey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is the fourth time the award of a new franchise has been delayed. Commuters from my constituency and from others across the South East have been facing delays, cancellations and overcrowding on trains. The continued delay is preventing long-term investment and improvements which are placing millions of passengers at a disadvantage. Will the Minister therefore provide an update on the timeline for the award, be transparent about the reasons for the repeated delay and outline a long-term view on the viability of the franchise system as a whole?
Minister.
Well, my view on the franchise system as a whole is that it has been a part of our improvement in our rail performance as measured by the number of services, measured by the number of passengers and measured by the quality of journeys over the past few years. So the benefits of a privately run industry have been profound. I cannot answer the Honourable Lady's questions because this is market-sensitive information. There is information which will need to be announced to the markets and to the House in the normal manner when the decisions are made.
Bob Neal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I happen to agree with my honourable friend the Minister about the benefits that come from franchising. Now, having made that point, perhaps he will take it in the spirit in which I make it when I say that if you are paying someone to discredit the franchising process, the way his department has gone about it couldn't be bettered. It is an utter shambles. In order not to add insult to injury to my long-suffering constituents, will he return to the very fair point made by my honourable friend, the member for Tunbridge and Malling, that the very least the department can do is, if they seek an extension to the current franchise and they continue to get the financial benefit, they shall be obliged to bring in 15-minute delay repay straight away, not waiting.
Well, the issue for me is, of course, how we make sure that the trains are run on time every time, but when things go wrong, we need to see a compensation scheme which is fair to the travelling public. I share the impatience that my honourable friend has in terms of getting the benefits that will come through this franchise award to the constituency served so well. I will keep him updated on progress, including the point made to my honourable friend from Tunbridge about DR15.
Phil Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the Minister knows, the contract for the rolling stock for the Deep Tube contract for London Underground was awarded to a company which intends to build the majority of the rolling stock in Austria, having promised that it will be built in the UK. What guarantees can the Minister give that the company which is awarded the new South East rolling stock contract will build the trains in the UK, providing work for train companies such as Hitachi and Newton Aycliffe in my constituency?
Well, the honourable gentleman is a great champion for that rail company in his constituency. He has told me about it on a number of occasions, and I hope to be visiting the plant very shortly. I have met with them, and I am aware of the quality of the product which they have. I cannot direct a private company where they should be placing an order. We are in an open market economy. We have competition. That competition delivers passenger benefits. Competition helps deliver value, helps deliver passenger experiences which were never possible when this was a nationalised railway. But I'm sure those who are making the purchasing decisions will be aware of the points that the honourable gentleman is making and of the merits of British manufacturing.
Gareth Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. These delays are very regrettable, but they do at least give the Minister an opportunity of having a look again at the terms of the franchise. I was very pleased when the Oyster card system was extended out to Dartford to cater for my constituents. Does the Minister agree, therefore, that any new franchise that's awarded should have a term in it that ensures that smart ticketing is extended beyond the current boundaries that we experience?
Well, my honourable friend makes a very wise point as ever. I think that smart ticketing is a part of the rail future right across the country, not just in the constituency of Dartford. The pay-as-you-go extension has been very popular across the South East, but the benefits of smart ticketing are the convenience for passengers, the ability to change tickets more easily. The benefits are profound, and we're trying to make sure they are part of all franchises going forward.
Diana Johnson.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister's referred to the Williams Review several times this afternoon. We know that Keith Williams has already warned about the government micromanaging the rail industry, driving passengers away, and he's also said that the current franchise system is damaging to innovation. So does the Minister agree with those comments?
Minister.
Well, I think there are points within the current operation of the franchise system which can be improved, and I would suggest that micromanaging from government is not helpful. I will, of course, point out that the Labour position is to micromanage everything from government by nationalising the railways. So there is a little bit of inconsistency. There is a little bit of inconsistency in what the honourable lady is saying.
Hugh Merriman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constituents in Bexhill and Battle will be disappointed with this delay, but I have every faith in the Minister in terms of getting this right. Can I just ask the Minister this, though? The Transport Select Committee have looked at the franchising process over a number of reports. It's very complex, very detailed, and as a result can be very expensive and litigious. Will there be an opportunity to simplify the franchising process so we don't experience these kinds of delays when making decisions?
I think the simplification of the structure of the industry, including the franchising process, will be, I hope, one of the outputs we see from the Williams Review.
Thank you. Order. Very briefly. Point of order, Tony Antoniazzi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask for your guidance because I went outside into Parliament Square to speak to members of Extinction Rebellion who wanted to exercise their right to come into Parliament to lobby their MP. I'm holding over 100 letters to MPs. What guidance could I give when I was out there, but what guidance would the Speaker give to those people who are unable today to exercise their rights?
Well, I have been attending to my duties in the chair, so I cannot comment on what restrictions on access to or egress from the estate have applied, either as a matter of policy or on account of the very large numbers of people who may be around. But I think that insofar as the Honourable Lady is seeking to give voice to the concerns of her constituents and of others who are campaigning on this subject, she has found her own salvation, because she's made the point, she's held up the letters, it will be on the record in the official report, and I think, therefore, honour is served. Thank you. Order. Colleagues, in respectful memory of the 321 people slaughtered in the appalling Easter Sunday terrorist attack in Sri Lanka, including 8 British citizens, and of the approximately 500 people wounded in those attacks, I propose that we now hold a 1-minute silence. Colleagues, thank you. Order. Statement the Secretary of State for Foreign and Commonwealth Affairs, Secretary Jeremy Hunt.
Mr. Speaker, today the flags in Downing Street and the Foreign and Commonwealth Office are flying at half-mast following the horrific Easter Day terrorist attack in Sri Lanka. With your permission, I'd like to update the House on the attack and the UK government's response. On Sunday, multiple terrorist suicide bombings were conducted across Sri Lanka. 6 explosions occurred simultaneously, 3 in churches conducting Easter Day services in Colombo, Negombo and Batticaloa, and 3 more in hotels in Colombo, popular with foreign visitors. Information is still coming in, but we know that over 300 people have been killed. And we know that at least 8 of those, sadly, are British nationals. They include mother Anita Nicholson with her 14-year-old son Alex and 11-year-old daughter Annabelle, teenage brother and sister Amelie and Daniel Lindsay, retired firefighter Bill Harrop with his wife, retired GP Sally Bradley. The whole House will want to pass on our deepest sympathies and condolences as we digest a truly heartbreaking situation. I spoke to James Doris, the British High Commissioner in Colombo, earlier this afternoon, and want to put on record my thanks to him, his team, and all the employees of the British Council for their dedication in extremely testing circumstances. One locally employed British Council employee is in hospital with his wife, both with serious injuries, and our thoughts are also with them and their family. Our travel advice has been updated and remains the best source of information for any British nationals or family members who have concerns about the situation. Yesterday I spoke to my counterpart, the Sri Lankan Foreign Minister, to express my thanks for the work of the emergency services in Sri Lanka, as well as pass on our condolences to all the bereaved families. I also discussed what further support the UK might be able to offer. Her Majesty the Queen, the Prince of Wales and other members of the royal family have sent messages of condolence to the President and people of Sri Lanka, and the Prime Minister is expected to speak with the Sri Lankan Prime Minister Wickrem Singh later today. Mr. Speaker, these attacks were a primitive and vile attempt to sow division between people of different faiths. Religious tensions have caused some of the bloodiest battles in human history, and it is sombre and sobering that even in the 21st century, attempts continue to set believers of different religions against each other. Our response must be to deny the perpetrators the satisfaction of dividing us by being united in our condemnation and united in our support for religious tolerance, surely one of humanity's greatest achievements. Just as after the equally horrific attacks on the 2 mosques in Christchurch, New Zealand, we must respond by bringing people together, the exact opposite of what was intended by the perpetrators. It has to be said the sheer brutality of these attacks was stark. One pair of attackers, after detonating their first explosives in a hotel, waited for people to try to escape before detonating a second device. The device destroyed by security services at Colombo Airport was most likely designed to target fleeing civilians. The attack was complex, tightly coordinated, and designed to cause maximum chaos, damage, and heartbreak. The UK will never stand by in the face of such evil. So today we stand in solidarity with the government and people of Sri Lanka, who have been making enormous strides towards stability and peace following the conclusion of the civil war almost exactly 10 years ago. The Metropolitan Police's Counter-Terrorism Command has dispatched a team of specialists to Sri Lanka, including family liaison officers, to support and assist the families of British victims and the repatriation of deceased British nationals. A recent programme run by Interpol involved the training of 30 Sri Lankan forensic specialists and police officers by UK experts in disaster victim identification, which we also hope will be of additional support. The Government of Sri Lanka has declared a state of emergency as the investigation continues. More than 20 arrests have been made, and there are likely to be more people involved in the planning of this attack who are still at large. Large amounts of IED materials have been recovered, including 87 low-explosive detonators recovered from a bus station. There are no verified claims of responsibility as yet. So far, 40 arrests have been made, and counter-terrorism activity continues. The Sri Lankan Prime Minister and President have both said publicly that there will be a thorough investigation into the incident and whether information was handled correctly, and it's important to let that process follow its course. Mr. Speaker, to attack Christian worshippers on Easter, a celebration of peace and the holiest day in the Christian calendar, betrays in these attackers an absence of the most basic values of humanity. Just 2 days ago, the Prime Minister and I both noted in our Easter messages of the dangers facing Christians around the world, 300 of whom are killed every month. In response to such acts, we must redouble our efforts to protect the freedom of religious minorities to practice their faiths wherever they are in the world. And for that reason, the FCO has asked the Bishop of Truro to do an independent report into what more can be done to protect persecuted Christians around the world. The British government will continue to give its wholehearted support to the people of Sri Lanka, and I'm sure the House will join me once again in expressing our deepest sadness and sympathy to everyone affected by these monstrous attacks. And I commend this statement to the House.
Emily Thornbury.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and let me thank the Foreign Secretary for advance sight of his statement and for the tone of his words, with which I wholeheartedly agree. Let me join him in commending the work of the British High Commission in Colombo, who have once again demonstrated that in the very worst of circumstances of British nationals abroad, our consular services offer the very best of support. And I am sure that they will continue to ensure that the families of those British nationals who have so tragically been killed in these attacks will continue to get all the support they need at this time of unbearable shock and sadness. I have also full confidence in what the Foreign Secretary says when it comes to the assistance that this government is ready to offer to the Sri Lankan authorities, whether it's in relation to security and intelligence or with help for the forensic services, and he has our support and our thanks for that. I know that there are many questions to be asked about who was responsible for these attacks and what could have been done to prevent them, but today, frankly, is not a time for those questions. On this day of national mourning in Sri Lanka, as the first of those killed are buried and the death toll continues to mount, today is simply a time for this House and for this country to stand with the people of Sri Lanka and with those British families and those from around the world who have lost loved ones, and express our shared solidarity and grief at the devastation that they have suffered, and also to stand in admiration at the way the Sri Lankan people and their government have responded to this attempt to divide them by instead coming together in peace and calling for unity of all communities. And we in the West must do our part too to help Sri Lanka recover from this horror by continuing to visit that beautiful country and showing the terrorists that they will not win. But, Mr. Speaker, it is sadly apt that on St. George's Day, when we mark both the birth and the death of Shakespeare, we are confronted with this latest example of what he once called mountainish inhumanity. The unspeakable inhumanity and evil of men who would walk into a group of peaceful Christian worshippers at prayer, or happy foreign tourists having breakfast, and blow these innocent people up, killing at least 320, including 45 children, including an 8-year-old cousin of our good friend, the member for Hampstead and Kilburn. Dozens are still fighting for their lives in hospital, and hundreds more have received life-changing injuries. And when we ask how anyone's mind could become so warped and depraved and as to commit such an act, just as we did about the attack on Muslims in Christchurch last month, on Jews in Pittsburgh last October, we must not make the mistake of blaming religion, because there is no religion on this earth which teaches that the way to salvation is blowing up innocent children or shooting people at prayer. We must also not make the mistake of saying that one act of evil begets another, that somehow this atrocity happened because of the atrocity in Christchurch. I believe that that is an entirely false narrative and one that excuses terrorism, and we should never indulge it. Instead, we should call it out for what it is, an act born of pure, vicious, mind-polluting hatred, perpetuated by sickening, despicable individuals who don't worship God, they worship death, whose only religion is hate, and whose fellow believers in hatred and in death must be wiped from the face of our earth. But in these dark and terrible moments, I do see one shred of light and one piece of definite proof that the narrative which says that evil begets evil, that we reap what we sow, is indeed a false one. And that was the deeply moving statement made by Ben Nicholson, confirming the loss of his wife and his 2 daughters in the blast at Shangri-La Hotel. I do not think that there is any one of us who could understand what that grief would feel like. And we would all have understood if Mr. Nicholson's reaction had been one of anger and hatred towards the people who had destroyed his family. But instead, his response was filled with love. For his wife and his beautiful daughters, he rejected hatred, the hatred that had killed his family, and he responded to them with a mountainous humanity. A humanity which no act of evil could corrupt, because, as Shakespeare also wrote, Mr. Speaker, unkindness may defeat my life, but never taint my love.
Can I thank the Shadow Foreign Secretary for not just the tone of her comments, but also the very moving way that she delivered them. And I want to thank her for her support for the work of the British High Commission, which is particularly challenging at this time. And we are indeed giving help to the Sri Lankan government. The 2 areas that they particularly requested help are in counter-terrorism work and countering violent extremism, of which we sadly have a lot of experience in this country as well. I think she's right to say that at times like this, bringing people together with a message of unity and reconciliation is the only approach. And I think people on all sides of this House were immensely inspired by the tone taken by the New Zealand Prime Minister Jacinda Ardern after the horrific attacks in Christchurch. And I know the Sri Lankan government is making every attempt to take the same approach. And I thank her for talking about the extraordinarily generous response that Ben Nicholson made after losing his wife and 2 children. And I also agree with her that these kind of attacks far from being religious are condemned by people of all faiths and none for their utter depravity. And the final point I wanted to make, was simply that whilst it is right that in this House we think about the 8 British people who lost their lives, the vast majority of people who were murdered were themselves Sri Lankans at church on Easter morning, celebrating the resurrection of Christ and life. They did not deserve to suffer this way, and it is absolutely right that we remember them as well.
Mr. Ian Duncan Smith.
Mr. Speaker, can I commend my right honourable friend's statement, also for his raising the reality, which is clear to us all, that these attacks were planned to have the maximum effect on the single biggest day in a Christian calendar, when children are encouraged to be in the church celebrating what has been the resurrection for Christians of Christ. And therefore they would have known that the maximum effect would have been devastating. But does he agree with me also, and following the spokesman from the opposition, that the reality is that the one thing that Easter teaches us, it's about sacrifice for others, and that therefore forgiveness that follows. And I wonder if he will therefore ensure that no matter what else happens, we give our greatest support to the Sri Lankan government in pursuing those who have conducted this terrible attack, but at the same time recognising that the Christian faith is about forgiveness.
Yeah. Well, I thank him for saying those brave words. It's very difficult, I think, for many people to think about forgiveness after what happened, but that is indeed an appropriate thing for Christians to think about, particularly at a time of Easter. But forgiveness doesn't mean the absence of justice, and that's why it is absolutely essential that we support the Sri Lankan authorities in their determination to track down everyone responsible. We know that they have identified other people who have not yet been arrested who they're looking for at the moment, and obviously for the safety and security of everyone in Sri Lanka, it's vital that they are found. But I thank him for the generosity of his comments.
Stephen Gethins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I first of all thank the Foreign Secretary for his statement and join him in thanking the High Commissioner, everybody at the High Commission in Colombo, and also the rest of the Foreign Office officials who must have worked in the most difficult and distressing circumstances over the weekend, and extend our thanks to the Sri Lankan emergency services as well for their efforts and work. At this time, our thoughts are obviously with all those who are affected, and condolences for the families who have had loved ones taken away in the cruelest of circumstances. That loss of life is always sad, but I have to say that I found it particularly heartbreaking in how many children were killed in this attack. And the brave and touching statement from Mr Nicholson is something that is a lesson for each and every one of us. Mr Speaker, savage acts of terrorism don't discriminate by age, but they also don't discriminate by faith either. And these attempts to sow division through violence at Easter of all times should be met with a response of peace and solidarity. Our message is that barbarism strengthens our belief in our common humanity, regardless of faith, background or ethnicity. And Mr Speaker, can I thank the Foreign Secretary for the work that is ongoing with the Sri Lankan authorities. I'm glad to see that that assistance will be ongoing. But at the moment, our prayers and our thoughts are with all those affected, and the message has to be from this place that hate and violence will not win out. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, I thank him for his comments with which I wholeheartedly agree, and I think obviously the number of child victims of many, many nationalities is one of the most heartbreaking things to have occurred. I think also what this event reminds us is that when we talk about Christians suffering around the world, we're not talking about wealthy Westerners. We're talking about some of the poorest people in the world. It's only 8% of the population in Sri Lanka. And sometimes that fact has been obscured in terms of the priorities that we set ourselves as a country, and that's what we're hoping to put right with this review that's being done by the Bishop of Truro.
Alistair Burt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank both the Foreign Secretary and the Right Honourable Lady for their tone and the statements they've made today, and through the Foreign Secretary and from experience, express my thanks to Foreign Office and other UK government personnel who will be involved in dealing with the aftermath of the incident. Can I thank the Foreign Secretary particularly for expressing so clearly the indiscriminate nature of terrorist violence, and ask if he agrees with me that the best way to protect the Christian community or any community in the future is to ensure that the rule of law is everywhere, that the best of intelligence is shared around the world, and that an understanding that an attack on one is an attack on all becomes universal, for there is no hierarchy in terms of victimhood.
Well, those are the kind of wise words that I would expect from my right honourable friend with whom I was privileged to work for many years in the FCO. And I think he's right to say that if we're going to prevent this kind of horrific massacre happening in the future, there's really a combination of the hard and the soft. The hard side, of course, is making sure that the security is there, that the security services are able to do their job to track down perpetrators and potential perpetrators. But the soft side is what he and the Shadow Foreign Secretary so movingly talked about, which is the message of reconciliation. Because trying to set faith against faith is one of the oldest tricks in the book in human history. And it is a great measure of human progress that in the last 100 years we have massively increased across the world the amount of religious tolerance. But I'm afraid these events show that we can never be complacent.
Joe Swinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Foreign Secretary for his words, for his statement and for all that his department is doing, and I thank the Shadow Foreign Secretary also for her moving words. This was a heartbreaking attack on Sri Lanka, on Christians and on peace-loving people everywhere, and we stand with Sri Lanka. Does the Foreign Secretary agree that we do face a real threat from those who seek to divide us, to drive our world towards conflict, where far-right nationalism and pseudo-religious extremism feed off each other in a dependent, destructive cycle, and we need to stand up and challenge that hate, and the best way to do that is to stand together with love?
Well, I do agree that is the fundamental challenge, and I think when you are trying to answer the important question as to how you prevent this kind of thing happening, the most important first step is to properly understand the motives of the people who try to perpetrate these attacks. And we don't know that at this stage, but it seems clear that one of them was a religious motive to try and set faith against faith, and one of them was a cultural motive to try and target Western tourists who are visiting Sri Lanka. And we have to be alive to both of those. But I think the Shadow Foreign Secretary was absolutely right in saying that one of the things that we can do to support Sri Lanka is obviously subject to travel advice, which is very carefully kept under review, to continue to visit a country that depends on tourism, to show our support and to show that we're not going to be put off by this kind of terrorism.
Sir Hugo Swire.
Whoever perpetrated these hideous crimes, whatever their warped ideology, are murderers, and cowardly murderers at that. And will my right honourable friend therefore convey to the High Commissioner James Doris, his staff, and also to the government of President Sirisena and Prime Minister Wickremesinghe that we want to show our solidarity and sympathy with our Commonwealth cousins at this extraordinarily difficult time? Will he confirm, it may be too premature to do so, that many of those arrested to date appear to have connections of one sort or another with Syria? And if that is the case, would he look very carefully at extending whatever assistance he is giving to the government of Sri Lanka to offer similar assistance to the government of the neighbouring Maldives, where they also have a problem with returning foreign fighters from Syria, and where we have many British tourists on holiday at any given time of the year?
Well, my right honourable friend makes a very important point, as I would expect as a former Minister of State for Asia at the FCO. And he's indeed right that there are some early indications of Islamist extremism that we need to investigate properly. The Maldives is a very young new democracy, which we want to give every support that we can to, and so I'll take his point away.
Graham Stringer.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sure you will join me and other right honourable and honourable members from all sides of the House in passing on our condolences to the previous member for Manchester Withington, Keith Bradley, now a member of the other place, whose sister, Dr. Sally Bradley, was killed in Sri Lanka. Her husband, Bill Harrop, was also killed in Sri Lanka. Dr. Sally Bradley qualified as a doctor at Manchester University. She'd worked as a GP in Salford. She'd been the Director of Public Health and the Director of Medicine in the Pennine Acute NHS Trust that covers a large part of Greater Manchester. Her husband, Bill Harrop, was a firefighter. He's not just a firefighter who'd worked in Manchester. He received a commendation after the 1976 IRA bomb, which went off in the centre of Manchester. There can, Mr. Speaker, be no distinction in people who are the victims of crimes like this, but there is something particularly monstrous and brutal when people who've dedicated themselves to public service are killed in this fashion. I spoke to Keith Bradley yesterday, and he told me that he was being supported by liaison officers, and he would want me to pass on his thanks to the Foreign Secretary. I would just finish, Mr. Speaker, by asking the Foreign Secretary, I'm sure I know his answer, but it is worth saying, that he will redouble the efforts to make sure people in this country and elsewhere are as safe as they possibly can be from the diaspora of ISIS in Syria and elsewhere.
Well, I thank him for reminding the House that in all these tragedies, behind all these tragedies are human beings, and for his very moving description of the wonderful public service of Bill Harrop and Sally Bradley. And I pass on my condolences to Keith Bradley and indeed to the Honourable Member for Hampstead and Kilburn, who also lost a relative in this attack. And I would just say that I was very privileged when I was Health Secretary to see firsthand the extraordinary work of the Greater Manchester Emergency Services in combating terrorism after the Arena bombing. But I hadn't realised the connection that Bill Harrop had with fighting terrorism incidents in that city, and that makes it all the more moving.
Thank you. Mrs. Teresa Villiers.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to join others in expressing my horror and condemnation at the stomach-churning cruelty and appalling depravity of these attacks on innocent worshippers and tourists. And can I ask the Foreign Secretary, does he agree that it's vital that this appalling atrocity does not deter Sri Lankans in the efforts they've been making to press ahead with peace, reconciliation and accountability following the long years of conflict in that country?
Well, I thank my right honourable friend for making that point. That, of course, is the bigger picture that, compared to 20 or 30 years ago, the extraordinary change in Sri Lanka now means that it's possible to visit all parts of the country, and they have really made incredible progress in tackling terrorism. And that mustn't be obscured by this horrific incident, and she's absolutely right to say that.
Henry Benn.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As we mourn all those who died in this Easter Sunday massacre, the Foreign Secretary will be aware that ISIS has sought to claim responsibility, saying that it had targeted nationals of the Crusader Alliance and Christians. If that proves to be the case, does that not show that although their forces may have been defeated on the battlefields of Iraq and Syria, their ideology has not been defeated? And does not that make it all the more important that on this day and every day in the future that we stand shoulder to shoulder with all of those who stand for the right of all God's children to freely practice their religion in safety and peace in the face of such barbaric hatred.
Well, the Right Honourable Gentleman spoke incredibly powerfully, and I absolutely agree with him. Sadly, I doubt we will ever defeat the ideology of hatred because it's a persistent feature of human existence. But whichever guise that it emerges, we must be ready to stand up and fight it. And he's absolutely right that the territorial defeat of Daesh does not mean the ideological defeat of Daesh, and we must continue to redouble our efforts in precisely the way he says.
Tom Tugendhat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a privilege to listen to the statements by my right honourable friend, the Foreign Secretary, and the Shadow Foreign Secretary, who have both spoken with great passion and integrity on the matter that concerns us all. And I can't have been alone this weekend in holding my own children that much closer after reading Ben Nicholson's heartbreaking words and hearing his enormous courage. But this really does offer a challenge to us here in this House, as so much of our debate in the last year or two has been inward-looking. That we must look outwards and not just support the people of Sri Lanka at this incredibly difficult time, but could my right honourable friend perhaps confirm that he will also be redoubling efforts elsewhere and in supporting Christian communities around the world, and on the advice of the Bishop of Truro, he'll also be looking to support other communities threatened by terrorism. And while in some ways we may not be world leaders in every field, there are a few in which we really are, and intelligence, diplomatic support and indeed training to important allies and partners is one area where we really can make a difference in these fields. So while I welcome the work of the Metropolitan Police and their units who have already deployed, there is so much that I know he cannot talk about, but that at least it would be good to know that is going to the support of our friends and allies around the world.
Well, my honourable friend makes a very important point, and I think he subtly alluded to the challenge we face at the moment with the big issue that we are preoccupied with in this House, that we should not forget that the rest of the world looks to this country to show leadership in tackling these very big issues and wants us to get back on the job as quickly as possible. And when it comes to freedom of religious belief, I think it's very important that we remember that it isn't just terrorism that is the issue. There is state-sponsored oppression in many countries of people who just wish to practice their faith freely. And that's why the work that we are doing will not just look at what we can do to prevent terrorist incidents of this kind, but also how we can use diplomatic levers to stand up for the rights of people all over the world to do just as we are able to do in this country, which is to practice our religion freely.
Nick Cooper.
Can I thank the Foreign Secretary and Shadow Foreign Secretary for their moving words, because the events and the stories coming out of Sri Lanka are truly heartbreaking, and we know that to attack churches on Easter Sunday, the streets and hotels in this way is truly vile. They are right that the extremists and terrorists are seeking to divide us, and it is so important to bring people together. Can I therefore also ask him, doesn't this show also the importance of the international partnerships that we have on intelligence and security, being able to use those as well in support of Sri Lanka and other countries in the international fight against ISIS and extremism, and that their work is about supporting peace and saving lives?
This is, of course, something she would understand very well from her former role as Shadow Home Secretary, and she is absolutely right. And we, in this country, are lucky to have superb intelligence services, and we have very strong intelligence relationships all over the world, and we need those relationships to keep each other secure. So I can absolutely give her the assurance that even though these things happen under the surface, they are a very, very important part of our counter-terrorism effort.
Ranald J. Wardener.
Speaker, I thank my right honourable friend for his statements, and this is so sad for Sri Lanka. It takes us back to the dark old days that my right honourable friend has spoken about, and these are such cold, calculated attacks that it really does make us all think about the character, the thought process of those involved, or, dare I say, the lack of thought at all. And to attack Christians, as has been said on Easter Sunday, is nothing short of barbaric. So I'm grateful for what my right honourable friend has said, in that Britain will never stand by, and Britain has already committed resources to support the Sri Lankan government. But can he go further and set out that Britain, of course, will provide support not only to Sri Lanka but others in tackling this global threat? It appears that ISIS has influenced and integrated into domestic organisations in Sri Lanka, without which these organisations would not have been able to cause such devastation. And will he also commit and confirm to the House that this really strengthens his resolve, which I know is a personal mission of his, to make sure that we are tackling the persecution of Christians around the world, because that is something that too often goes unreported?
Well, I'm certainly happy to give him my personal commitment that I want to do more on this front, and also to tell him that the UK is a world leader in countering extremist disinformation online. It's something we've developed particular expertise on over the last 5 years or so, and we do share that information widely. The other point I just wanted to make is that he's absolutely right to say how coldly calculated this attack was. To have 6 explosions to be coordinated to go off at virtually the same moment requires an enormous degree of planning. And so they knew exactly what they were doing. They spent a long time planning it, finding the recruits to do it. And we have to just think hard about the kind of people that would do that. And I hope that means that we redouble our efforts to make sure it doesn't happen again.
Shanara Ali.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I also join the Foreign Secretary and the Shadow Foreign Secretary and colleagues across the House in my utter condemnation of these terrorist attacks? My thoughts are with the victims and their families. Does the Foreign Secretary agree with me that the focus on protecting religious minorities, in this case Christian minorities, has to be redoubled, because the atmosphere of intolerance towards religious minorities, whether they're Christian or Buddhist or Muslims or Jews or Hindus, when they are minorities in different countries, has increased, and the international community has got to step up at the international level to provide that protection as well as security to minorities.
Well, she is absolutely right, and I commend her for the work that she's done championing the rights of Rohingya Muslims in Burma, which was, I think, the first contact that I had with her when I became Foreign Secretary. And I think it's very important to understand that it's a kind of easy first thing to attack, to target someone because of their religion. And in very poor countries, where there are a lot of people who haven't had proper education, it's easy to whip up feelings in a way that can be absolutely lethal. So I wholly agree with what she says.
Mr. Stephen Crabb.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I start by thanking the Foreign Secretary and the Shadow Foreign Secretary for their words this afternoon. The freedom to practice a faith with your community or on your own, public or in private, to change your religion or to follow none at all, goes to the very heart of what freedom means. So does my right honourable friend therefore agree that freedom of religion isn't an optional extra? It goes to the very heart of our freedom values, and that he will continue the excellent work that he started in his department of making this a central focus?
Well, my right honourable friend is absolutely right, because freedom of religious belief is just a form of freedom of belief. And the fact is that states that try to control what you believe will try to affect your human rights in many other ways as well. And this is one of the points that the Archbishop of Canterbury makes, which is the countries which have the biggest problems when it comes to freedom of religious belief tend to have the biggest human rights problems generally. So this is a kind of litmus test of the freedom that people have in different countries, and that's why it's such an important issue.
In Paisley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I refer to my registered interests. Terrorism, as many people have already reflected in this House tonight, does not discriminate against the rich, the poor, people of whatever age, whatever sex or gender, whatever nationality, whatever religion. The harrowing vista that we've seen since Easter weekend grows more sorrowful as each day passes and more stories unfold about the barbaric acts that took place in Sri Lanka. The Secretary of State will be aware of the Book of Condolence that has already been opened in the High Commission, and I hope that he is able to encourage people to sign that Book of Condolence. But as the days unfold, can the Secretary of State assure the House that he will examine the sources of all financial support flowing from the United Kingdom and from Commonwealth countries that go to political groups in Sri Lanka? And can he confirm that none of that makes its way to radicalised groups or individuals there?
Well, I thank him for his comment, and let me, rather than just responding from the dispatch box, let me actually look into the work that we're doing. But I know that we do an enormous amount of work in this country to try and strangle the sources of terrorist funding across the world. So I'll write to him, if I may, with the full details of what we're doing.
Sir Peter Bottomley.
Can I say to the Right Honourable friend, the Foreign Secretary, and to the Leader of the Opposition on Foreign Affairs, they set the tone for this set of exchanges. I think more and more people are saying, as they did when the Provisional IRA were at their peak, this is not being done in our name, even by those who may somehow be beyond those who know what they're doing in directing this kind of violence. I spent Christmas with my family in a church in Sri Lanka at a multilingual service. During our time in Sri Lanka, we were very impressed by the way there was intercommunal peace and harmony, and that tourism matters a great deal to the development of Sri Lanka as it recovers from its past. And can I say to the Foreign Secretary, I hope that the sooner that people realise they can go safely to Sri Lanka and enjoy helping Sri Lanka put itself back on its feet. We're doing the same thing as we have to do in Tunisia, in Egypt and other countries, where people are trying to destroy the prosperity of those in the country they share.
Well, my right honourable friend is absolutely right, and I think he's also right to point out that there has been great progress in Sri Lanka and great progress in religious tolerance. I think it's also important to say that the extent of religious tolerance in any developing country is also a function of the political leadership. If the leadership from the prime ministers and presidents in these countries is there, then it is possible to set the right tone when it comes to religious tolerance. But if those leaders fan the flames of populism or extremism, then things can go wrong very quickly.
Seema Malhotra.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish also to express my sympathy and sincere condolences on behalf of myself and residents of Feltham and Hessen who have contacted me following the horrific attacks that took place, and extend those wishes to all those killed and injured and their families. Words cannot describe the shock that was felt around the world. These despicable terrorist attacks, which targeted the Christian community, also killed or injured people of all faiths and none. And it was an attack on humanity, on the values of respect and compassion, and on the freedom of religion and faith. The Sri Lankan diaspora community, with many in my own constituency and across our country, will currently be experiencing huge fear, anxiety, and great concern for their friends, family and loved ones. So will the Foreign Secretary confirm that, as well as continuing to provide the essential and vital security, intelligence and consular support in Sri Lanka, that he will also ensure there is support extended to the diaspora communities here with what they will currently be going through, and who will also have a vital role to play in helping Sri Lanka heal?
Well, I most certainly can assure her of that, and I will be talking to my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State for Communities and Local Government, as to what support the Sri Lankan diaspora community might need. And I'll also be signing the Book of Condolence in the Sri Lankan High Commission tomorrow, and I'll have a chance to talk to the Sri Lankan High Commissioner then, I hope.
Julia Lopez.
The interconnected nature of the modern world means that abhorrent atrocities as far away as Sri Lanka can hit terribly close to home, and I'm very sad to advise the House that the Nicholson family, so tragically caught up in the cruel and barbaric attack on the Shangri-La Hotel, were residents of Upminster in my constituency before their move to Singapore. Would the Foreign Secretary join me and the community I represent in expressing our profound condolences to Mr Nicholson for the unbearable loss he has suffered, and assure me that he and other affected families will have access to the full range of consular and other support services in the difficult and dark days ahead?
I'm absolutely happy to give that assurance. I know that the High Commissioner has been supporting the Nicholson family and will continue to support other families. And I think the whole House has been touched, moved, shocked and saddened by what happened to that family, but also uplifted by the generosity of Mr. Nicholson's response to an unspeakable personal tragedy.
Mike Gates.
Mr. Speaker, can I begin by thanking the Foreign Secretary and the Shadow Foreign Secretary for what they've said, and say that this, unfortunately, is not going to be the worst day that we are going to have to talk about, because this Daesh death cult and its local affiliates will continue globally to carry out these kind of atrocities. And we have to always say it will not change our behaviour, it will not change our values, and it will not change our solidarity with the people of Sri Lanka or elsewhere. And we will stand resolutely with them in trying to get to these people who've done this, and also to stop other attacks in future.
Well, I thank him for his strong and powerful words as a former chair of the Foreign Affairs Select Committee. And I can only agree with everything he says, and simply say that I do think other countries around the world look to this country because of our own, sadly, extensive experience in fighting terrorism in this country. They look to us for expertise, and they look to us also to make sure that we say and do the right thing in these terrible situations.
Sir Geoffrey Clifton Brown.
Speaker, may I join other members of the House in passing on my commiserations to the people of Sri Lanka as they seek to rebuild their lives after these despicable terrorist acts. Will my right honourable friend pledge whatever expertise this country has to help our good friend Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe to rebuild that country, and in particular will he support the Prime Minister's call for help in finding out how the use of better intelligence might have prevented this attack and could prevent future attacks?
Well, I'm very happy to do that. I know that our Prime Minister was hoping to speak to Prime Minister Wickremesinghe this afternoon, and we absolutely want to support them in their efforts to get to the bottom of what intelligence they received, and apparently it didn't reach the politicians involved. Of course, it's important to say that even if it had, it's not necessarily true that it would have been possible to prevent these attacks, but we will give Prime Minister Wickremesinghe every help that he requests.
Thank Debonair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful to the Foreign Secretary and to my right honourable friend, the Shadow Foreign Secretary, for the tone they've set. And the Foreign Secretary mentioned that religious intolerance isn't just about terrorism, appalling though that is, but also about oppression. And I wonder if he would consider adding to that intolerance of those who do not practice religion, which is in itself a belief system and a valid one which can also preach messages of hope and love. And I believe that there are examples of countries around the world in which to have no religion is as dangerous as to have the wrong religion. I wonder if he would be able to comment on that, and perhaps comment on whether the Bishop of Truro's investigations could even cover that.
Well, I absolutely support what she's saying, because the whole point about freedom of religious belief is that people should be free to believe what they want, and that applies to people who believe any faith or no faiths, and people should be free to come to their own conclusions as a fundamental tenet of living in a free society. The Bishop of Truro's review is specifically about Christians, and I hope she understands that, because I think we do have a concern that the plight of Christians worldwide has not had the attention that it needs, and we want to put that right. But I will happily look into the issues that she raises about humanist beliefs and other non-specific beliefs not attached to any particular religion, and write to her if I may.
Fiona Bruce.
I concur with the statements made in this House today of compassion for those who have suffered in Sri Lanka this Easter weekend. Across the world, whole swathes of humanity, by some estimates 250 million people in 40 countries, are being persecuted, intimidated, victimised, terrorised, tortured, murdered, deprived of their livelihoods and driven from their homes simply because they seek to practice the Christian faith, and this is getting worse year on year. I do thank the Secretary of State for recognising that one of the best weapons for preventing such atrocities is the systematic and determined promotion of religious freedom, and for the steps his department has taken over recent years to address this, particularly the inquiry which he's called for, which acknowledges that more does need to be done. But can I urge him, please, to speak with his DFID ministerial colleagues to do the same, to engage with his inquiry and to look at what more DFID can do to this end?
Well, I thank her for the passion of her words. Last year, according to the figures that I saw, 3,000 Christians were killed because of their faith, and that was double the previous year, and these are largely some of the poorest people on the planet. And the oppression of Christians, just to deal with that particular issue, is often concentrated in countries like Libya, Somalia, Sudan, Afghanistan, where we have large aid budgets and therefore a significant degree of leverage with the host countries. And so, of course, one of the purposes of this review is to understand how we could better join up government and government departments so that we really do use the influence that we have.
Stephen Timms.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I warmly welcome the Bishop of Truro's review. I think the importance of it is highlighted by this awful massacre. My constituent, Councillor Lakshmi Shah, is in Sri Lanka, points out that many children have been orphaned as a result of the attacks, and of course there's no safety net available to help them. Hospitals have been overwhelmed. What immediate relief help can his department and the Department for International Development give, given that many in Sri Lanka face some very difficult few months ahead?
Well, I will look into that, if I may, and I know we would stand ready to help in any way we could with that situation. But I'm very pleased he asked that question, because it has reminded me of something that the High Commissioner asked me to pass on to the House through members here this afternoon to their constituents, that he does strongly encourage anyone who is in Sri Lanka on holiday to contact their friends and family just to say that they are safe, because obviously there's a lot of people worried at home about what may have happened.
Robert Halfon.
Sir, I thank my right honourable friend for the statement. In Essex, there is a very strong Tamil community. Could I ask my right honourable friend to express condolence to the Tamil community, particularly those Tamils who lost their life in this horrific terrorist atrocity? And as my right honourable friend for Barnet said, that we could use this tragedy to bring about reconciliation with the Tamil community in Sri Lanka.
Well, I'm very happy to do that, because there's a very large Tamil Christian community in Sri Lanka, and so you know, the very, very important work that's happened over the last decade to achieve reconciliation between Tamils and Sinhalese needs also to be religious reconciliation and religious tolerance.
Paula Sheriff.
Questions may need to be answered and lessons may need to be learned, but today is not that day. So will the Foreign Secretary reassure this House that the UK stands ready to help Sri Lanka with whatever it needs? And furthermore, does he agree that any learnings that come out of that investigation, it may be that the world, not just Sri Lanka, needs to reflect, particularly when it comes to persecution of faiths?
I'm very happy to give her that undertaking, and I think there will be a number of hard lessons that need to be learned as to what happened, not least because it does seem from statements that the Sri Lankan government have given that there was some intelligence forewarning of these attacks, but we don't yet know whether that meant that they could have been prevented. But we are very keen to also understand broader issues around freedom of religious belief. My own view is that this is an issue that's been talked about a lot in the United States, but not so much in Europe. And I think it's very important that we have our perspective on this issue, which might be different to the perspective in the United States. So that is absolutely our intention.
Andrew Griffiths.
can I join others in the House in congratulating the Foreign Secretary and the Shadow Foreign Secretary in the very respectful way in which they conducted this debate. Mr. Speaker, in this House we rightly protect people's rights to worship their religion in whichever way they wish. But reports such as the Pew Report, which says that Christianity is the most persecuted of religions, and the Open Doors Report, which says that persecution of Christians is actually on the increase, shows the challenge that we face. Every day across the world, Christians face violence, intimidation and death just for worshipping Jesus Christ. Could I ask the Foreign Secretary, what advice would he give to people like me who have constituents who are missionaries in Sri Lanka and around the world? And what practical steps, along with the Bishop of Truro's investigation, can this government take to protect Christians across the world?
Well, it has always been a very brave thing to be a missionary. And I would always urge them to make sure they are fully abreast of FCO travel advice in order to maintain their own safety. But he's absolutely right, there is a broader issue here, and the Open Doors report says that 245 million Christians are persecuted every year. And we think that around 80% of the people who are persecuted for their faith are Christian, which is why this independent review by the Bishop of Truro is so timely.
David Linden.
I won't be the only person in this House that finds Sunday morning at 11 o'clock to be the most peaceful time for practising my faith. But until recently it's also felt the most safe time as well. But there's no doubt that events in Pittsburgh, in Christchurch and recently in Sri Lanka have highlighted that there is now an attempt to attack people when they go to worship God, whatever God it is they believe in. The Foreign Secretary spoke earlier on about making sure that we were sharing our experience of counter-terrorism, and I'm glad that he's doing that with Sri Lanka. But the reality is that this now appears to be something that's emerging in a number of countries. So can we make sure that we're doing this proactively, starting with the 50 countries that are on the World Watch List, and making sure that we're proactively sharing those resources to make sure events like this don't happen again?
Well, he makes a very important point, and certainly when we have the Bishop of Truro's report, I want to look at how we can build a coalition with other countries that have concerns about freedom of religious belief worldwide, so that we can start spreading those lessons. But I think one of the most important things that we can do is to make sure that we express to governments that may be tempted, particularly in a younger democracy, to resort to populist messages that can lead to discrimination against religious believers of one faith or another, to make them aware of the dangers of that approach.
Mary Robinson.
Mr. Speaker, this was a horrific and cowardly series of attacks against Sri Lankan nationals, against tourists and against Christians who are gathering together on the holiest day of the Christian calendar to celebrate their faith. I know that the Open Doors World Watch List says that 11 Christians every day lose their lives because of the practice of their faith. What more can the department do to protect them from persecution, and also to share the counterintelligence initiatives that we need to protect us all?
Well, I think there are really two specific things. When it comes to countering terrorism, we have huge expertise in this country, and we do share that expertise with as many countries as we can in order to try and prevent terrorist attacks. But unfortunately, a lot of the persecution that the Open Doors report talks about is actually state-organised and state-sponsored. And so what we can do there is use the diplomatic levers that we have and that our friends who share our values have in other countries to try and make it clear that this is not the right way forward.
McFadden.
Speaker, can I thank both front benches for their response to this today, and in particular for their defence of pluralism. There is a horror which they outlined, and we all share, of innocent people being attacked in their place of worship where they should have felt safe. I agree with the Foreign Secretary about the importance of religious freedom and for the capacity of different faiths to live together and to coexist in peace. But given these attacks, there will be people, even in this country, who are more nervous about their own place of worship. What assurance can the Foreign Secretary give to people here that the maximum measures are being taken to defend that pluralism and that freedom of worship that we enjoy here in the UK?
Well, I thank him for raising that issue. I think he, like me, would agree that the extraordinary advances that humanity has made since the time of the Enlightenment have been because we have come to accept pluralism as a human race, as a mechanism for progress. But that is a principle that always has to be defended, and I'm afraid it still has to be defended in this country. When you look at some of the protection that's necessary, for example, around synagogues, not just synagogues, also mosques, not yet at this stage churches. So we have to be eternally vigilant on these issues.
Rebecca Powell.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And can I join wholeheartedly in condemning the sickening action, which is almost unbelievable that people could be so callous as to do this on Easter Day. But I wanted particularly to raise the issue that I believe that the Sri Lankan government very quickly shut down social media straight after the attack to stop the spread of fake news. And we've been talking about the worldwide stage and what we could do to reduce terrorist attacks, and one role where we can really help is on the tackling of fake news and this spread of disinformation, misinformation, because social media seems such an easy tool for those that want to cause us harm to engage. So I'd very much like to ask the Secretary of State what he's doing about that, and is he speaking to other colleagues?
Secretary.
Well, what we call countering disinformation online is an area where this country has actually been taking a lead internationally. We spent 20 million on it last year, and we have huge expertise. Unfortunately, it's a problem in Europe. You don't have to go as far as Sri Lanka to see these problems. Many of the Eastern European countries are dealing with propaganda that's pumped out into their social media systems. So we absolutely do make that expertise available to our friends around the world.
Alison Hewless.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd first like to put on record my condolences and that my thoughts go out to all who've been affected by this awful attack. But on a practical sense, in terms of supporting the Sri Lankan diaspora in the UK, could I ask the Foreign Secretary what communication he's had with the Home Secretary about the current status of applications that people from Sri Lanka may have to either for asylum or for leave to remain in this country, because some of them will wish to have that reassurance that they are in a place of safety and that they can stay.
Well, she makes a very important point, and the Home Secretary was with me this morning when I briefed the Cabinet on the situation in Sri Lanka, but I'll take up the specific concerns that she raises.
Paul Scully.
Social media in this country was used on Sunday by the Tamil diaspora that I work closely with, telling me real-time updates and sharing their horror and despair. In Sri Lanka, it's actually also used to encourage people to donate blood, the shortages of blood at the hospitals there. As we are at a point now where Sri Lanka is actually unified in its grief, whether they are Sinhalese, whether they're Tamil, whether they're Hindu, Buddhist, Muslim, Christian, any other faith or no faith, what more can we do to work with the government of Sri Lanka and the international community to cement that universal solidarity as we move forward and that island moves forward?
Secretary.
Well, it's early days, and that's why I spoke to the Foreign Minister, Maripana, yesterday, and our Prime Minister spoke to the Sri Lankan, or is due to be speaking to the Sri Lankan Prime Minister this afternoon, and our offer is there to support them in any way possible. But I think one of the things that we can do is actually what this House is doing this afternoon, where we had a nearly full House of people from all political parties wanting to show their solidarity with our friends in Sri Lanka, and I think that's something of which we can be rightly proud.
Mike Kane.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Firstly, can I associate myself with the comments from my Mancunian colleague from Blakely and Broughton and send my deepest sympathy to Lord Keith Bradley and his family today. There are 1.2 million Catholics in Sri Lanka who will be frightened to go to Mass this Sunday coming. The church aid agencies are saying to me today that the two priorities are security intelligence to help the government there with that, and expertise to help rebuild family lives. The Foreign Secretary eloquently covered those two matters in his statement. But will he personally undertake to look at how well the Foreign and Commonwealth Office does in those two areas to help us inform the Mount Stephen review?
Of course, I'd be very, very happy to do that. And I think that, sadly, what happened in Sri Lanka itself is going to colour this review to make us consider more fully issues around terrorism that when we originally set up that review we perhaps weren't thinking would be such a big focus, but I think it has to be.
James Morris.
Speaker, having visited Sri Lanka several times over the last 30 years, I'm acutely aware that what makes Sunday's events even more tragic is the progress that has been made in that country over the last 10 to 15 years, with prosperity, national unity, and real prospects for becoming a tiger in Southeast Asia. So would the Secretary of State reiterate our commitment to work with the Sri Lankan government and the Sri Lankan people to make sure that they build on that progress that they've made over the last 10 to 15 years so that they can become that prosperous and unified country?
I can absolutely give him that assurance. We actually are the penholder for Sri Lanka in the United Nations Security Council, and so we have a particular responsibility to make sure that there is proper accountability and reconciliation as part of the progress that's been made. But I do want to thank him for pointing out the progress that's been made in Sri Lanka. I think in these dark moments it's very important not to forget that this is a country where there is actually a lot of hope given the progress that's been made in the last 10 years.
Catherine McKinnell.
Thank you, and I thank both frontbenchers for their comments today, because whether in a Christian church in Sri Lanka, a Pittsburgh synagogue or a mosque in Christchurch, the targeted murder of people at prayer because of their faith is a particularly heinous and hateful act of terrorism. But given the dangerous levels of intolerance that we are seeing in the world today, would the Foreign Secretary agree with me that it is incumbent on each one of us as elected representatives to reflect on the words that we use, to the arguments that we engage in, and the way in which we conduct our political debate to ensure that we contribute to a world that is more tolerant and more inclusive rather than breeding hatred and fear?
Well, I can't really add anything to that because I think she speaks very, very powerfully of the responsibility that all elected members have in this place, except to say that to actually do what she says is quite challenging because elections are very competitive things, and the way that you get headlines is by saying strong things that grab people's attention, but we must always make sure we stand the right side of that line and don't foster the kind of hatred that we've so tragically witnessed this weekend.
It's right that we should respond to this unspeakable outrage with a message of tolerance, calm and peace. But it's also right that this wickedness should not go unpunished. Does my right honourable friend agree that our intelligence agencies, including GCHQ in my constituency, should be authorised to give whatever support is deemed appropriate to their Sri Lankan counterparts to ensure that those responsible for this wickedness are brought to justice?
I can absolutely give him that assurance, and I'm pleased that he mentioned GCHQ because they have done a spectacularly important job in recent years in helping us to understand the Daesh networks, how they operate online, and that has played a very, very significant role in the defeat of Daesh that we've seen, at least in terms of their territorial possessions in recent months.
Therefore,
Speaker, I thank the Foreign Secretary for his statement and for the response from my right honourable friend. I think they set a perfect tone for this exchange, and it really does bring home, as my honourable friend has said, that we have to consider how we behave and set the very highest standards for ourselves in how we conduct our politics if we're going to show leadership at times like this. And intolerance can reach into all of our communities. I'm reminded by the fact that yesterday was the 26th anniversary of the murder of Stephen Lawrence. And this brings home to us the need for all of us to face up to intolerance wherever it is. And can I just ask the Foreign Secretary if the Bishop Truro is conducting an inquiry and looking specifically at Christian faith and how Christians are being persecuted around the world. What we must avoid with that is any suggestion that others would seek to prey on that we're setting one religion up to be more important than another. And I know the Foreign Secretary wants to avoid that, but that is something that we need to be aware of.
I entirely understand why he raises that issue. I want to reassure him that we support freedom of all religious belief. It's just that we think that Christianity has been slightly left behind for various reasons, but in terms of the number of people persecuted for their belief, it's more Christians than any other faith. So we want to make sure that we're giving that the proper attention it deserves, but not excluding any faith in our concerns.
Lefroy. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. May I also thank the Foreign Secretary and the Shadow Foreign Secretary for what they've said and the way in which they've said it, and indeed all colleagues. Would he agree with me that the people of Sri Lanka deserve immense praise for the fact that in their country there is freedom of belief? We've already heard mention of Muslims, of Buddhists, of Christians, of Hindus and others who are able to practice their belief. And indeed, this atrocity was only possible because Christians were freely able to worship together on Easter Sunday. In so many other countries around the world, that is not possible.
Well, I think he makes a profoundly important point, and I totally agree with him. The perpetrators of this evil attack were trying to stop freedom of religious belief, and we must make sure that they are not successful.
Shannon. Speaker, can I declare an interest as Chair of the APPG on freedom of religious belief? And I want to especially thank the Foreign Secretary for his article in the Sunday paper just yesterday. He referred to the story about God's smuggler, which he read when he was 10-year-old, I read when I was about 24 or thereabouts. Maybe that's the age difference in the both of us as well. But you also referred, and it's very important, Britain cares about those who stand up for the right to believe. And I think the article that the Foreign Secretary put in not only spoke for his department, but for our government, but also for the MPs and ourselves in this House and for our nation as well. The photographs of children at Sunday school of people closing their eyes in prayer to be murdered because they were Christians resonates with us all and very, very important. We can pray as we do. We can also have emotional support, which I think is very important. But also, I think some of us are aware of some of the life-changing injuries that there quite clearly are for those people who are Sri Lankans and across the way. They've been deprived. Some have been deprived of their wage earner as well, and I think that's that grief brings us together. Can I ask the Foreign Secretary, is he able to help give the medical help that is necessary for those who have had life-changing injuries? And as he rightly said about the Christians being probably some of the poorer people in Sri Lanka, can we reach out and give financial assistance to those people as well? I think if we can do those things, then we can give the innocents the practical help that they so much need.
Well, I know that my colleague, the International Development Secretary, will look with the greatest of sympathy on any need that we uncover for that kind of support. But I thank him for drawing attention to the people who've had life-changing injuries. Around 500 people were injured in these attacks, as well as the over 300 who tragically lost their lives, including, of course, an locally employed employee of the British Council and his wife.
I would like to thank the Foreign Secretary, the Shadow Foreign Secretary, and all colleagues who've spoken in the course of these exchanges, both for what they've said and for the way in which they've said it. It is the right thing in itself to do, but I think I speak for all colleagues in expressing the hope that it might offer some very modest comfort and succour to the families and friends of those who have been slaughtered or injured in the course of these horrific attacks. Thank you, colleagues. Statement, the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland, Secretary Karen Bradley.
Mr. Speaker,
With permission, it is with great sadness that I wish to make a statement to the House today on the appalling murder of Lyra McKee in Londonderry on Thursday evening. That evening, PSNI carried out searches in 2 locations in the Cregan area of the city, believing that dissident Republicans were storing firearms and explosives in preparation for attacks. While the searches were being carried out, a crowd gathered. 3 vehicles were hijacked and set alight, and the police came under attack, with up to 50 petrol bombs thrown at police lines. During the disorder, a gunman fired a number of shots in the direction of police, wounding Lyra McKee. Showing incredible bravery while still under attack, PSNI officers attended to Lyra as she was transported to hospital in a police vehicle. Tragically, neither those on the scene nor medical staff were able to save her, and she died from the injuries she sustained. I want to thank once again the police, medical staff and other emergency services for their bravery and commitment. On Saturday, I had the privilege of thanking a number of them in person and to pay my respects to Lyra at the Guildhall with John Boyle, the Mayor of Derry City and Strabane District Council. As we signed the Book of Condolences, he told me the touching anecdote that he was one of Lyra's first journalism tutors. Mr. Speaker, this is first and foremost a personal tragedy for the family and friends of Lyra, who fully expected her to come home that evening. It is a truly shocking and heartbreaking situation for them, and we can only imagine the devastating pain they must feel, something that they should never have had to endure. I know the whole House will want to join me in extending our deepest sympathies to her partner Sarah, family, friends and colleagues. Lyra was a brilliant, talented journalist and a true loss to Northern Ireland. She was a role model to many who always fought to make Northern Ireland a better place. Nothing we can say today can take away the pain that Lyra's family must be experiencing now. But what I can say to her family, the people of Derry and the whole of Northern Ireland is that we will continue to strive for peace in Northern Ireland. We are behind you and we are united in rejecting those who seek to undermine peace with terror. They have no place in our society. They must be dealt with under the law. The people responsible for Thursday's sickening attack will never win. This is also a tragedy for the community in Cregan and the city as a whole. And I'm sure we've all been struck by the profound sense of anger at this sickening and callous attack. This was a young woman with so much hope and so much to offer, unlike those who have continually shown that they have nothing to offer. It remains the case across Northern Ireland that small numbers of dissident Republican terrorists remain intent on killing. But what we have seen in the days since Lyra McKee's death is that the communities that they claim to represent and seek to control don't want them. They want peace, prosperity and progress, and want no part of the sort of mindset that leads to the death of a young woman simply doing her job. To those responsible for this act of terrorism, we say, we have heard your excuses and your hollow apologies. No one buys it. This was no accident. There is nothing that can justify this murderous act, and you are being called out for what you really are. Church and community leaders have united their voices in condemnation, as have those across the political spectrum. Those voices of peace are strong and united and louder than those who peddle hate and division in a city with so much to offer. Strong and effective policing has reduced the number of national security attacks in Northern Ireland from 40 in 2010 to just 1 in the whole of 2018. Yet, despite this welcome reduction, vigilance in the face of this continuing threat remains essential. The current threat level in Northern Ireland from dissidents remains severe, meaning an attack is highly likely. As the PSNI investigation into Lyra's murder continues, I would urge anyone with information to pass it to the police or anonymously to Crime Stoppers so that her killers can be brought to justice. The brave men and women of the PSNI and other security partners will always have the fullest possible support from this government. Mr. Speaker, I have heard those in Northern Ireland calling for political leaders now to come together. And I am sure the whole House will join me in welcoming the united display from leaders of the political parties in the Cregan estate on Friday. The Belfast Agreement has formed the bedrock of peace since it was reached just over 21 years ago. It must be upheld and be defended from those who would seek to undermine it. And I intend to hold discussions with party leaders later this week to see what progress can be made. Our clear and overriding objective must be the restoration of all the political institutions established by the Belfast Agreement. Northern Ireland's politicians need to take charge, including in the vitally important area of tackling all forms of paramilitary activity. But, Mr Speaker, today is not a day for party politics. Lyra was a young, vibrant woman who symbolised the new Northern Ireland, a modern, dynamic, outward-looking place that is open to everyone, regardless of their community background, political aspirations, race, gender or sexuality. Yet last Thursday, Lyra McKee was killed in the most tragic of circumstances. It should not have happened, and it cannot be in vain. All of us must take inspiration from what Lyra achieved in her life, in wanting to make Northern Ireland a brighter place for everyone. Lyra once wrote of being part of the Good Friday Agreement generation and the need to reap the spoils of peace. Our lasting tribute to Lyra must be to ensure that we continue to work for peace for the whole of Northern Ireland. Mr Speaker, I commend this statement to the House.
Lloyd. Thank you, Mr Speaker. In thanking the Secretary of State for advance notice of this statement, let me also say to her that the way she was listened to in the House today is, I think, significant in showing that we share the words that she spoke, but importantly, the meaning that lay behind them. Of course, we need to condemn, and we do condemn those who perpetrate these acts of violence. It isn't ironic. It's sad that we had a statement earlier on about atrocities in Sri Lanka, followed by this statement now. But nevertheless, in offering our commiseration to Sarah, Lyra's partner, and to Lyra's family, I think it's also right and proper that we do remember the brightness of Lyra's life. And we said this was a life well lived. A young woman who most certainly was a child of the peace agreement, was a young woman who lived the life in the way she chose to live it, campaigned for the things that she believed in, and we should remember that bright spark and not simply to remember the way in which that spark left the world. But, Mr Speaker, I'm struck with the contradiction between Lyra and the values that she stood for and the values of those who chose to take her life, because those are the starkest contrast. Who represented the modern city of Derry? Who represented the Northern Ireland of today? And I think it was the Lyra McKees, not the gunmen who mowed her down. Londonderry is a greatly changed city over the 21 years since the peace process began. It's a modern city, and as I say, a city that is unrecognisable from that of those years back. But I think Derry has been changed as well by the events of Lyra's murder. The wave of condemnation by people of all backgrounds, I think, has sent a very stark message out to those, the people of violence, who find themselves now isolated and find themselves so out of touch with the mood of the people of Derry. I also want to commend the cross-party solidarity to see the leaders of the political parties sign a joint declaration. I think is significant and important. To see Michelle O'Neill, to see Arlene Foster walk through Cregan together. I've also got to mention, of course, the Honourable Member for East Londonderry, who I know is a Londonderry boy, and to see him there, I think, was important. And, of course, it was the leadership that the people of Northern Ireland are entitled to expect in the light of that tragedy. So I would say to the Secretary of State, as she has already said to the House, let's see this as a foundation for building a different future, a better future. If I can as the Secretary of State, though, she did mention the position of the police and the security services. We know that there is a paramilitary threat, not simply from dissident Republicans. We know from loyalist paramilitaries, sometimes involved in gangsterism rather than political violence, but nevertheless that corrupts and pollutes the society of Northern Ireland. Is it, at time I ask, not with any great criticism in this, for us to review the way in which we are dealing with those paramilitaries from all backgrounds? We certainly do need to look at issues around numbers, but perhaps that's for another occasion. Mr. Speaker, let me say in conclusion, the phrase "not in my name" has been used an awful lot in recent days. I think this House should say it's not in our name. It's not in the name of our common humanity. Our common humanity says that we stand together with the people of Derry, we stand together with the people of Northern Ireland, we stand actually in particular across these islands to say we condemn those who perpetrated this act, and we celebrate the life of Lyra McKee.
Mr. Speaker, can I thank the honourable gentleman for his comments, and I agree with much of what he said. He again sums up very eloquently in a way it's typical of him. He is a very eloquent speaker at the dispatch box, and that was a particularly poignant and moving contribution. And he's right to say the whole House share condemnation of the acts that took place. I thought his comment about the brightness of life of Lyra was very moving as well. She did represent Londonderry. She represented Northern Ireland. She represented the future of Northern Ireland. And I'm struck by, as I mentioned in my opening remarks, when I was with the Mayor of Derry and Strabane on Saturday, he knew her personally. He taught her, and Councillor John Boyle said that Lyra was one of those people who wanted her name in lights, just not in the way that her name was in lights over the weekend, and that is the tragedy. I agree with him. There is definitely a sense on the ground that this is the end. People don't want to see this happen again. Those communities that have been oppressed by the terrorists, oppressed by the dissidents, made to live on estates in a way they don't want to live in those estates, not be part of that, are standing up and saying, no, not in my name. He is quite right to say this. And none of us can escape the symbolism of this, that it was Good Friday. It was a woman, a journalist, an innocent who was shot dead by terrorists. That is something that none of us can escape and surely miss. And I agree with him also about the symbolism of the political leaders joining together on Friday in Creggan. Being together, I think there was great leadership shown by all those political leaders, leadership that the people of Northern Ireland want to see, and I commend them all for what they did. There are many things that we will need to talk about in the coming days, and I'm very happy to work with him on those, but I think at the moment, with Lyra's funeral tomorrow, it is best that we reflect on the brilliance of the light that she shone and the future that she had that we will never see.
Dr. Andrew Murison.
Mr. Speaker, the Viacom channel MTV appears to have been central to this awful tragedy through no fault of its. What can be done to ensure that those media operators who quite legitimately seek to create content in conflicted situations of this sort are not involved clearly against their wishes and much to their horror in events of this sort in what appears to have been a failed propaganda attempt by the new IRA?
Well, Mr. Speaker, can I thank the Chair of the Select Committee, and as a former Minister in the Northern Ireland Office, he, I know, is very, very familiar with the situation in Londonderry and the security threat that the PSNI and security forces face every day. And I suppose I would just say that it's quite something to think that when actions like this happen in Londonderry, that is almost normal. That is just what happens. The PSNI face petrol bombs, they face shots being fired at them, they sit in Land Rovers and take the fire and they take the onslaught. Clearly, we will need to wait days to come to see what the what effect the camera crew being on the ground had, but I think it also shows there was a crowd gathered. People came out to watch what was seen as being a spectacle, and it just goes to show that those spectacles can have the most deadly outcomes.
Gavin Newlands.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Can I thank the Secretary of State for advance sight of her statement, and can I echo the comments that she and the Honourable Member for Rochdale have made, and on behalf of the Scottish National Party, I fully condemn this careless, cruel and cowardly murder, and we send our deepest condolences to Lyra's partner and to her friends and family. Lyra McKee was simply doing her job when she was murdered, a job she carried out with great skill. The new IRA have admitted their responsibility. They said it was simply an accident and apologised to her friends and family. But sorry is nowhere near good enough. Sorry doesn't bring back Lyra. Sorry doesn't ease the suffering of her partner Sarah and her friends and family. Sorry doesn't alleviate the concerns of communities across Northern Ireland of a step backwards to a past they'd hoped to forget. Reading the statement, you'd be forgiven in thinking that the past two post-Good Friday Agreement decades simply hadn't happened. This tragedy underlines what people in Northern Ireland have been saying for years now, and there's no possible alternative conclusion. The current stalemate has been going on for too long, so I'm grateful for what the Secretary of State has said in her statement about talks with the parties this week. Can she confirm what form these talks will take, and does she have a realistic goal as to when she thinks the Executive can be back up and running by? But, Mr Speaker, I want to finish in Lyra's own words, powerful words that highlight just what her murder has robbed us of. She wrote a letter to her younger self about growing up gay in Northern Ireland. She said, "You will do normal things. You will spend time with your mum. You will go to work and pay your bills. You will go to the cinema with your best friend every week because that's your ritual. Dinner than an action movie where things explode. You will fall in love again. You will smile every day knowing that someone loves you as much as you love them. Keep hanging on, kid. It's worth it. I love you." And poignantly, we were the Good Friday Agreement generation, destined to never witness the horrors of war but to reap the spoils of peace. The spoils just never seemed to reach us. Let us ensure that she's the last to suffer.
Yeah.
Well, Mr Speaker, I hope that Lyra's words need no comment from me. They are powerful enough in their own right. The honourable gentleman asked questions about devolution, and I would be very happy to talk to him and others about next steps, but I feel that today is a day that we should think about that family that are going to bury a much-loved partner, daughter, friend. They are the ones that we should be thinking about today, and perhaps we can talk about the other things after that.
And John Whittingdale.
Would my right friend agree that while any death is a tragedy, the murder of a journalist is particularly abhorrent? Is my right friend aware that Lyra McKee's death came on the very same day that the World Press Freedom Index was published, which showed the UK rising 7 places, and that at a time when the government is rightly championing protection of journalists, this terrible act is a dreadful stain on our record?
Mr Speaker, the Right Honourable Gentleman and I share the honour of having both served in the Department for Digital, Culture, Media and Sport. It perhaps wasn't digital at the time he was there, but we've both been Culture Secretaries, both of whom were charged with ensuring press freedom was respected. The work he did as Secretary of State, which I was fortunate enough to follow on from and take up the mantle on, helps us to be in the position where our status on the Press Freedom Index is improving. But he makes a very powerful point about what we've seen in Londonderry and the death, the murder of Lyra McKee.
Mr Nigel Dodds.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I join with the Secretary of State and the Shadow Secretary of State in their powerful words today in this House. And I think that everybody is shocked and horrified at what happened in Londonderry at the weekend and just before the weekend. It has brought a palpable sense of real grief, shock and indeed anger across the community that a young lady who had so much to offer, Lyra McKee, was struck down in such circumstances. And the appalling statement by those responsible saying that it was some kind of accident, as if it was okay to murder police officers, These are people going about, journalists, police officers and others, going about their proper business on behalf of us all, and they deserve all of our thanks and gratitude. And can she be assured that all of the political parties in Northern Ireland and all of the community right across the board are united in their absolute determination that we will move Northern Ireland forward and never return to the terrible types of incidents that we've seen on such a scale before?
Can I thank the Right Honourable Gentleman for those comments? He's right. Shocked and horrified are absolutely sum up the feelings in Northern Ireland over the last few days. And as I said in my statement, there is no apology for this. This was murder. There's no justification. There's no excuses. This was taking the life of an innocent, dynamic, bright, energetic young person, depriving her of her future and depriving her partner and her family of their loved one. There can be no excuse for that.
Maria Caulfield.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I join the Secretary of State in expressing my condolences to Lyra's family and friends and to the whole community? And can I ask the Secretary of State specifically on the PSNI? Because on the Northern Ireland Affairs Committee, when the Chief Constable last came to give evidence to us, he told us how difficult it was without an assembly to know if he had the funds on a month-by-month basis to pay for more police officers. And with increased paramilitary activity, can she reassure the House that the PSNI will have whatever resources they need to keep communities safe in Northern Ireland?
Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend does highlight one of the issues that we face in the absence of an executive at Stormont, and I have said that I am determined to see that executive restored as soon as possible. But I also want to reassure her that this government stands committed to make sure that PSNI do have the resources they need, and we've continued to make sure that that is the case.
Gregory Campbell.
Lyra McKee was murdered last Thursday as she stood on the streets of Creggan in my home city of Londonderry. The following morning, a number of us gathered in the city centre, politicians, business people, the police and the local council, to discuss a response. The word came in that people were going to gather to show solidarity and opposition to the terror that had appeared on the streets the previous night. There was a decision to take about whether people should go. Those who will know the geography of the city know that I live on the other side of the river. I represent people on the other side of the river. But there was no other side, Mr. Speaker. There was only one decision to be made, and that was to go and to stand in solidarity with those who abhorred such a deadly and tragic act as we saw. Hopefully the wider community will unite, Mr. Speaker, because this week has been a particularly poignant one. It marks 25 years since Alan Smith and John McCloy were shot dead in Garva, in my constituency. Constable Gregory Pollett was murdered by a mortar in Londonderry, the final policeman to be killed before the ceasefires were called. Indeed, his grave was desecrated for several years after his murder. Not just in April, Mr. Speaker, but every month. Would the Secretary of State agree with me that we all must stand against terror and murder, from wherever it comes, by whomsoever it is carried out, and whenever it has occurred or does occur, to deliver a better future for all of our people?
Mr. Speaker, hear. Very moving words. I want to pay tribute to the honourable gentleman, because the images of him in the Creggan estate on Friday, as he said, a boy from Londonderry, standing rock solid with all parts of the community, condemning what had happened and standing in solidarity, were incredibly moving, incredibly important, and I think demonstrate more powerfully than many images could just how the people of Northern Ireland do not want to go backwards and do want to stand together firm against the terrorists.
Paul Masterson.
Speaker, Lyra McKee was not just an amazing journalist and writer, but she was also a passionate campaigner on a number of issues which can't be taken forward in the absence of an assembly. And I think nobody can fail to have been moved and hopeful at the sight of real incredible leadership from across the political spectrum in Northern Ireland in response to these events. So does she share my hope that this can actually be some kind of turning point in the political process where people continue to show that leadership and resolve to move Northern Ireland forward?
I agree with my honourable friend. The leadership that was shown last Friday and over the weekend is something that we need to keep seeing, because this is the opportunity, this is a moment when people can make a difference and can do the right thing for the people of Northern Ireland, because the people of Northern Ireland really desperately need them to.
Vernon Coker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the Secretary of State agree with me that it is incredibly important, in the face of this horrific terrorist murder, that the people of Northern Ireland hear the words of this House of Commons, that we stand with those people, the brave people, and like the Honourable Member for East Londonderry, whose very moving words this House has just heard, with the leader of the DUP, Arlene Foster, and Michelle O'Neill, and that in their condemnation with others of that terrible attack, that at least shows that all of us condemn it and that we stand together to condemn it, and they won't win, and democracy in the end will.
Mr. Speaker, I agree wholeheartedly with the honourable gentleman's comments. He's quite right. They will not win.
Kate Hoey.
Speaker. I'm sure the family and friends of Lyra, particularly her partner Sarah, will get some comfort, I hope, from the words that we've heard here today, and particularly the two front benches, the very measured and moving words from everyone. Does the Secretary of State agree that perhaps one of the things that may well come out of this, hopefully, will be the fact that we have seen such unity across Northern Ireland, from all of Northern Ireland, condemning this totally? But will we also remember that the PSNI really are taking these kinds of attacks very, very regularly, and that if things are not changing, then we will see more people die. And we must be absolutely clear that this kind of terrorism has to be stamped out, and it will only be stamped out by the unity that we've seen here today going through in Northern Ireland.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable lady speaks very powerfully. I agree absolutely with what she said.
Sir Geoffrey Donaldson.
Mr. Speaker, I had the privilege of being interviewed once by Lyra when she was working on a book project on the murder of the late Robert Bradford, Member of Parliament for South Belfast. I found her to be a warm, humorous and very talented young woman, and I echo the comments that have been made in sympathy to all her family and friends. One of the worrying aspects of this incident were the young people present who were cheering as the gunman fired those fatal bullets that killed Lyra. And we see displays of men in paramilitary uniforms belonging to this organisation walking openly in Dublin and flaunting themselves in Milltown Cemetery in Belfast. Surely, Mr. Speaker, if we are not to encourage the next generation to believe that there is something right in what these people do, we must do something to prevent these naked displays of terror and paramilitarism in public places.
Mr. Speaker, the right honourable gentleman again makes a very, very powerful point. And on my visit to Londonderry on Saturday, I heard people saying they wanted this to end. This was not what they wanted to see. This was not the Northern Ireland that they wanted to be part of. These people did not represent them, and they wanted to see an end to it. And the tragedy is, so many of those are young people who weren't even born at the time that the Belfast Agreement was signed. They have been groomed by evil people who have put them in a position where they've ended up murdering an innocent journalist. And this is something that we cannot allow to happen. And the unity of the voice from this House will be heard very, very loudly by them.
Mr. David Hanson.
The Secretary of State said there is nothing that can justify this act of violence, and she is right. This happened to be Lyra, a journalist. It could have been a police officer. It could have been a citizen of the streets of Cregan. And the key point is, and supporting what the member for Right Member for Lagan Valley has said, These are proscribed organisations. It is an offence to wear material promoting those organisations. It is an offence to support them. It's an offence to organise meetings. It's an offence to have contact with those. And I think there is a case for the Secretary of State after this funeral to look at what action can be taken on prescription and enforcing those matters to the support of the community to make sure those people are outlawed from the community as a whole.
Mr. Speaker, I want to assure the right honourable gentleman that we take very careful consideration of all the points that he's made. He will know the Fresh Start Agreement, of course, was one that committed money but also resources to tackling paramilitary activity. One of the problems is that that is a responsibility of the Executive Office, another reason why we need to see the restoration of devolution. But I agree with him as he shakes his head that this needs to be tackled and needs to be dealt with. He's quite right. We need to think about a family who are grieving tonight, but we do need to think about this in the future.
Alistair Carmichael.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I add my own expression of revulsion at this most brutal and senseless act and offer my condolences and those of my party to the family of Leah McKee and all those who knew her. At a moment like this, I always think it's important that we should identify some sort of positive towards which we can work. And for my part, I hope it is the case that for whatever unwanted and unwantable reason that we may find ourselves here, perhaps everybody now in this House and throughout the rest of Great Britain, and I use the term Great Britain advisedly, understands that the peace in Northern Ireland is still a very, very fragile thing and not something to be taken for granted. And when politicians leave a vacuum, we've seen in the most graphic way possible that the men of violence will fill it. Will she give leadership when she speaks to the parties in Northern Ireland later on in this week and make sure that as a consequence of that we might see the political process back at the centre of Northern Ireland's life again?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the right honourable gentleman talks about politics in Northern Ireland. Of course, Northern Ireland is one of the places in the world most transformed by politics, where politics won over violence, politics won over terror. It was words that won, and people made enormous sacrifices, personal sacrifices, collectively as a community sacrifices were made in order to achieve the peace that we have seen in the last 21 years. But he's right, it's a fragile peace. It's something that can flare up at any time, as we saw last week, and other honourable and right honourable members have talked about this, the regularity with which these kind of attacks and activities carry on. Business as usual in Northern Ireland is not business as usual as many people in Great Britain would expect it to be or would accept it being, and it needs to change. We need to have a different position. I do just want to make the point, though, and it is absolutely clear that we need to have devolution restored, but the lack of devolution is not the reason for these attacks. These attacks have been going on for far too long, and there is no excuse for the acts that we saw. There is no excuse for anything that was seen, and there is no excuse for the person who pulled that trigger and shot Lyra McKee.
Stella Creasy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the days following her brutal murder, Lyra's words have been shared around the world. It's not hard to see why. Just a few weeks ago, she wrote on social media, "Derry is such a beautiful city. I have fallen in love with it over the past year, whilst falling in love with a woman who hails from it. Here's to better times ahead and saying goodbye to the bombs and the bullets once and for all." Can there be no better tribute that we can make to Lyra than pledging ourselves to achieving her dream in her name?
Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Lady makes such a powerful point, and the words of Lyra McKee are actually the powerful point there. I'm not diminishing the words she's uttered herself, but I think it's Lyra's words that are the most powerful. Derry is a beautiful, beautiful city. It feels ironic in many ways. On Thursday evening, I had the opportunity to sit down with my family for the first time and watch the final episode of Derry Girls, and to see that hope that you saw in that series of that set around the time of the peace process, and to go to bed to be woken by that devastating news just is so tragic for such a beautiful city, such wonderful people who really do deserve better.
Lady Herman.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker. As I am sadly unable to attend Lyra's funeral tomorrow in St Anne's Cathedral, and I know that other colleagues are unable to attend as well, on behalf of them, could I extend our deepest sympathy to her family, her friends, her colleagues who've spoken so movingly, so courageously about their work as journalists, and especially to her partner, whom she loved deeply and who loved her deeply, and they should have been able to grow old together. Their lives are forever changed, and there will always be a gap at the table that no one else can fill. However, I have to say, I found the apology offered today by the new IRA absolutely nauseating. Nauseating. They cannot undo the grief, the heartache, the pain and the suffering to Lyra's family, friends, colleagues and partners. And to have identified PSNI officers, police officers, who courageously go about their business day after day and face this threat as the enemy. They are not the enemy. They're there to protect the entire community. As the Honourable Gentleman for East Londonderry has said, all of the community, courageously and impartially. And would the Secretary of State just repeat the words that I have long since remembered since a papal visit to Ireland, and that was, murder is murder is murder, and it is always wrong.
Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Lady speaks again incredibly powerfully. There's been some wonderfully moving contributions, and hers is certainly one of those, and I'm sure Lyra's family and friends will have heard her condolences. I would be very happy to pass on personally those condolences, as I will be able to. I will be at the funeral tomorrow. Her comments and her quoting of the Pope, murder is murder is murder, absolutely.
Jenny Chapman.
Mr. Speaker, Lyra spoke about the dividends of peace not being shared, and she was talking, I believe, about communities such as the one where she stood when she was so cruelly murdered. Does she accept that, and I know she doesn't want to get into restoration of the Assembly tonight, but does she accept that if we're not going to see a restoration of devolution, that she's going to have to find some other way, perhaps, of intervening and supporting and making a change in communities where young men are being raised to believe that those active in the Troubles were heroes?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm determined that we will see devolution restored, because it is the right thing for Northern Ireland and it's the right thing for the people of Northern Ireland. But I absolutely agree with her sentiments and her comments about the young people in those communities in Northern Ireland. She's right to say that those communities have been unable to benefit from the economic prosperity that we've seen in Northern Ireland, largely because of the way that the dissidents behave and the way that they oppress that community. We need to see an end to it.
Hannah Bardell.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure the Secretary of State will agree that it should not take a leading light of the future to be extinguished for hope to be reignited. And seeing those politicians in Northern Ireland coming together in memory of Lyra was hugely moving, and I know and I hope she and others in her cabinet will do everything they can, because we have lost a leading light. As Gail Walker, Lyra's friend, the editor of the Belfast Telegraph, wrote of her, everything about Lyra was about the light, and the LGBT community has lost a leading light. And as my honourable friend read about her letter to her 14-year-old self, was so searingly familiar to me, I wish I could go back in time and read it to my closeted 14-year-old self, because I don't think I've ever read anything that captured my fears and worries as a closeted teenager so well. Her light may well have been extinguished, Mr. Speaker, and tragically at such a happy and successful point in her life. But I hope that we will all do everything we can to make sure that her legacy will shine on forever, and that it will not be in vain, and that peace, as we know, is precious.
Mr. Speaker, I agree with the Honourable Lady. I don't think there's anything I can add to what she has just said.
Emma Little-Pengelly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The outpouring of grief for Lyra from right across the community and her friends from right across the community stands as a testimony to the wonderful, kind person that Lyra was. I had the privilege of knowing Lyra personally, and indeed she reached out to me and showed me great kindness at a very difficult time in my life, and that is the stories that we have heard about Lyra. That is the person that she was. And I know I speak for so many of her friends today. I just can't believe that we're standing talking about her death and her murder. And her testimony stands in direct contrast to the violent thugs who killed her, but also those who have attempted to justify it since that, and the disgraceful, repugnant displays on the streets of Dublin and in Belfast, but also the propaganda on social media. What actions will the Secretary of State be taken to ensure that these organisations cannot continue to spread the hate and the bile and recruit more young people into these types of organisations?
Well, Mr. Speaker, can I pass my personal condolences to the Honourable Lady as a friend of Lyra's? It must have been the most horrendous weekend to have heard the news and to be still coming to terms with it. And can I also say thank you for her being here and making that contribution, because it's a great honour to her friend Lyra that she was here to say that and to make those comments. And she's right about the way that the dissident organisations operate using social media and otherwise. It is, as I've said earlier, it's almost grooming the way that they operate and the way that they convince young people, young men, that the right way to behave is to turn to a life of crime. Organised criminality and dissident behaviour is not something that we tolerate. We do need to see an end to it, and I'll be very happy to meet her to discuss further what we can do.
Mr. Speaker, Lyra McKee was a child of the Good Friday Agreement and grew up with the hope that we could leave the idea of sectarianism and the division it caused behind. And I was particularly moved by her comments in writing in 2014 when she said, "The Good Friday Agreement has created a new generation of young people freed from the cultural constraints and prejudice of the one before. It used to be that being a unionist or a nationalist was an accident of birth. You didn't decide whether you were for the union or not. The decision was made for you. Your friends were drawn from your own kind." Lyra represented a future where the only barriers to friendship were of bigotry and of badness, and she represented a future of hope beyond that. I can't help but feel the sense of loss that she represents, but also the embodiment of what future hope she has for Northern Ireland. But I'm particularly concerned that organisations like CERU seed that sense of division and hatred, and indeed they plan to take part in events in Glasgow this coming weekend. Would the Secretary of State liaise with our colleague in the Home Office to make sure that we can do whatever we can to prevent that horrible, toxic organisation showing its face in the streets of Glasgow this weekend?
Mr. Speaker, I'll be very happy to take that matter up with the Home Secretary, because he's absolutely right in the words that he's used and the sentiments that he's expressed.
Sammy Wilson.
Speaker, typical of the selfish, self-centred and we're the only people who matter response from the Republicans who have tried to justify this murder this weekend, describing it as a difficult time for Republicans and blaming it on the PSNI. If they hadn't been there, this would have never happened. I would ask the Secretary of State to give an assurance to this House that there will be no let-up, despite the fact that they can rent a mob and rent a riot and everything else to try and disrupt life. There will be no let-up in police activity to search out the arms of these people, to ensure that those who spread poison and hatred through social media or graveside speeches or strut around the streets in illegal paramilitary parades, that the police will not let up in pursuing them and bringing them to justice.
Mr. Speaker, my conversations with the police officers of the PSNI, including on Saturday at the Strand Road Police Station, give me absolute reassurance that they are determined, as the PSNI, to take those measures and take those steps, and there will be no let-up.
Liz Saville-Roberts.
I too would like to echo the words of the Secretary of State and pay condolences on behalf of my party to the family and the friends of Lyra McKee. And I'm sure she values the need to accord safety to journalists bringing truth from conflict. Following this horrific attack, would she consider working with the Foreign Secretary to propose a UN Convention for the protection of journalists worldwide to ensure that reporters in conflict zones aren't treated as combatants?
Mr Speaker, I'd be very happy to take that matter up with the Foreign Secretary.
Mr. Gavin Robinson.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, can I thank the Secretary of State for the calm and the thoughtful way in which she's led this statement today, the way in which she's reflected on the life of Lyra McKee and the contribution that she has made to community in Northern Ireland, but also the sense of purpose she had in dismissing this view that political vacuums lead to violence. In the 4 years that I've been a member of Parliament, Mr Speaker, we've seen the provisional IRA murder constituent of mine, Kevin McGuigan. We've seen the new IRA murder constituent of mine, Adrian Ismay. And within the last 2 months, the Ulster Volunteer Force murder constituent of mine, Ian Ogle. But the Secretary of State was right. What happened on Thursday night, Friday morning should not have happened. And she was right when she said it cannot be in vain. But does she recognise that that's a call to action? That we need to see action and that we as a party stand ready for it?
Well, Mr Speaker, I thank the Honourable Gentleman for his comments. The conversations I've had with the political leaders across Northern Ireland over the last few days indicate that all political parties are ready to that call to action. As I said earlier, I think tonight we need to think about a family that is grieving, but we absolutely have to make sure that we get that political leadership back into Stormont, because it is what the people of Northern Ireland need, deserve, and it is what Lyra would want to see.
Jim Shannon.
Speaker, I also thank the Secretary of State for her comments. Last week in 2019, the new IRA murdered Lyra McKee in an indiscriminate shooting and deprived Northern Ireland and indeed the whole of the world of a magnificent talent, an innocent bystander. To her partner, to her mother, to her family, we offer our sincere condolences. An apology from the dissident IRA, of course, Mr Speaker, is meaningless, means nothing. And the fact of the matter is, unfortunately, and sorry to say this, they'll kill again and they'll say sorry again, and it won't mean anything to them. I remind the Secretary of State in this House of the murder of Joanne Mathers. Some 38 years ago she was murdered. 1981, the same IRA, just new recruits, different people pulling the trigger, but the same old men behind directing operations. She left her husband Larry and her son Shane struck down for being a census worker. Joanne was a legitimate target as far as the IRA were concerned and deprived the family of a wife and mother. Can I ask the Secretary of State to assure this House, because it's important we do so, there was 140 people gave evidence to the PSNI after the murder of Lyra McKee. Can I ask the Secretary of State, while we are very pleased to see an investigation ongoing, is it too much to ask that the murderers of Joanne Mathers and to her husband and to her son that another investigation could be reopened to ensure that those who perpetrated those murders in 1981, the same as they did in 2019, are held accountable for their actions?
Well, Mr Speaker, the Honourable Gentleman made a number of points, but I think his final point was around investigation of previous atrocities and murders. As he will know, that we have conducted a consultation into setting up the institutions that were agreed at the Stormont House Agreement, and we'll be publishing our findings from that consultation shortly, but I'd be very happy to sit down with him and work through with him where we are on that.
Ian Paisley.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Could I too express my personal condolences to the family of Lyra McKee, to her nearest and dearest, her loved ones, her partner, her friends and her colleagues. Grief is an awful, bitter cup of which to taste, and no doubt the family feel that tragedy at the moment. I understand that Lyra was on one of the first Lessons from Auschwitz visitations run out of Northern Ireland by the Holocaust Educational Trust, and she took part in that just a few years ago. And I understand from the leader of that group, who I was in communication with this morning, that Lyra was clearly moved by her visit to Auschwitz, where she learned that vital lesson that people want to live for their beliefs, not be murdered because of their beliefs. And, Mr Speaker, Secretary of State, humanity has taken a terrible blow in the last few days and over this Easter weekend. But that humanity is unbowed. It's unbowed by terrorism, but it's only unbowed if we take action. And the actions that have been called for across this chamber tonight will fall eventually to the Secretary of State. We cannot continue just to hope that something will happen. There's got to be more than words. Brave actions by the Secretary of State will have to be taken in terms of calling the Assembly together, in terms of putting it up to those parties reluctant to take action, to either form a government or not form a government. And that will fall to the Secretary of State, because the 17, 18, 19-year-olds have no excuse. They don't have years of discrimination. They've never known a terrorism war. They've never known mass unemployment. They've no excuses. Yet there's people around them who will try to make those excuses. Secretary of State, pretty soon there will be no excuses for no action by this government. We need action, and we need an Assembly back. And you, Secretary of State, have got to do your role in achieving that.
Well, Mr Speaker, I want to assure the honourable gentleman that I am determined that we will see the executive reformed. And I will come to this House and talk about that at an appropriate time. I think tonight, as I've said earlier, is a moment for us to reflect on the life of Lyra McKee, but also, as he said, to reflect on the fact that this weekend we've seen the most heinous, barbarous acts across the world, reminding all of us of just how precious human life is. It's something that none of us want to see, particularly over an Easter weekend. And I, as Secretary of State for Northern Ireland, am determined we will take the measures that we need to in Northern Ireland to ensure it doesn't happen again.
Martin Doherty-Hughes.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Can I thank the Secretary of State for their words and pass on also my own condolences to Lyra's partner and the rest of her family, but also especially to the cross-community LGBT community in Northern Ireland, who will be in the loss of such an important figure in their movement to equality in Northern Ireland. But I'm sure the Secretary of State will agree with me that to see the political leadership of Northern Ireland from the Democratic Unionist Party, Sinn Féin and others, including the Honourable Member for East Londonderry the other day, coming together, gives us hope that the Good Friday Agreement will continue for another 21 years.
Mr Speaker, I agree with the honourable gentleman's comments. What has been achieved in the last 21 years in Northern Ireland is absolutely remarkable. We cannot go backwards. We cannot allow the men of violence to win. We have to stand united. That's what we saw on Friday when we saw political leaders from across the community standing united in the Creggan. And I'm absolutely determined we will build on that, and we will see, as he said, not just 21 years, but much, much longer for the people of Northern Ireland to enjoy peace, prosperity and a future following the Belfast Good Friday Agreement.
Thank you. Colleagues, for the second time today, it's my privilege to thank all members from the Secretary of State and the Shadow Secretary of State downwards, both for the content and for the tone of what they said. Those words have been sincere, powerful, and therefore valid in and of themselves. If, in addition to those virtues, the words that colleagues have expressed offer some modest comfort to Lyra's partner, her family, all those who knew and admired her, and everyone who believes in the triumph of peace over war, love over hate, that makes them additionally worthwhile. Thank you. Order. Statement. The Minister of State for Energy and Clean Growth. Minister of State Claire Perry.
Thank you again, Mr Speaker. With permission, I would like to make a statement on the current climate change process and on our climate change policy. I apologise to members of the House if we're covering ground we covered extensively earlier, but I think it is a subject that will bear as much scrutiny as we care to give it. Mr Speaker, colleagues will be aware that the public concern about climate change has grown to levels never seen before, and in recent weeks it has been incredibly powerful to see people of all generations across the world voicing their their concerns about a warming climate and demanding a response, a global response to this global crisis. Madam Deputy Speaker, we've heard loud calls today that we should declare a climate emergency. And my answer to that is that we can say words all we like from the dispatch box. What counts is actions. And what I would hope to set out is the many actions that we are taking that have enjoyed cross-party support, and my fervent hope that we will continue to tackle this enormous crisis in that spirit going forward. There is no doubt that climate change is the most profound environmental challenge facing the world today, and where more action is urgently needed. We shouldn't shy away from that fact. We must recognise the fact. We, I think, should welcome the strong and growing pressure for more action to cut our emissions, but we should also ensure that while we acknowledge the scale of the challenge ahead, we do try as hard as we can to build a consensus around change so that communities across the UK and indeed across the world feel secure, feel optimistic and feel involved in our shifts to decarbonise the economy. As I said earlier today, I think we should be talking about hope, not fear, communicating the progress that we have made globally and we have made here in the UK, which does demonstrate that this urgent action to decarbonise economy can sit alongside comfortably opportunity and growth and employment going forward. And we entirely accept, and I accept, that concerted action, more action at national and international level is urgently required. But I still feel that we must focus on the fact, because it shows that it is possible, that we have shown real leadership in the UK thanks to the cross-party consensus we have forged on this since the passage of our world-leading Climate Change Act over a decade ago. I want to update colleagues on this progress and to outline priorities moving forward. And again, forgive me if I cover some of the ground that we covered extensively earlier. In 2008, we were the first country to introduce legally binding long-term emissions reductions target. The Right Honourable Gentleman, Member for Doncaster North, was very instrumental in bringing that legislation forward, but it did enjoy strong cross-party support. And the Climate Change Act, for me, has been an absolutely seminal piece of legislation, because while I have one of the few ministers in the world who stands here with high ambition and high aspiration and a legally binding set of budgets that we have to report on to Parliament, it is a great way of ensuring climate action survives the political cycle. And it has delivered. Since 1990, as many members will know, we have cut our emissions in the UK by 42%, whilst growing the economy by 72%. We are independently assessed as leading the G20 in decarbonisation since the year 2000. And people do talk a lot about the disparity between territorial emissions and consumption emissions. And I would invite members to consider the latest data that shows that our greenhouse gas emissions on a consumption basis fell by 21% between 2007 and 2016. Indeed, they fell 6% year on year in the year to 2016. Well, it is true, that is the data, and I'd be very happy to write to all members and share it with them. Well, again, I'd be very happy to write to the Honourable Gentleman with the data and copy in Ms Thunberg. Across the UK, almost 400,000 people are working in low-carbon jobs and their supply chains, a sector that is bigger than aerospace and is growing at a factor of 2 or 3 times the mainstream economy. And, of course, we have continued to be active on the international stage. My right honourable friend, the member for Hastings, was the minister who carried the baton at the Paris climate change talks, which were so instrumental in coming together, as the world had done previously in the Montreal Protocol, to show that there is concerted international support and action for tackling these enormous international challenges. And at the COP24 in Poland last December, in Katowice, a city where you could taste the hydrocarbons on the air. That's what happens when you burn coal. It must have been what London was like in the 1950s. We in the UK, and I pay tribute to my excellent officials, helped drive the work of progressive groups and secured global agreement on a robust rulebook that brings the Paris Agreement to life. If you can't measure it, Madam Deputy Speaker, you can't manage it. And we are continuing to take targeted and impactful actions to support ambition internationally through promoting global alliances and collaborations, from the Powering Past Coal Alliance, which now has over 80 members, like the UK, committed to rapidly ending the use of coal as a source of electricity generation, to the Carbon Neutrality Coalition. Madam Deputy Speaker, I was asked frequently this afternoon, what are some of the things you've done in the last 6 months? So I thought I would focus on a few choice morsels to share with colleagues. Colleagues will be, I'm sure, sick of me waving the Clean Growth Strategy around, which is published, but I'm going to continue to do it in November 2017, because I believe it is one of the most comprehensive documents any government has put out across the world, detailing how we will take decarbonisation action across the economy. To date, we have taken action on the vast majority of those actions. And to highlight some, only last month I launched the offshore wind sector deal, including a £250 million growth partnership with investors to ensure that we will continue to invest in the North Sea, the best place in the world for offshore wind. But we will crucially drive up the UK content of that nascent industry to over 60%, and we will ensure the industry employs at least 30% women by the year 2030. This is an industry that is regenerating communities across our coastal communities right around the UK, and it's one where we absolutely lead the world and will continue to do so. In the spring statement, the Chancellor introduced the Future Home Standard, which said that all new homes will be required to have low-carbon heating systems and world-leading levels of energy efficiency by 2025, something that will radically transform house building in constituencies like mine, where most homes are not connected to the gas grid. He also announced that we will increase the proportion of green gas used in the grid in a bid to drive down the carbon profile of the hard-to-decarbonise heating network. Only this Easter weekend, Madam Deputy Speaker, we've had the longest run ever in this country of no coal contributing to power generation on this grid. When many of us were elected to this House, coal contributed 40% of our electricity to a system, and it is a testament to our own unilateral policies, including a carbon tax and emissions targets, that has led us to do something utterly transformational that other European countries have been unable so far to replicate. We also continue to contribute internationally. We are one of the largest donors of international-facing overseas development assistance. Over £6 billion committed in this Parliament, and in January the UK Climate Investments announced almost £30 million of investment in a dedicated African renewable energy company trying to make projects marketable and investable in so much of the developing world, so those countries never have to go through a high carbon stage in their growth cycle. And it's not just the Bays, it is right across government. We've published the ambitious 25-year environment plan. We've kick-started the creation of a vast northern forest which will see 50 million trees planted from Liverpool to Hull. Tree planting is one of the most cost-effective ways to sequester carbon and improve soil conditions, as I know colleagues will know. And our new resources and waste strategy outlines steps to reform the packaging producer responsibility system, introducing deposit return schemes and food waste collection schemes. Now, we should celebrate these actions, but we have not to imply that we are in any way complacent, and not to suggest that we don't need to go very much more rapidly and further, but to demonstrate that this is a win-win, both for the planet and also for future generations in terms of their jobs and prosperity. And as colleagues will know, we celebrated last year our first ever Green Great Britain Week, and I can announce to the House tonight that we will be continuing this process with the new annual week returning for the second year on the 4th of November this year, and we look forward to the celebrations and also the challenges around that. So we've also, however, not shied away from the responsibility going forward, and that's why we were the first industrial economy after the publication of the chilling IPCC 1.5-degree report to ask our own Committee on Climate Change for advice on our long-term targets, particularly on a net zero target. And I'm looking forward to receiving their advice on the 2nd of May, and will engage with colleagues across this House on our next steps in the light of this. It's worth pointing out, Madam Deputy Speaker, the last time we asked for this advice, the committee told us it wasn't feasible to do either from a technological or a cost point of view, so it will be extremely interesting to see what has changed and how we can rise to that challenge. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I have the utmost respect for those who are pushing for stronger action to address the risk of uncontrolled climate change. The right to protest peacefully is a long-standing tradition in this country and a vital foundation of our democracy, and it has been good to see that the demonstrations have by and large been good-natured and the policing response has been sensible and proportionate. I welcome the passion and fervour of the protesters and their constant reminder to us of the duties we face in raising our eyes from the next few years of the conversation about, our relationship with Europe and thinking about the long-term challenges that we face. And I hope that those who have taken their passion public will continue to express their views without disrupting the daily lives of ordinary people or without endangering the safety of the public, and also without undermining the consensus that I so strongly believe we will need to support further, bolder action. We must work together to solve this challenge of climate change, in this House, in the other place, in classrooms across the UK, in boardrooms across the UK, in international negotiating huddles, in homes and throughout civil society, to deliver the broad, just and progressive action on climate change that we urgently need.
Barry Gardner.
Madam Deputy Speaker, Mr. Speaker today has graciously allowed the earlier urgent question and this statement both on climate change. That, in my remembrance, is absolutely unique, but I think it's also uniquely appropriate given the visit of Greta Thunberg to the House earlier today. And so through you, Madam Deputy Speaker, I would like to pass my thanks to Mr. Speaker for doing that. In our earlier discussion, we focused almost exclusively upon emissions reduction and energy policy. So I'd like to start by asking the Minister to enlighten the House about those other aspects of our climate change policy that received less attention. Let's start with the National Adaptation Plan. The Minister will know that of the 56 climate risks and opportunities identified by the Committee on Climate Change, 27 of them simply do not feature in the Government's plan. Why no word on the transition for flood-affected areas ahead of the withdrawal of flood relief? Why nothing in relation to the dangers to elderly health from an overheating in the summer? Even where targets are set, there is a record of failure. The woodland cover target calls for 5,000 hectares of new plantation every year. So why is the rate so far only 1,500 hectares, less than a third? Has the Minister examined the work of Professor Ian Bateman about the differential natural capital values of such plantation depending on its location in relation to urban areas? And what account is she taking of this? Over the last 2 years, increasingly frequent severe weather events have cost our economy £1.5 billion a year. In 2016, the Government acknowledged the increased risk of flooding and coastal erosion. The Government accepted the current levels of adaptation were inadequate. It promised to update its flooding and coastal erosion management strategy by 2019. 2019 is here. Where is the updated strategy? We naturally focus on the impacts of human communities, but the impact on our biodiversity is devastating. It's only through a coherent and comprehensive network of protected areas that our biodiversity will not suffer further loss. So what does the Government's climate strategy do to restore the 50% cuts since 2010 to the income of Natural England, who are responsible for monitoring and maintaining that very network? The Minister said in her response to the urgent question this afternoon that she doesn't see the value of simply declaring a climate emergency. It is this. It tells the truth. And on emissions reduction, the truth is that we are making some progress. I acknowledge that. I welcome that. But the honest truth is that we're not making progress fast enough. The Government's own statistics show that. The fourth carbon budget is set at a limit of 1,950 megatons of CO2 equivalent a year. A limit of that. But current policies are off track, projecting an overshoot of 5.6%. Now, to counteract that overshoot, we'll have to reduce emissions even further during the fifth carbon budget period. Because of that overshoot, we'll need to reduce emissions by 334 megatons. Current policies leave us only half of the way between where we expected to be at the end of the fourth carbon budget and where we need to be by the end of the fifth. The Government has rightly now asked the Committee on Climate Change for its advice on reaching net zero emissions, and I welcome the Minister's assurance earlier today that she will bring the Government's response back to this House expeditiously. But the point I'd make very gently to the Minister is this. If you are already off track to meet your existing targets, then you need urgent action to get us anywhere close to meeting net zero. Earlier, the Minister spoke of cross-party support on climate change. It already exists. The Labour Party, the Green Party, the Lib Dems, the SNP and Plaid all agreed that we need to declare a climate emergency. We would love it if the Conservatives joined us. Will she? If we are to stand any chance of winning the battle against climate change, we must work together over the decades ahead to ensure that we're cutting our greenhouse gas emissions at the scale and pace demanded by the science. Labour has already committed to enshrining a net zero emissions target in law, so have a number of other parties. Indeed, over 190 members of this House joined together in a remarkable display of cross-party support for climate action in signing a letter championed by the member for Middlesbrough South and East Cleveland asking the government to adopt a net zero target. So will the Minister commit today to taking whatever action the Committee on Climate Change recommends when it publishes that report, and to enshrining the new net zero target into law? And if the Minister were to fully accept the recommendations that the Committee on Climate Change put forward, I give her this commitment. We on the Labour benches will work as closely as possible with her and all colleagues across this House to ensure that we can get a net zero climate target passed into law before the summer recess. As the climate protesters have told us, time is of the essence, and we cannot afford to let this important piece of legislation delay any longer than strictly necessary. The clean growth strategy that is supposed to meet those budgets is simply not fit to do so, and once we've enshrined for a net zero target, the clean growth strategy will be out of date. Will the Minister agree, therefore, that we need a new, more ambitious strategy? There is no shame in recognising that.
The honourable gentleman has exceeded his time, but I was going to allow him to conclude rather than to cut him off immediately.
Very gracious, Madam Deputy Speaker. I've tried not to exceed the time that the Minister took.
The honourable gentleman misunderstands. The Minister has rather more time in a statement than the opposition.
So, earlier the Minister spoke of the need to consider our international impacts. 97% of UK export finance support to energy in developing countries goes to fossil fuels, a subsidy to dirty, polluting energy worth nearly $5 billion. Will she look at that? We need even greater ambition and action if we are to inspire others in our bid to host next year's UN Climate Change Conference here in the UK, a bid which my party wholeheartedly will give the government support to achieve.
Minister.
Well, I see many colleagues standing, so I thank you, your Shadow Minister, for his commitment and his support to cross-party action. I wanted to answer some of his points. He raised rightly the question of the natural resources and the contribution they can play to carbon reduction. He will be pleased, I'm sure, to know that since 1990, emissions from that sector have halved. And he's absolutely right that there is more to do. They now only account for 15% of the total emissions pie. And indeed, there have been some amazing efficiency improvements, and I do pay tribute to our farmers and to our innovative investors in this area. For example, it takes a third less CO2 to produce a kilo of pork than it did now than in 1990. But there is clearly more to do. He clearly points out, which is something he knows I agree with, which is we have to take a whole-of-economy approach to making these reductions. I will say to him what I said earlier, Madam Deputy Speaker, with regard to declaring net zero. The only way to ensure that the actions that we want to deliver actually can be delivered is to make sure when we set them out, they are fully understood, they are fully costed and they are fully planned, and that we have buy-in from local authorities, from civil society, etc. And so I'm really looking forward to seeing the CCC's advice, but I will take the time that is required and work with whoever needs to be involved to ensure that when we set that target, it can actually be delivered. I do not want to be the minister that attempts to set out something very profound only for it to be hived off because of other pressures that might happen down the line. If we make that commitment, it must stick.
Sir Nicholas Soames.
Deputy Speaker, may I first of all congratulate my right honourable friend for her outstanding record in her department, and my right honourable friend, the member for Hastings before her. And will she agree that one of the things that is essential in the grown-up discussion on climate change is that there should be a proper sense of proportion and understanding to what has been achieved and what needs to be achieved, which everyone agrees is of the first importance itself. But will my right honourable friend confirm that the United Kingdom has been amongst the most successful countries in the developed world in growing our economy, whilst at the same time reducing our emissions, and that in itself is a very important lesson for the future?
Well, I thank my right honourable friend for his comments. I also would like to pay tribute to my right honourable friend, the member for Ruislip Northwood, who did so much in this brief before I was lucky enough to take it on. He's absolutely right. A sense of proportion is hugely important. I can also go further and say that not only are we amongst the leaders, but according to independent research, we have led the G20 in decarbonising our economy, through looking at carbon intensity. Again, this is not to say there isn't more to do, it's to say that it can be done. It can be done in a way that doesn't jeopardise energy security, that doesn't put undue cost burdens on consumers or businesses, and we know there is more to do, but we should take hope from the progress that we have made.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and may I thank the Minister for sight of her statement a short time ago. I have to say, though, that this statement seems very empty and appears to be a case of saying something because she has something to say rather than because she has something to say. I mean, it is a reaction to the protests we've seen rather than a real plan for the future or any indication that there is a real plan for the future. Can I ask her, since there was no mention of it in her statement, where is the government's response to the report of the Green Finance Task Force? We were promised it in spring of this year. Surely there should have been at least some indication of this in this statement on the way forward. Where, too, is the response to the comments of the Governor of the Bank of England, warning of the economic risks of low-carbon transition? Will the government commit to creating a green and resilient pipeline of low-carbon projects? And will she clarify that institutional investors will be made responsible for limiting climate-related financial risks to pensions, savings and investments? In June last year, the Environmental Audit Committee warned of an alarming collapse in investment in renewable energy. And this morning she told us that wave and tidal power had been out-competed for support. What is the government doing to address the low investment in renewables? And finally, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the UK is set to miss its emissions reduction targets under the Climate Change Act for the fourth carbon budget by 3 to 12% and for the fifth carbon budget by 6 to 20%. Will she commit the government to implementing the recommendations of its own Green Finance Task Force in full? And will she give that commitment today?
Thank you, Madam. Mr Deputy Speaker, well, as I set up the Green Finance Task Force, along with my honourable friend, the member for Salisbury, I am absolutely committed to bringing forward many of their proposals. Indeed, we have been making progress on their proposals. We are very lucky. Again, it's a source of great success for us that we have one of the most innovative financial capabilities in the world, and we are actually really capable of advancing progress in that area. For example, we've set up the Green Finance Institute, the Green Finance Strategy. There will be more detail coming forward. She raised the question about wave and tidal. I do just want to slightly clarify that it's a question of if we have a limited amount of money, how are we best to spend it to achieve the decarbonisation targets we want at best value to the taxpayer? We have spent, I believe, almost £60 million on innovation funding for wave and tidal. I will make sure those numbers are correct and right to the Honourable Lady if they're not. But we will also, and we look carefully at every proposal that has come forward. But and I was very pleased to meet the Marine Energy Council, working on a cross-party basis to see how we might do more to go forward. And finally, not to nitpick, but the Honourable Lady is quoting numbers around the budgets, which is simply not true. We are currently at 95% of where we need to be to meet CB4, which ends in 2027, and 93% of the way to meet CB5, which ends in 2032. And importantly, we have not we are bringing forward policies and proposals all the time, including the proposals that were made in the spring statement, against which we have not done yet a CO2 accounting. And I am confident, as the House knows, that with the level of investment, with the level of focus, with the level of support, we will achieve these budgets. But that will not be enough to get us to a zero carbon emissions net target by 2050, which is why we will have to continue to innovate and invest.
Justin Green.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Obviously, the public sector's contribution to this is equally important, and I just wondered what the Minister has to say for companies like Zebra Fuels in my constituency that can play their part in bringing new technology on electric batteries to the public sector, but have actually found it quite hard to engage their more innovative approach with many different parts of the public sector.
Her honourable lady's constituents, right honourable ladies, are finding it difficult to engage because actually leadership in the public sector, I think, is something where we can really demonstrate progress. And we've introduced a voluntary public sector emissions reduction target of 30%. We actually had overachieved on the central government estate on narrower targets. We've set up a new greenhouse gas reduction target of minus 43%. Of course, this also saves taxpayers money. And we have things like the Salix Finance Programme, which provides zero carbon funding through a revolving fund to ensure that the public sector can access funds where needed. And I would encourage all of us to make sure that our local authorities are aware of that fund. But if the honourable lady wants to send me any more information, I will certainly make sure that engagement happens.
Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the Minister about the global context to this. We've had 1 degree of warming already. Paris set the objective of 1.5 degrees, no more than 1.5 degrees of warming, but the Paris pledges add up, I think I'm right in saying, to about 2.7 degrees of warming, and we're off track as a world, we're off track on the Paris commitments. I just wonder if the Minister can tell us what progress has been made since Paris on improving the pledges globally, because it seems to me very little progress has been made, and in the run-up to the COP in 2020, wherever it is hosted, and I hope we host it, what is the strategy to get there? Because I think people are partly out on the streets, not just because of the domestic context, but because they think 2 degrees is going to be a disaster and we're going to be well above 2 degrees. So that global context is vital.
The right honourable gentleman makes a really profound point. I'm not surprised, given his experience, that whatever we do in the UK, however much we talk about our progress, it is an infinitesimal part of the current emissions profile. And I think 2 things have happened since Paris. The first is, I know it sounds very boring and dull, but actually developing a rule book so that we can actually look each other in the eye and hold each other to account on an agreed set of measurements is really important. If you can't measure it, you can't manage it. And secondly, I think the COP next year is going to be really important because that's when we actually show our nationally determined contributions, is when we will really be able to quantify on a like-for-like basis what the current emissions profile looks like. And I think it is incredibly important that it is a successful and ambitious COP. But I don't think we should forget how seminal it was to get 196 countries to agree even on that target and agree a process of working together. It's absolutely unprecedented. And my hope is that these protests and these conversations that are happening globally will be focusing ministers' minds right across the world so we can go into the 2020 COP and have a really successful outcome.
Then Caroline Spelton.
Speaker, and I did listen Blue Peter style to the statement that the Minister made earlier, and I would really like to congratulate my right honourable friend on her bold assertion there is no planet B. So would she recognise the actions of institutional investors to save this planet, such as the Church Commissioners, who, as shareholders, require the companies in whom they invest to be compliant with the Paris Agreement, thus demonstrating the power of market forces to effect change?
Thank my right honourable friend for that question. It's been some of the most important meetings I've been lucky enough to have in this role have been with faith groups, because interfaith groups are working extremely well, setting their own targets and also using the significant power of their own investment might to effect change. And I think when we had our first Green Great Britain Week, people say, what is something I can do? I've turned off my lights, I'm cycling a lot, I'm recycling. Actually, the most effective thing we can do is to think hard about our pension funds, either through our own investments or through lobbying our trustees, such as the House of Commons trustees, because it is 27 times more effective to get an institutional investor to make the shift. And the good news is that is happening right across the world. We have amazing groups like the church groups doing it in the UK, but that is the power of market forces, and that will dwarf the amount of money that government is investing in this low-carbon transition.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very proud to have supported the Climate Change Act, and I pay tribute to the leadership given by my right honourable friend, the member for Doncaster North. And the Minister's right, there's been progress by successive governments. But one area that is very challenging, and that's the built environment. Can she agree with me that more has to be done, particularly in England, because we on the Bay Select Committee are doing an inquiry, and the statistics are that the Welsh Government spends twice as much as the English Government, UK Government, Scotland 4 times, and Northern Ireland 1.5. Because if she keeps saying we need action, let's have action in this House by this Government.
I think the gentleman makes a valuable point. I mean, the built environment can encompass homes, it can encompass buildings and transport. Actually, I think one of... Well, I know it could... What I was coming on to say was I think one of the most effective ways of influencing the built environment is actually at a local level, because I've been so struck by some of the ambition and progress that's been made by local authorities and combined local authorities right across the UK. Of course, government can set ambition and change regulations, but actually it is so much more powerful for a local authority to say, this is what we want to do, this is where the investment needs to go, and to design it themselves. And I've been particularly pleased on the homes environment with the announcement, as I mentioned earlier, that we will not be building homes relying on fossil fuel heating by 2025. Not only will that transform heating, but also it will recreate or improve the market conditions and drive down the cost of that technology.
I'm not sure what... I'm not... I am sure about something. I'm not entirely sure what is meant by declaring a climate emergency. As far as I'm concerned, that is a climate emergency. And the IPC report gives us 12 years to get this sorted out, which is a nanosecond in terms of climatic science. So, on one hand, we do need to scare the pants off our constituents about the changes that we need to make right across the economy, but it will only work if we carry them with us as well. So finger-pointing negativity just turns a tin ear by them in their busy lives. We need to make sure that we are mobilising the essential optimism of the British people about the opportunities for change which we know exist right across the economy.
My right honourable friend is absolutely right, and of course I think the point which I paid tribute to him earlier for is it's not just about the atmosphere, it's about our watercourses, it's about our land use, it's the entire ecosystem. But we do have to focus on the opportunity here. I think so many people, when they hear, being scared that we've got 12 years to save the planet, which is a terrifying thought, think, well, what's the point? We can't possibly change anything. There's so much CO2 over there, we'll never get rid of it. And the point is we can change, we have changed, and we've done it in a way that has not impoverished people, has not interfered with our energy security. And actually energy bills have gone down, Mr Deputy Speaker, because energy efficiency in the home has increased. So these are myths that we must bust, and we need to take people with us as we make these changes.
When I met the young people from Cantley Willows Academy recently and received their petition, you can feel their frustration in what they're saying about climate change. They think we're sleepwalking to disaster. They think we need to wake up. They think this Parliament is asleep. What are we going to do about that? And can I say to the Minister, some of the language, I just ask her to reflect on some of the language she uses, because it sounds complacent. There are things the government have done, but we need to convey that sense of urgency, that sense of what we're going to do to get a move on before this world collapses and implodes on itself. And building on my honourable friend from Doncaster North, what are we going to do to bring the world together? Because this is a wake-up call for our own country, but for countries across the world, if we're going to avert the disaster which is staring us in the face.
Again, if there is any communication of complacency, then I'm horrified, because I think we have to calmly focus on the science which is there. This debate is so striking that we haven't had anybody stand up and say this is just a hoax and it's not happening. It's incredible. That didn't happen 10 years ago. There was almost universal acceptance of the challenge and the progress. But I think one of the things I hear from young people is, you've done nothing. Well, what does that say about what so many colleagues in this House have done for the last 10 years? Colleagues have done incredible things. They've supported huge changes to our energy system. When I was elected, 40% of our power came from coal. That over this Easter weekend it has been 0, and then it will be down to 0 completely by 2025. That is a huge achievement. So we must say to people, well, you're right to encourage us to do more, to be angry with us, but don't say we've done nothing. You all haven't been asleep at the wheel before we got here, and we certainly haven't been asleep at the wheel since then.
Robert Courts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could I ask the Minister to elaborate a little, please, on the reason why she also attaches the importance of a growing economy at the same time as tackling climate change? Because is it not the case that we will need to be able to invest in the technology that we are going to need in order to cut emissions further?
And I think one of the sort of challenges out there, which I have heard, is that we somehow need a fundamental reworking of the market-based system, and then we will solve all our problems. My recollection, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is centrally planned economies historically had some of the worst records on environmental pollution and climate change emissions. And so, to me, what I have seen is the power of the private sector investment that my honourable friend alluded to earlier, the technology and innovation that comes from competition, and the design of things like the auction system, and I do see the right honourable gentleman who was in my place, or in my honourable friend's place, who helped design that, which has had costs of offshore wind tumbling over the last few years. So the market-based system does deliver, but you need government to set ambition, to regulate where required, and to convene where necessary.
Mary Crew.
Mr Deputy Speaker, it's very timely given that Marsden Moor outside Huddersfield and Ilkley Moor outside Bradford have been on fire, raging this weekend. Today there has been a machinery of government announcement where DEFRA is transferring greenhouse gas business emissions over to BEIS, and 12,000 companies will now report on that. In that new guidance, there are just 7 pages on water, 3 pages on waste, 2 on resource sufficiency and biodiversity, and woodland creation and the greenhouse gases associated with it has been relegated to 1 page in Annex K. Can I urge the Minister not to lose sight of the natural world, and when the new greening government commitments are made in 2020, can I ask that every department of government is properly accountable, because our audits have found that they are failing to meet it in both the policy sphere and in their own operations.
I pay tribute, actually, to the Honourable Lady and her committee. She knows that I and others are so very impressed with the work that she does. She raises an important point. I think this whole-of-government approach is so valuable. We can no longer just point to a silo and say, if we solve that, that will solve the problem. We have to advance on all fronts, and I will look at what she has suggested that we review, and if it needs improvement, we will deliver it.
Rebecca Parr.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. The Minister quite rightly outlined the very wide-ranging ways that we are decarbonising across all sectors, which is absolutely the right thing. But would she agree with me that better management of our soils could go a very long way to achieving many of our emissions targets, indeed getting to net zero sooner, if only we manage the soils better? And we have a great opportunity, Mr Deputy Speaker, to get this right through the 25-year Environment Plan, the Agriculture Bill and the Environment Bill, which is going to be the biggest piece of environmental legislation we've had since the Wildlife and Countryside Act. And it shows, doesn't it, Minister, that whilst we get the message about the crisis, we're hearing that, the way to put it right is through the policies.
I agree. Can I pay tribute to my honourable friend's work on this topic, of which she is something of an expert? She had a very successful soil summit just before the recess, and I think, again, we have realised that some of the most cost-effective ways of sequestering carbon, like soil changes in land use management, soil improvements or forestation, are also those that are best for the natural environment. So I think we have all collectively realised how we need to continue to invest in these important areas.
Edward David.
Thanking the Minister for her kind words about the design of CFD auctions was to ensure that Britain is a world leader in offshore wind.
Can I have to say to her, I found her statement rather Panglossian in the fact that renewable energy investment has fallen off a cliff in the last 2 years, and the major expansion in renewable investment really was about investment decisions made before 2015, which I have to say her former colleague, the Chancellor, George Osborne, tried to unpick directly after the 2015 election. And can I also refer her to the point made by the Right Honourable Gentleman Member for Doncaster North and in the linking to the Paris Climate Change Treaty? Does she not accept that it was Britain's leadership in the European Union on climate change, leading to very ambitious targets adopted by the heads of state of the EU in October 2014, that led to the Americans and the Chinese being more ambitious on climate change, and there to the Paris Climate Treaty? What's going to happen when Britain is not at the table at the European Union showing that leadership?
I would slightly challenge the Honourable Member for Kingston on this point about investment. He will know that investment can be quite lumpy. It depends on when you're actually having an auction round. And also, we are buying far more with less because of the price of renewables has fallen so much. So actually, we're paying far less per unit of renewable energy. And I was very struck, though, by when we launched the offshore wind sector deal, how terming out that market does provide investment certainty. And I think there is a real lesson to be learnt there in other technologies. I don't accept the point that without the EU at the table, as the UK at the table, we will no longer be able to push the EU and other countries. We will continue to have a loud voice in this area and continue to lead from the front.
Minister agree that no matter how strongly people feel about this, they don't have the right to block roads or to encourage students to take unauthorised absences from school.
To peacefully protest is a fundamental part of our democracy, but I do think that forcing people to not take energy-efficient public transport on their way home, creating disruption for those going on a hard-earned holiday, and actually causing our excellent police force to perhaps give up some of their leave over Easter, and I do want to pay tribute to the police force, should make people think long and hard about the tactics that they're using.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. The Minister regularly takes me to task for not being positive enough about her government, so I'm going to surprise her. I am going to overlook the fracking and the expansion of Heathrow Airport and the new coalfield up in Cumbria and say that when it comes to global climate work, the government is doing good work. But even there, it is undermined by the work of the UK Export Credit Agency, which is giving so much, billions of pounds, to more oil and gas exploration in some of the poorest countries. So will she surprise me in turn by saying she will do something about that?
Well, I have to say, this is a wonderful day to have the Honourable Lady being positive about the work not just my government but the whole of the UK is doing. She raises an important point about this challenge of investment. We of course support those industries who are highly productive and who do generate jobs and revenue. She will know that one of the things we're looking at is to ensure that we are not supporting, for example, coal mining in a way going forward. So we will continue to look at this, but we also have to make sure that when we are supporting exports, they are those that are delivering revenues and jobs for the Exchequer, so we can continue to invest in the low-carbon revolution.
Lopez.
Deputy Speaker, I think there's a genuine public appetite to protect the environment, but it's not always clear to people where to direct their efforts, which is where the government is has such an important role in incentivising behavioural change. Can the Minister advise how she's trying to harness that public appetite by better signposting people to ways in which they can do their bit, and how they might help her in lobbying other countries who have been less successful in reducing their emissions?
The Honourable Lady hopefully heard the announcement. We'll have our second Green Great Britain Week, which is a brilliant week-long opportunity from the 4th of October where we can say what we've done, challenge others to do more and work right across the country. But I would hope the whole country would recognise that if we are able to win the bid to host the climate change talks, not only will it be an amazing chance for us to help the world move to decarbonisation, it would also be an incredible opportunity to showcase some of our best green technologies and businesses, and hopefully people will realise the benefit that comes from these investments in terms of jobs and growth.
Mr
Speaker, would the Minister agree with me that we should all hang our heads in shame? The great political parties, and we as members of these parties, have not done enough. And we should be ashamed that it took a little Swedish girl to come here today and tell us that we need a sense of urgency and leadership, and to recognise that we must act sooner rather than later to stop this threat that will destroy this fragile planet. Wouldn't she agree with me? We should have listened to the scientists years ago, 25 years ago. I started CERA, a campaigning organisation in my party. We should have listened to the scientists then. We still are not listening to them clearly and closely enough now.
Well, we should have been listening to the scientists in 1950 when this first link was found. But I think what has been important about Ms Thunberg's visits today, and amazing to see the work, is this conversation has gone from a niche conversation held between people who, like me, have been long-standing interests in this area, to actually a mainstream conversation where everybody is talking about what is it that we need to do. And I think that is why this is such a challenge, but is so important. For the first time, the whole country is talking about climate change, and I believe the whole world is talking about climate change and how we stop it. There are no deniers on these benches. No.
Peter Alders.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. The UK has a good and proven track record in meeting the challenges of climate change, from the passing of the Climate Change Act in 2008 to the emergence of world-leading industry in offshore wind, which is bringing significant benefits to my constituency. That said, we can do more. Does my right honourable friend agree that we need to dramatically reduce carbon emissions from our existing housing stock, which will tackle the scourge of fuel poverty? And will she consider recognising housing as a key component of national infrastructure?
Well done. Well done. My honourable friend has been a marvellous champion of renewable energy, and it was a delight to launch the offshore wind sector deal in Lowestoft and see the regeneration that it is bringing to that proud port. He's right to talk about retrofitting homes. I sat on the Green Deal Bill Committee, as many others did. We thought we had an answer there. It didn't work. We have to keep going. We actually have to recognise that things like green mortgage lending could pay an important contribution. And hopefully he'll be pleased to see that we've taken the whole of the eco-budget and focused it on fuel poverty, and also up the innovation component, because we need to have innovation in the homes retrofitting area, particularly to drive costs down.
Liz McInnes.
There seems to be precious little action on achieving the Aichi biodiversity targets. The UK is only on track to achieve 5 of these 20 targets by 2020. So can I ask the Minister what action she intends to take in order to rectify this woeful situation? Very good.
I'm afraid the Honourable Lady is challenging the breadth of my knowledge on this. I'd be delighted. It's clear it's not my department's area, but I would be very happy to engage further. And I think she points out that we can no longer talk about climate and ocean and biodiversity as sort of separate silos. We have to join them up. So I would look forward to a conversation where perhaps she could educate me more on that point.
Philip Oliver.
Authoritative research from Carbon Brief shows that the UK has cut CO2 emissions now to the lowest level since 1888. That in the last 7 years, the decline in CO2 emissions has been the fastest sustained fall in history, and since 1990, the UK has cut carbon emissions faster than any other major economy in the world. Aren't all 3 very proud achievements of this government?
And I know the honourable gentleman's, honourable friend's constituents in Kettering are amongst the most green-minded in the country, as he often points out to us. But he points out an important fact that, yes, we have more to do, but we should be really proud of these facts, of these achievements we've made. People thought this would be impossible, Mr Deputy Speaker, and it is possible, it is achievable, and we will continue to do more.
Samuel Wilson.
Despite the views of many in this House that government action can control and fine-tune the complex world climate, the fact of the matter is that climate change is a natural phenomenon. We have experienced it throughout the history of the world, and we'll experience it in the future. And a small part of that is greenhouse gas emissions, 97% of which are natural, caused by water vapour, volcanic activity, decaying vegetation. 3% caused by man. 1% of that is caused by the United Kingdom. A very, very small percentage. And yet we have changed our economy dramatically. And while the Minister has outlined the achievements of the government, she hasn't pointed out that we pay dear for energy bills and have fuel poverty, have lost tens of thousands of jobs in energy-intensive industries, while at the same time, while we're setting these targets, nature and our competitors are offsetting our draconian actions?
Well, the honourable gentleman would not be surprised to know that I disagree with his scientific analysis. I think that the link between CO2 emissions and temperature increases is proven to an extent well beyond the proof that smoking causes lung cancer. And I think the challenge he rightly raises, though, is how do you act in a way that is just and fair and ensure that you don't put people out of work and you don't put bills up. Now, the government goes through a process of making sure our energy-intensive industries are held whole, they don't overpay for their energy. We all supported a price cap bill to ensure that the cost of energy is held down. But ultimately, this is why when we act, we have to act in a proportionate way and make sure that whoever ends up having to pay for these, whether it is customers or taxpayers or shareholders, is paying a fair and proportionate amount.
Sarah Newton.
Deputy Speaker, Cornwall and the wider South West has clean growth at the heart of our local and regional industrial strategy. Many innovative businesses will be delivering the solutions we need to decarbonise. So will the Minister publish the Green Finance strategy when she publishes her response to the Climate Change Committee's recommendations? Because, like her, I think market forces can be forces for good.
I will look into that, and I do, again, Cornwall is wonderful for many things, but this adoption of clean growth as a fundamental part of a local industrial strategy is incredibly exciting, and we do want to see other areas doing the same.
Clive Efford.
Mr Deputy Speaker, in answer to my honourable friend from Minister Mon, the Minister said that she liked local innovation, but refused to direct any resources, as he was calling, for improving the built environment in local communities. So can the Minister say just exactly what is it? What resources will local authorities have access to in order to carry out the innovation that she's talking about?
Well, I neglected to mention the £8 million of money we've put into local energy partnerships. What we often find is local authorities have lots of ambition but don't necessarily have the skills, and we want to make sure that they do have those skills and they have the investment. And I also referenced the Salix pot, which is available for very many of the local authority, local government buildings that are also an important part of the local built environment.
Ross.
Mr Deputy Speaker, solar energy plays a crucial role in this issue, and last month I met with the Minister and Murray-based AES Solar when they explained their concerns about the cliff edge the industry was facing because of a change in policy. More than 3 weeks later, that policy gap still exists. Now, I'm sure the Minister accepts the urgency of this issue, so can she tell us when the Government will publish its Smart Export Guarantee policy?
Possible, and I do thank my honourable friend for that meeting. What he will also know is that we are seeing energy companies voluntarily bringing forward now effectively smart export guarantee prices. So we are already seeing those price signals coming through. We want to make sure, as I said, that we get it right and we don't have to go back as we did with feed-in tariffs and realise that we will have committed over £30 billion, as we will have done over the lifetime of that scheme, to deliver a relatively small number of installations. We want to make the Smart Export Guarantee future-proofed and make it stick.
The Secretary of State mentioned in a statement that the Government has sought the advice of the Committee on Climate Change on a net zero target. Now, should this advice entail a greater investment in low-carbon innovation than the £2.5 billion detailed in the Clean Growth Strategy, can the Secretary of State reassure the House that the Government will commit additional funding as necessary?
The gentleman was inviting me to make funding bids to my colleagues in the Treasury. Of course, I would want to make that bid. I think innovation funding and co-partnership on innovation is actually a huge success and one that we do need to do to drive costs down and drive up deployment.
I don't think any of us, Mr Deputy Speaker, can doubt the energy and the determination of the Minister in dealing with this issue. But if I could encourage her to take an hour off a week and watch the fabulous Channel 4 documentary The Street about the very innovative way in which Cherwell District Council is allowing people to self-build houses in Bicester, I think she would be as surprised as I was, Mr Speaker, in the way that eco-credentials become very, very important when you build your own home. would she watch this documentary? It's Kevin MacLeod. It won't hurt her, I assure you. And could she think more carefully about how we encourage people and local councils to really embed eco-values when they build?
Minister.
I think the Honourable Lady points up an incredibly important fact, that is, people want to do the right thing. They often don't know where to go. And frankly, centrally imposed standards often suppress rather than stimulate innovation, and trying to get that right, I know, is the subject of a review in other departments at the moment, but perhaps the Honourable Lady could pour me a glass of organic wine and we could watch it together.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. I asked the Minister earlier about what she'll do to incentivise all renewables and got a very narrow answer. So let me try again. Small-scale renewables such as solar panels have been fitted in developments in my constituency, such as the social rented housing one in Pollokshields by Home Group. But Hannah Smith of Scottish Renewables has said that the end of the feed-in tariff will mean, at best, a period of enormous uncertainty for the companies that install these projects and for the people who work for them. The solar sector in Scotland installed the equivalent of 360,000 solar panels every year since 2010. It is no small industry. What will she do to restore certainty and incentivise that industry?
Well, I think the lady makes the point, an important point, that we need to hurry up with the Smart Export Guarantee and make sure it does work to deliver that. But I would encourage her gently to look at the outcome that we are delivering with, rather than focusing on a particular technology. You know, last month we were at over 40% renewable energy in the UK, and we are now able to source things like offshore wind at subsidy-free prices. So we are delivering. We will continue to deliver. We need to do that in a good way in terms of value for money for consumers.
McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Bristol was one of the, I think it was the first city in the UK to declare a climate emergency. And can I now put on the record that Bristol would be more than willing to host the COP talks if we do win the bid? I can think of nowhere better. But can I ask particularly, and that's a joint bid by myself and the Honourable Member for Bristol West, but can I ask specifically about Sustainable Development Goal 12, which is on responsible production and consumption? Because it seems to me we're using far too many of the world's natural resources, producing things that we don't actually need, just in the interests of keeping money flowing from buyers and sellers and so on. What can we do to actually make sure that limit that circle and use our natural resources more wisely?
Well said. As a Nailsy girl, I would, of course, be biased in terms of supporting a Bristol bid. I suspect it will be a whole-of-UK bid. But the Honourable Lady makes an important point, and I think we have made progress on the so-called sustainable economy. We will continue to do so. It requires government action alongside producers. And again, we are trying to lead by example, but clearly there is much more to do. I also would challenge her. I think that climate change runs through 15 of the Sustainable Development Goals. It's actually fundamental to almost all of the Sustainable Development Goals.
Paul Blomfield.
Mr Deputy Speaker, the Minister is absolutely right to talk about the need for more action at an international level. But can she explain how she intends to use the bid for COP26 to achieve that, and specifically spell out the more ambitious targets that she thinks the world should embrace?
Let's try and win it first, because there are other countries bidding, and I want to make sure that if we do get it, we're able to offer appropriate leadership in that space. So maybe we could have that conversation in a few months' time.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. The Mayor of Greater Manchester published his Clean Air Plan earlier this year, which I welcome, but we need help from government to deliver it, specifically in funding for a vehicle scrappage scheme and for retrofitting our bus fleet. What assurances can the Minister give us that funding will be made available to us?
I do want to commend. It's a good example of the work that can be done in pulling through these changes. We have increased our support across the country for the transition to zero-emission vehicles to over 1.5 billion now, both in terms of charging points, in terms of some support for buyers, and in terms of this transition to clean mass public transport. Again, I'd welcome conversations both with the Honourable Lady and also with other colleagues from other departments, because if we are going to accelerate this, we need to do it in areas where it will really make a difference to air quality first.
Paul Swift.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. The nature of this emergency necessitates a national mission-orientated approach. In the same way that the Americans had a national mission in the 1960s to put a man on the moon, we need the same sort of vigorous approach to do this. And that requires the government to be much more proactive and much more active in its approach to bringing forward the technologies, de-risking the technologies and launching them into the wider marketplace in our economy. A great example of the failure currently is in the offshore renewables sector, where we've got BIFAB yards in Scotland currently lying idle with no certainty over their future because this government is failing to grip the issue of creating a level playing field, as well as the Scottish Government's failure on that as well. For example, Navantia, the Spanish shipbuilder, is currently benefiting from 35% subsidies from the Spanish Government. This Government is taking no action to level the playing field. We are being ripped off by other companies with competitor nations that are stealing our technologies and also undermining our industrial base. What is the Minister going to do about it?
I do understand the BIFAB situation. I've discussed it extensively. I do have to gently correct the Honourable Gentleman, because part of the offshore wind sector deal included a commitment to ensure that the UK content, actual real content, would go up to 60%, and there would be not just IP but actual content as well, and there would actually be a much better audit process, because I'm aware of the claims that he has made, and we have to ensure we do have a level playing field when we're essentially committing taxpayer funding to develop this industry further.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. A letter has been signed by myself and Councillor Tudor Owens, the leader of Plymouth City Council, co-signed by 65 young people aged from 3 to 17 who attended the climate strike outside the Council's offices in Plymouth. If they were to listen to this debate, they would have heard nothing from the Minister about agreeing to declare a climate emergency. So on behalf of all those young people, they would want me to ask the Minister, please just declare a climate emergency, work cross-party and show those young people that the government is listening to them.
I'm sorry if that's the impression. I mean, I can't say it again. We need actions, not just words. It is the easiest thing in the world to stand up with a document and say, look, here is our plan. Unless there are actions, unless you can deliver them, unless we can show those young people we're prepared to put our money where our mouth is, then we should all just pack up and go home. Well, I'm not going home. I'm going to keep campaigning on the climate change, and I'm sure the Honourable Gentleman is too.
Patrick Gregg.
Deputy Speaker, school pupils at primary level in Kelvindale and Hillhead, at secondary level in Glasgow Academy and at the Glasgow University have all been part of these climate protests, and they understand the importance of tackling it, not just here at home but around the world. So I want to ask the Minister if she's committed to the principle of climate justice and supporting in particular people in developing countries who are feeling the effects of climate change first and hardest but who've done least to cause it. So when the government provides the kind of support that she's mentioned, if that money is being counted towards the overseas development assistance target, can she assure us that that money is being spent in developing countries and not subsidising other government work happening here?
Yeah. Incredibly important point, and in fact we should actually be really proud of the way that we do spend funding. Not only are we trying to ensure that we're funding adaptation and mitigation, we're actually trying to invest in projects that help other countries sort of leapfrog some of the things we've done. For example, rely on a coal-based energy system, and projects from Brazil where we're supporting reforestation to renewables in Africa. It is really making a difference. It's providing employment, it's providing skills, and it's ensuring we have that just transition that the Honourable Gentleman has mentioned.
Matthew Pimpert.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I join others in acknowledging the progress made under successive governments, but the truth is that unless the status of emissions reduction is raised within this government, and the UK's response to climate crisis driven vigorously from the centre so that all departments are forced to act, will continue to fall short. With that in mind, can I ask the Minister for her assessment of how well prepared she thinks the institutions of government are currently for the scale and pace of the transition required?
Well, I have to say, I think part of the challenge, but also part of the opportunity, is this has to be a cross-government process. You simply can't sit and make policy around transport emissions without thinking about infrastructure. You can't talk about energy without thinking about, planning systems. And so there is absolutely a fundamental cross-government agreement on this, as well as hopefully cross-party. And I think it's telling that when we, for example, agreed to put forward our COP bid, which is a not insubstantial cost, that was done with complete cabinet unanimity, because everybody recognises the importance of this and how fundamentally how every part of our economy has to change.
Helen Giffen.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
At the beginning of her statement, the Minister began by saying how good the Climate Change Act 10 years ago was because it put legal obligations on the government. One of the interesting things that Greta Thunberg said earlier today was that we needed to move from the politically possible to the scientifically necessary. Now, the high point of political possibility was reached at Paris. But as my right honourable friend, the member for Doncaster North, pointed out, that is not enough. That is not delivering the goods. So when the Minister goes back into the international arena in Chile at the end of the year, will she think about promoting legal obligations and not just pledges at the international level?
I think the honourable lady is right that we have to act as well as just set out these warm words. One of the things we have been doing, and it is working, is encouraging other countries to pass their own climate legislation. So they're not just setting sort of interesting, politically attractive targets and then all going off and having lunch. They're actually putting in law the sorts of budgets and the sorts of reduction trajectories that we have had to do, which means that ministers have to stand up and have these uncomfortable grillings in front of people who know a lot more about the subject than they do.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr Deputy Speaker. Minister, I was particularly struck by one sentence. I listened very carefully to your statement, but there was one sentence that actually stood out above the others, and that was, and I'm quoting, Minister, we should be proud that here in the UK we have shown real leadership. That was the particular sentence that I latched onto. And I did so because, as the Minister will know, we have no functioning assembly in Northern Ireland and we have no Environment Minister in Northern Ireland, nor have we had one since January of 2017. So for over 2 years we have not had an Environment Minister in Northern Ireland. So I need to know, and I'm sure my colleagues here also need to know, that there's been real leadership in Northern Ireland in terms of carbon emissions in the absence of a functioning assembly, and that of course must mean that the Minister and her officials have worked very closely indeed with the Northern Ireland Department responsible for this issue. Can the Minister offer me that reassurance and tell me some of the details of that work?
Indeed, I can offer the honourable lady that assurance. I mean, we have had, I have a regular ministerial quadrilaterals, and in this case it is with the civil servants who do an excellent job representing Northern Ireland on many issues, including climate change progress and including preparation for deal or no deal planning. So the system is working. Obviously, we would like to see, political leadership as well in Northern Ireland, but the process is working and the market mechanisms that have been put in place are delivering the CO2 reductions that we would want to see.
Thank you, Deputy.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And the honourable lady may be sick of hearing me ask the same question over and over again, so I'll try and ask it in a different way. She says that she wants action and not words, and I agree with her. The two are not mutually exclusive. She comes up with lots of ideas, and there's lots, as she said, in the various documents she refers to. So why not have actions and words? Because powerful words often lead to much more powerful action. It is an emergency. There is a sense of urgency which today's young people feel. They need to see that leadership coming from within this room. Please, will she think again and declare a climate emergency?
The honourable lady will get the same answer. Look, it doesn't. She gets points for persistency. I'm still waiting, by the way, for my vegan meal delivered to the House of Parliament. But the point still stands. It doesn't matter what we all stand up and say. It's what we stand up and do, what we go out of here and do. And I know the honourable lady is passionate about this, both on behalf of her constituents and the country she's proud to represent. We are delivering. We will continue to deliver. And I want to be the minister that actually commits us to a course of action, not just a slogan that sounds good on a T-shirt.
Thank you, Mr Deputy. The Minister is absolutely right to focus on actions. The Government's own analysis is that the introduction of E10 would take the equivalent of 1 million vehicles off the road. That's the Government's own analysis. It's something that could be done now. So will she, as one of her actions, immediately speak to her colleagues in the Department for Transport and get them to accelerate the move to E10?
Yes.
Right, we now come to the motion on Northern Ireland. Minister to move. Minister.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I beg to move the Northern Ireland Extension of Period of Executive Formation Regulations 2019. Mr Deputy Speaker, the Executive Formation and Exercise of Functions Act created initially a 5-month breathing space in which everyone hoped and expected and was working towards the notion that we might be able to get the Stormont Executive back up and running. It also allowed, that Act, Mr Deputy Speaker, a one-off extension, potentially, for another 5 months, and that is what these regulations, which we are considering here this evening, would do. It is a small and perfectly formed statutory instrument, Mr Deputy Speaker. It runs to all of one side and 2 clauses, one of which is the citation and commencement. All it does, very, very simply, is to add another 5 months of opportunity, of a breathing space, of potential, during which, if we work hard and if all sides are willing, we may be able to reinstate the different sides in Stormont and get Stormont back up and running. I don't need to tell everybody here this evening, Mr Deputy Speaker, of the importance of that. We've just heard, in fact, in the preceding piece of business, that this is an area which is crying out for a political voice to deal with the devolved issues in Northern Ireland. Everybody understands the importance of this on all sides of the community in Northern Ireland and more broadly, and therefore I hope that everybody will not only back this statutory instrument here this evening, but also will back all efforts from all sides of the community to push everybody towards being willing to come up with a successful resumption and a successful conclusion to those talks. And with that, Mr Deputy Speaker, since it's a very short statutory instrument, only 2 clauses, as I said, I propose to sit down and leave the floor open to other people who may wish to contribute, but I hope that everybody will feel able to support it this evening.
The question is, as on the order paper. Stephen Park.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr Deputy Speaker. I think it's appropriate, though not necessarily relevant, to actually mention the sombre and serious and very sober debate we had earlier on around the murder of Lyra McKee. And I think that the statements we heard from the Northern Ireland members present are ones that will resonate long in this House and, if I may say, far beyond this House. And it makes it all the more important when we are dealing with business like this, which is being dealt with in the absence of an executive, in the absence of an assembly, that we cannot allow that vacuum for the gangsters and the men and women of violence to succeed and to flourish. I profoundly hope that this we heard tonight will be a tipping point and that there is the possibility of a return to normalcy, which will be epitomised by this sort of piece of legislation. Mr Deputy Speaker, this is an extremely unusual piece of legislation. This is actually a piece of made legislation. It comes before us, as the Minister said, small and perfectly formed. But it was actually perfectly formed last month. And it was what we call an unusual affirmative statutory instrument. Now, I'm sure that there are some people who actually lie awake at night dreaming about unusual affirmative statutory instruments. I do not count myself amongst those people. But this is a this is a piece. Mr Deputy Speaker, I'm being heckled from the back benches. What I do at night is entirely my own business. If I may say, one of the first questions I asked was, why is this piece of legislation made legislation? Why was it expedient for it to be made without the prior approval of Parliament? And the answer, Mr Deputy Speaker, is quite simply that the Secretary of State was deep in negotiations with the various parties in Northern Ireland, and it is a tragedy that we have had to take this piece of legislation now after all those negotiations have taken place. And I would actually ask the Minister, in the explanatory note that we've received, it refers to negotiations that have taken place with all the Northern Ireland political parties. I'd be interested to know whether there were any negative comments or other suggestions made at that particular time. Because at the moment, I would like to put the House's mind entirely at rest and calm those beating fragile hearts and say that Her Majesty's loyal opposition will almost certainly not be opposing that. And with that, I give way to the honourable gentleman, the member for East Antrim.
Shadow Minister for giving way. One way in which we could avoid this legislation tonight is for the Secretary of State to simply put it up to the parties in Northern Ireland that if they wish to go into the Assembly, as they all say they do, then the Secretary of State could call the Assembly tomorrow, see who turns up, and that will show Which parties are the real obstacle in trying to get the Assembly reformed again?
Mr. Speaker, I have known the honourable gentleman for East Antrim for many years. I knew him when he was actually opposing his predecessor, and in a very impressive campaign. But I have to say he tempts me down a primrose path that I must sadly resist. I cannot, at this stage in my not particularly successful parliamentary career, claim to speak for the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland. The closest I've ever come to the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland is being on the other side of the dispatch box, and I'm sure she's quite happy with that. So I cannot possibly, with the sort of the distance I meant, I cannot, Mr. Deputy Speaker, make any comment. I'm familiar with this statement, and the honourable gentleman has made it before. However, what I would like to say with regards to tonight, we do not intend to oppose this. In fact, on the contrary, we actually intend to confirm our support for this legislation, but we would like to see some indication of the roadmap to seeing devolution restored. And I would, Mr. Deputy Speaker, like to refer to my right honourable friend, the former Paul Murphy, now Lord Torvine, who presented this in the Upper House. And I have to say, Paul Murphy, who I remember very, very well indeed, and is held in great affection and respect. I still remember the late Reverend Dr. Ian Paisley every morning would greet him with this salutation, and how is the Apostle Paul this morning? And Paul Murphy was a man who loved Northern Ireland. In his speech in the Upper House, he referred to the fact that Northern Ireland is the least democratic part of the United Kingdom and possibly of the European Union, with no nationalist members of Parliament or for that matter members of this House taking their seats and no assembly. And I think tonight we realise the full impact of that situation. It's a situation that cannot be allowed to pertain. There's been some talk, Mr. Deputy Speaker, of the talks being accelerated by the appointment of an independent arbiter, someone to oversee it. That is something which is a superficially attractive proposition, but I have to say that at the moment I understand that the Secretary of State is in discussion with 2 committees of MLAs, and I think we'd like to see how that progresses. I'll certainly give way to the honourable gentleman from Ballymena. North Antrim.
Giving way. Has he any idea of what's going to happen after August expires? What we're being asked to support tonight takes us to August, and he knows how quickly July will pass for the marching season. Has he any idea what the plan is post-August?
I did earlier on ask the honourable gentleman opposite for some indication of a roadmap of where we are. All I can say is that if the Secretary of State or the Minister, let alone myself or my colleague, the Shadow Secretary of State, had the remotest idea of where we would be in 2 or 3 months, then frankly we would be buying lottery tickets and not be sitting here tonight. I have to say, with respect, I do not know. All I know is that we have to show willing, we have to show determination, we have to show energy, we have to show an absolute commitment, because we cannot carry on with a situation where this sort of legislation is taken through the House in the absence of those who should be dealing with it, because this is Northern Ireland business and it should be dealt with by Northern Ireland legislators in Northern Ireland. I hope every single one of us accepts that. So, of course I could hardly refuse.
I'm very grateful indeed. No, I'm sure you won't regret. No, I am sure the honourable member will not regret taking an intervention from me. I'm really very curious to know, having listened to what he's just said, whether in fact Her Majesty's loyal opposition, as we often hear the loyal opposition being described, whether in fact you would support, that means the opposition party would support the Secretary of State if she were to exercise the power that she has to call a Northern Ireland Assembly election in the event that the parties do not come to any agreement before the expiry of August. Would the honourable gentleman and his colleagues support the Secretary of State in that effort?
Mr. Deputy Speaker, once again I am tempted by the spirit of hypothesis. I cannot imagine that situation at the present time. It's not really appropriate at this stage to even hypothesise along those lines. I'm perfectly prepared in the silence of the tenebrious gloom of the tea room to discuss these things, but I think on the floor of the House we shouldn't really be making such suggestions and such prognostications. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'll finish by saying that we support this. We will not be moving to vote against it. We understand that the Secretary of State is doing her best on this. I obviously, like everybody in the House, I wanted to do more. I think she wants herself to do more. I think every one of us feel that way. It is sadness that we support this tonight, but we understand it is absolutely necessary. This is the first piece of made legislation I've seen come before the House in this particular way. I profoundly hope it will be the last. And, Mr Deputy Speaker, I profoundly hope that there will be less and less of Northern Ireland business taken on the floor of this House and let it be repatriated to Northern Ireland where it belongs. We support the bill.
Dr. Andrew Morrison.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I share the honourable gentleman's sense of weariness about our continuing necessity to debate Northern Ireland business on the floor of this House, and hope very much that we will see before too very long democracy in Northern Ireland restored to where it should be, and that is to Stormont. However, we have to contemplate the possibility that that day may be some time off. And I share the desire expressed already for some form of roadmap, some sense of when it may be necessary to bring powers back to Whitehall in order to make sure that Northern Ireland is properly governed, because there can be little doubt, and my Select Committee certainly has taken evidence to this effect, that the good governance of Northern Ireland is suffering big time right now, and decisions are not being made in the interests of the ordinary lived experience of people in Northern Ireland that should be being made because of the absence of ministerial decision-making. And that is sustainable for a while, but not too very long. And it's become increasingly clear to us that public services are suffering, that decisions are not being made, that infrastructure is not being put in place, and that civil servants who are trying to do their best clearly have their limitations. And that's been proved in the courts, despite the guidance that's been issued by the Secretary of State. And there will come a time where ministers here in London are going to have to start making those decisions with a heavy heart. And it probably is not acceptable to kick this particular can too much further down the road. I share the temptation expressed by the honourable gentleman for East Antrim that we should perhaps think about calling the Assembly and see who turns up. But he knows as well as I do. That recall would be very short-lived indeed, because of the need for cross-community consent. Of course, I give way.
I thank the honourable member for giving way. Would agree with me that it may well be short-lived. But one significant advantage convening of the Assembly would prove, beyond any doubt, is who are the willing and who are the unwilling.
That's as may be, but he will have gathered from my preamble that what I'm actually interested in is ministerial decision-making, and I rather suspect that there will be very, very few decisions made by ministers in the short space of time between the convening of the Assembly and it breaking down, and it certainly, under the legislation, would not have legitimacy. Now, the date of the 25th, of course I give way to the honourable gentleman.
I can understand the member's cynicism and his caution in all of this, but since publicly Sinn Féin, who I assume he was referring to, have made it quite clear that they do not object to going back into the Assembly, does he not think that it would at least be a useful exercise to test the sincerity of Sinn Féin spokesmen who almost on a daily basis now are saying that they wish to go back into the Assembly? If the doors were opened, the Secretary of State invited all of the parties, then we would see whether or not those assurances, which are given with a straight face on the TV every night practically, are sincere or not.
Well, I suspect the honourable gentleman has his own views on the sincerity of the party to which he refers, but the preoccupation of the Secretary of State, I suspect, is the good governance of Northern Ireland. And in that respect, I suspect we wouldn't be moved much further on were we to recall the Assembly and see who turns up. The date of the 25th of August is an interesting one. As has been said already, not much is likely to happen between now and then, particularly given the marching season. And what happens on the 25th of August? it seems to me that there could be a throwing of the electoral dice in order to work out perhaps a way forward in this, because something might turn up. The numbers may change and it may be possible to form an executive. The sense is that that would not happen. We're then, of course, faced with another important date, and that is the 31st of October 2019, and the latest in the deadlines for this Brexit journey. One thing has been made very clear in terms of the chronology, and that is that in the event of a no-deal Brexit, there would have to be some form of direct rule from Westminster. That's the only certainty that really we have been given by ministers. I would like to know from the Minister, therefore, whether it is his working assumption that on the 25th of August there will be an election called in very short order, because that would give a very small window between then and the 31st of October in which to hold elections and perhaps have a slightly different outcome than the one that we have at the moment, that may perhaps just be crucial. Madam Deputy Speaker, I think that's pretty much all I have to say. As the Minister said, this is a very, very short bill that is unobjectionable, and like most right honourable members, I can't wait to get on to sea potatoes, which is the second matter of Northern Ireland business that we'll be debating this evening.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'll rise to speak briefly in this SI, and it's very much like Groundhog Day when it comes to non-Ireland legislation, albeit secondary legislation. In this case, Groundhog Day, because I'll set out, or can set out, the many reasons why it's imperative that the executive is reformed. The Minister will largely agree with that aim, but disagree as to the UK Government's role and leadership in achieving this thus far. I hope that the real depth of feeling exhibited in non-Ireland in recent days following Leader McKee's sad death and the Secretary of State's conversations in coming days with party leaders marks a real shift in the political situation. Because the fact is, we're in danger of slipping into a reality where functioning devolution in non-Ireland is no longer the norm. Although much of that fault ultimately falls on their own representatives, it's far beyond time that the UK Government begins a new round of inclusive talks in earnest, in order that they be the arbiter that is required to bring an end to this impasse. But again, I reiterate, if the Government cannot do this, then they should consider bringing in independent arbitration. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, the murder of Leader McKee last week has demonstrated to all of us across these islands just how fragile and precious the peace process in Northern Ireland is, and always has been. But following the murder, the public and political reaction has been united in sending two very clear messages. Firstly, in condemnation of those who carried out the killing, and secondly, a determination that politics and nothing else must fill the dangerous political vacuum that has been allowed to develop. As I will not be opposing this SI tonight, but I've got a few questions for the Minister to address in his summing up, if possible. On Monday, yes, I'll give you.
Going away, and I understand he doesn't want to oppose the motion, but could I ask him to stand in our shoes, and if this Parliament was talking about his part of the kingdom, his part of Scotland, he'd be opposing this motion tonight, wouldn't he?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank him for that question. I understand where it comes from. It's with great regret that we have to have this SI in front of us at all, and it's not comfortable for me to address situations in another part of the United Kingdom that should be devolved. It should be the elected representatives in Northern Ireland, but we are, I hate this phrase, but we are where we are, and we have to ensure that this is passed this evening. As I said, we won't be opposing it. On Monday, the leaders of the SDLP, the Ulster Unionist Party and the Alliance Party called on the Secretary of State to reconvene inclusive talks on power sharing this week. We in the SNP have been calling for these urgent talks at every turn, and the Secretary of State has said that restoring devolution is her top priority. Can the Minister therefore respond to both the public and political calls to convene talks urgently, proper talks, not just brief conversations between the Secretary of State and the party leaders? Why must there be such delay? Madam Deputy Speaker, I see no reason why these talks should be dragged out beyond local and European elections. The people of Northern Ireland deserved a functioning assembly 3 years ago. They deserve it now. not at some point in an arbitrary future date. Can he explain the justification for this? Is this extension a deliberate attempt to stall the reconvening of talks until September? And in previous debates, members from all parties have outlined concerns that the non-Irish civil service has been stretched to its limit. Can the Minister provide the House with an update of the administrative pressures being experienced by the NI civil service due to the absence of political direction? And why hasn't the British-Irish Intergovernmental Conference been meeting more regularly, given the vacuum in Northern Ireland? And what meetings are planned for the immediate future? In conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, the SNP wants to see Northern Ireland benefit from a fully functioning executive and assembly. This is in Northern Ireland, Scotland's, the UK's, and indeed the European interest. The continued absence of power sharing can no longer be tolerated. The people of Northern Ireland deserve better from all its elected representatives and its government.
Rick Oldfield.
Deputy Speaker, it's now over 2 years since there was a Northern Ireland Assembly and Executive in Northern Ireland. And Northern Ireland now has the proud achievement of having a world record for the longest time a country has gone without a government. And we have heard, as members of Select Committee, the difficulties that has caused, whether that's listening to the Chief Constable of the PSNI tell us about the daily struggles of not knowing whether he has enough money in his budgets to pay his officers or to order equipment or to make sure that the vital work that they need to do can be done. Whether it's listening to head teachers across all communities telling us about the school funding issues that they are facing, and not just about the funding issues, but the political reforms that need to happen for schools in Northern Ireland to enable them to teach the next generation of children. The Salisbury Review that was commissioned when the Northern Ireland Assembly was sitting, which is now gathering dust on tables because there is no one there to take those decisions forward. Whether it's the potential teacher strike that we're facing in Northern Ireland, because teachers in Northern Ireland have not had a pay rise since the Assembly has fallen, and teachers now in Northern Ireland are being paid 6.6% less than teachers in the rest of the United Kingdom. Whether it's members of the civil service of various departments telling us that they are doing their best to keep things going, but they cannot take those key political decisions that need to be taken by ministers. Whether it's the suicide strategy in the Department of Health that is still on hold, that could be saving lives as we speak, or whether it's the fact that there's still no mental capacity legislation, even though in the rest of the United Kingdom not only did we have the original Mental Capacity Act, we only a few weeks ago passed an amended version of that. And whether it's listening to the MLAs who come to our committee who tell us there is no way there is going to be an assembly any time soon. It's depressing indeed. And while extensions after extensions seem to be the vogue in this place on a variety of issues at the moment, we cannot carry on like this in Northern Ireland and be representing all communities in the wonderful part of Northern Ireland that exists. And I think it's ironic that almost 50 years ago to the day, on the 22nd of April 1969, Bernadette Devlin stood in this place to give her maiden speech, a controversial maiden speech, a controversial Member of Parliament who stood as a unity candidate, who I'm sure will be no fan of me, and I'm sure will be no fan of members of the DUP opposite. But she stood as a unity candidate, as a civil rights activist, campaigning for one man, one vote, for all communities in Northern Ireland. And how sad that 50 years later, when everyone in Northern Ireland does have the right to vote, that there are some communities who have neither representation in this place and have no representation in the Assembly either. And yet, despite that, so much has been achieved in Northern Ireland. We finally have peace, despite the terrible incidences over the holiday weekend. And my concern is, without an assembly, a vacuum is being created, which paramilitary organisations on all sides are starting to fill and starting to indoctrinate young people who weren't around at the time of the Good Friday Agreement, because they have no representation speaking up for them, whether it's on health or education or crime. And that vacuum is being filled by people who don't have the best interests of Northern Ireland at heart. But while we are struggling, and I really would like the Minister to outline what is going to happen in August if there is no Assembly formed, will we be seeing another election? Will we be having an Assembly of the willing? Or will we be having an independent chair of talks to get things going? We need to have those answers this evening before we decide on the motion before us. But what I'd also like to say is that Northern Ireland is a wonderful place, despite what we've heard today, both in the statement and in the bill that's before us today. Northern Ireland, despite not having an assembly, is the best performing education system for primary maths in Europe. Belfast is the world's top destination for fintech development. Northern Ireland has the highest availability of broadband in the United Kingdom, something I'm personally very jealous of in Lewis and East Sussex, where we have multiple NOT spots. So any advice that could be given to East Sussex would be welcome. Where there's beautiful coastlines and where I've been to visit the Giant Causeway only over Christmas, and the Honourable Member for North Antrim was very generous in recommending hospitality in his constituency. And where we have so much good news and wonderful people. Whether Northern Ireland people identify as British or Irish, Protestant or Catholic, of any faith or none, whether nationalists or unionists, they are the most friendly, hard-working people you could ever wish to meet. So while there are tough decisions to be made, and I urge and hope that all sides will get back round and form an Assembly and an Executive as soon as possible, there's some great stories to tell about Northern Ireland too, and I think without an Assembly we're missing some of the good news as well as the bad.
Nigel Dodds.
Very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a real pleasure to follow the Honourable Lady for Lewis, who has spoken very eloquently, if I may say so, about the attractions of Northern Ireland, and is right to point out that as we consider the dark news of the weekend's events, to point out the many tremendous assets that Northern Ireland has going for it, and most of all, of course, its people, despite everything that has happened in recent days. We have seen the worst of what can happen in Northern Ireland, but we have also seen the very best of what can happen in Northern Ireland, with people coming together in a very, very strong way to send out a powerful message about the future that we all want for our beloved country. Because whilst we may have our disagreements and our strong disagreements, we all hail from Northern Ireland. We were born there, we live there, our families grew up there, our grandchildren, those of us who have them, and I'm blessed to have 2 young grandchildren, will live their lives there, and we want to see the very best for them. We're united in that great hope of wanting to see the very best for the future of our country. And part of the sad fact of what we have to deal with is, of course, not just the human tragedy, which we spoke about earlier, and the terrible events in Londonderry, but also the fact that we don't have a functioning political assembly and we don't have a functioning government in Northern Ireland, which is deeply to our regret. And I remember, Madam Deputy Speaker, the evening in which Martin McGuinness came and told Arlene Foster and myself and a number of our aides that he was going to resign. And we urged him even at that stage to think again, because we said to him, if you collapse everything, it'll be much, much harder to build it up again, to throw away 10 years of progress over something which, in the comparison to all that we have been through in Northern Ireland and have come through and have overcome, was a comparatively minor issue. Important, but not the sort of issues that we had dealt with previously and had overcome. And we urged him to think again, but Sinn Féin were determined to take this course of action. And in the full knowledge of what might be at stake, they plunged Northern Ireland into an election, a needless election, and we've all seen what unnecessary elections sometimes bring about. Very much unintended consequences. They have outcomes which people think they call these elections. Martin McGuinness called that election. Sinn Féin called that election effectively. in the belief that they would strengthen their position and then things would carry on with them in a more important, dominant position. But, of course, it didn't work out that way. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, we are where we are. And, of course, this SI today is a necessary statutory instrument. Of course, we won't oppose it, but it is not something that we believe is at all satisfactory in terms of the Government of Northern Ireland. And quite frankly, we cannot go on much longer like this, and I think the Secretary of State knows that. And indeed, when the Conservative Party manifesto was written in 2017, and I do think the House needs to be reminded of what the Government said at the time. They said that they wanted to avoid any return to direct rule, but in the continued absence of a functioning devolved administration, a Conservative government will do all that is necessary to provide the good governance and political stability that Northern Ireland needs, including political decision-making from Westminster. Now, that's the Conservative Party manifesto 2017. And I think it bears repeating here, because what we are being offered in Northern Ireland is the worst form of government that can possibly be imagined anywhere in a modern, civilised, developed, democratic country, because the people that are running the government in Northern Ireland are effectively senior civil servants. And David Stirling, on the 23rd of March last year, the head of the civil service, made it clear that this was totally and utterly unacceptable for senior civil servants to be put into this position. So not only is this SI and the legislation, the primary legislation that underpins it and that gives it its locus, not only is that legislation wrong in principle to have Northern Ireland governed this way, it's a flagrant breach of the Conservative Party manifesto on which this government stood and on which it is supposed to be proceeding. So I think on one or two illustrations, yes, I'll happily give way.
Right, Honourable Gentleman, I don't disagree with anything he has said, but he has said himself that when the institutions collapsed, he pointed out to the late Martin McGuinness how difficult it would be to rebuild them. Is it also not the case that were powers to be brought back to Westminster, it would be less likely that the institutions would be capable of being re-established?
I would have thought we're 2 years now into the position of this limbo land, which is utterly unacceptable in its own terms, but to suggest that this is having the effect of bringing about devolution being restored is not correct. I think the people of Northern Ireland deserve to have proper government, accountable decisions being made. These are normal, democratic, basic fundamental rights. I'll give you a couple of examples. The head of the Organised Crime Task Force, so we're talking about violence in Northern Ireland and paramilitarism. We were talking about that earlier, about the still pernicious role of paramilitaries on both sides of the community in Northern Ireland. And I have experience of that in my constituency in North Belfast on the Loyalist side as well as on the Republican side. The head of the Organised Crime Task Force says that not having ministers taking decisions is hampering their pursuit of paramilitary and criminal assets. We have a situation where the unexplained wealth orders, where people are forced to provide evidence as to how they have gained their wealth, these can't be implemented in Northern Ireland. These are common sense measures which would empower the security forces and the agencies of the government to actually tackle criminality and paramilitarism in Northern Ireland. And it's simply left to wither on the vine. Utterly unacceptable. And I think that these things now are well past the time when they need to be brought into force, and that has to be done one way or the other through ministers. Now, I have heard the argument, and it was referred to earlier about, I think it was the chairman of the Select Committee referred to the issue of Brexit and the impact that if we leave the European Union, then direct rule will have to be implemented in Northern Ireland. And yet I've read reports that apparently this has been considered such a terrible prospect that the UK should remain in the European Union for as long as it takes in order to avoid direct rule in Northern Ireland. I point out to the House that we had periods of direct rule, considerable periods of direct rule, after the Assembly was formed in 2000 after the 2003 Assembly elections, when Sinn Féin refused to decommission their weapons. They were in government, but they were still murdering people on the streets through a sort of a NAME, the Direct Action Against Drugs, I think it was called. They were still holding on to their arms. They hadn't decommissioned. And so the government of the day, I think it was a Labour government, had to introduce direct rule in order to deal with the matter. And of course, people accepted that there had to be proper governance. It wasn't permanent, it was interim, it wasn't intended to last forever, but it was designed to give some semblance of good governance to Northern Ireland whilst these issues were resolved. And of course, Arlene Foster, our party leader, has made it clear that she is prepared to form the executive in Northern Ireland tomorrow, along with the other parties entitled to seats in the executive, if the Assembly is called. And I would agree with those who have said in the House tonight about calling the Assembly. Let's see who's willing to go into government and who's not. Let's test it. People who talk about wanting to get government in Northern Ireland. But the fact of the matter is that Arlene Foster made an offer last year in which she said, let's get the Assembly up and going, deal with these issues that need to be dealt with: health, education, schools, the environment, roads, infrastructure, and let's talk about the other issues, which suddenly became an issue after the elections were called, in parallel. And if we don't read it, in case anyone thinks that this is an open-ended process designed to lure Sinn Féin into the executive and the Assembly without any kind of finality or prospect of getting agreement on these other issues, we can time limit it and we can say, well, the Assembly then will fall again if we don't get these matters resolved. That was dismissed within 30 minutes of the offer being made. But what have we heard this week? We heard that Sinn Féin's position was, let's have a British, this was said on Easter Sunday by Mary Lou MacDonald, let us have a British-Irish partnership, a joint authority between the Irish government and the British government to get things implemented, and then call the Assembly. Now, let's be clear in this House tonight about what is happening in terms of the willingness of parties to enter government. Now, I think, Madam Deputy Speaker, and no others want to speak, so I'll draw my remarks to a close. People have talked about what will happen on the 25th of August. Well, the Secretary of State is clear under this SI will be under an obligation to call elections. But then she was under an obligation to call elections in 2017. And nearly a whole year went by, and then we introduced retrospective legislation to extend the date to March 2019. So let us not get too excited about what might happen on the 25th of August. But one of the things that should happen, certainly by then, is that good governance is returned to Northern Ireland in one shape or form. I am intrigued that in the explanatory memorandum, which was prepared by the Northern Ireland office, that it actually says, at paragraph 12, impact, that there is no significant impact on business, charities or voluntary bodies, no significant impact on the public sector, that an impact assessment has not been prepared for this instrument because there is no significant impact on business, charities, voluntary bodies or the public sector of this statutory instrument. How can anyone seriously suggest that the Northern Ireland office can write such a piece in an explanatory memorandum to this particular SI and say that there is no impact on business, charities or voluntary bodies? There is massive impact in Northern Ireland every single day as a result of the failure to do not only what's right, but to do what the Conservative Party in its manifesto promised to do. Thank you, Madam President.
Jeffrey Donaldson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I'm reluctant to see this legislation come forward. And like many, indeed all of my colleagues over the last few days and most of the Easter period, I've been out on the doorsteps in my constituency, in Lisburn, in Moira, in Hillsborough, in Dromore, talking to people about politics in the local government elections and, of course, supporting our DUP candidates. But At door after door after door, Madam Deputy Speaker, the message has been very clear. When are we getting Stormont back? When are we going to have a functioning Assembly and Executive? At the one level, I'm encouraged by this, because what it clearly demonstrates is that the people of Northern Ireland have taken ownership of the devolved institutions.
Yep.
Flawed though they may be, difficult though they are to operate, there is no doubt that the majority, a very strong majority of people in Northern Ireland recognise that governing Northern Ireland on the day-to-day issues, what we call the bread and butter issues, is best done by local politicians in the Assembly and Executive. And I know the Secretary of State and the Minister of State agree with that. That is not to say that when we had direct rule in the past, that we didn't have a form of government that functioned in Northern Ireland. It was not the preferred form, but this idea, and I echo what the comments of my right honourable friend, that direct rule is somehow undesirable or non-democratic, I must disagree. As a Member of Parliament, when I was first elected, it was under direct rule, as my right honourable friend has said. Even since the 1998 agreement, we've had periods of direct rule and government is provided. But at the moment, like all of my right honourable and honourable friends on this side of the House, I'm frustrated because I encounter on a daily basis issues where decisions need to be taken at ministerial level and they are not being taken, and the people I represent are being affected by this, Madam Deputy Speaker. In healthcare provision, in terms of education funding, and a multiplicity of other areas. Justice is another area where appointments need to be made and can't be made, and decisions that are required and can't be taken are impacting on the people that I represent and that my party represents. And I think the Right Honourable Member for North Belfast is absolutely right to point out that there is an impact. You cannot say, as the explanatory memorandum suggests, that there is no discernible impact. There is. That said, I want to thank the Honourable Member for Lewis for her comments, because despite all of this, Northern Ireland is doing well. And I'm tired at times listening to some political commentators who've never done politics but keep talking Northern Ireland down all the time, despite the fact that we have, at the moment, the lowest unemployment we've had for years, that we are still attracting investment, we're still creating jobs, we've got more visitors coming to Northern Ireland than for decades. There's a lot of positivity there, but we need a government. We need a functioning government at Stormont.
With the right honourable gentleman.
Of course.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm very, very grateful indeed to the right honourable gentleman for allowing me to intervene. I'm quite sure the right honourable gentleman will agree with me when I say that at the weekend, as we watched the leaders of the political parties in Northern Ireland, of the Alliance Party, of the DUP, of Sinn Féin, of the parties coming to the Cregan after Lyra McKee's murder, and it was murder, it wasn't an accident, it was murder, that there was an expectation throughout the community that she would not have died in vain, and she cannot be allowed to have died in vain. What the people of Northern Ireland would love to see, speaking as an independent member, but reflecting to the right honourable gentleman and his colleagues, is that there would be a genuine, sincere coming together of the political leaders of all the parties in Northern Ireland to get our Assembly back again. That would be a wonderful, wonderful memorial to Lyra.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm absolutely happy to reassure the Honourable Member for North Down that if the Secretary of State were to convene the Assembly on Thursday, the day after the funeral of Lyra McKee,
we'll be there,
that the Democratic Unionist Party, from its leader down, will be there, all our MLAs will be there, and they will be ready to take up office and to get on with the job of providing good government for Northern Ireland. And I say that to the Honourable Lady without any preconditions whatsoever. We are ready to do the job. This party is ready to act. And I long for the day when we see those local ministers back in Stormont again. But it does require leadership. And when I consider the issues that need to be dealt with, they pale into insignificance compared to the issues that we have dealt with in the past. As I have often said, the mountains in front of us are no higher than the mountains we have already climbed in Northern Ireland. And yes, I agree with the Honourable Lady that the best and strongest message we can send to that masked gunman in the Cregan, to those who cheered him on, to those who walked the streets of Dublin in their paramilitary garb, wanting to drag us back to the dark days of the past. The best message we could send them is to get Stormont back up and running. That is absolutely the case, and it's echoed in the Belfast Telegraph editorial this very day. And as the Right Honourable Member, the parliamentary leader of our party, as our party leader said in the Cregan, and as we as a party say in unison on these benches today, we are ready to govern. We are ready to take our place in the Assembly and Executive. We do not want what is being brought before the House this evening. We want to get on with the job and sort out the issues as we provide good government for Northern Ireland. I hope that day will come before we reach the expiry date for this. Let us not operate on the basis that is a target date. Let us operate on the basis that we need government back in Northern Ireland tomorrow. And the sooner we get it, Madam Deputy Speaker, the better for all the people of Northern Ireland. And we renew our commitment to do that.
Jim Shannon. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm very pleased to speak in this, and I'm very pleased to follow my colleagues who have made some very good contributions. I believe we cannot, Madam Deputy Speaker, continue to do what we've been doing for the last 6 months, because here we are asking for yet another extension. An extension to the indecision, an extension to the Mary Clay, an extension to the freeze on moving forward, an extension to the cessation of legislation, an extension to the absolute power of unelected civil servants, an extension to the misery of the people of Northern Ireland who are crying out for leadership, crying out for a working government, and crying out for their appointed, very respectably, Secretary of State to start making decisions. Yesterday I had the privilege and the honour to work with the apprentice boys of Derry in my honourable friend's constituency of East Belfast, and we had a cultural, what I would refer to as a cultural extravaganza. Somewhere in the region of 10,000 people walked and were watching the parade, and not one bit of bother. And then we compare that with, as my honourable friend for Lagan Valley said, the balaclavaed, military uniformed, marching up in parts of Northern Ireland and in Dublin as well, with a complete disregard for those other cultures across the whole of the province. And you do understand why we feel and get annoyed. We can't ignore the issues that are brought to us on the doorsteps, and I've made it my business, Madam Deputy Speaker, and the time I was off to be on the doors with my local councillors who worked for me at the Assembly election in the past, but also at Westminster as it is now. I want to return that accolade to them and support them, which I've done and will continue to do it this week, as my other friends have done likewise, to be fair. And the issues we're getting on the doors continue to be the key issues. They aren't the key issues of the Irish language, with great respect, Madam Deputy Speaker. The key issue for the people that I speak to is quite simple. It's education, it's health, it's roads, it's farming, it's fishing. Those are the things that the people of my constituency want to see brought forward. And therefore you understand why we get ourselves quite annoyed with the intransigence of Sinn Féin when it comes to these issues. The agri-food sector in my constituency, Madam Deputy Speaker, contributes greatly to the job, some over 2,000 odds in the factories, and probably double that or maybe triple that when you take in the farms and those who feed into that process. across my constituency and indeed further afield. We can't ignore the issues of the agri-food, and at this moment in time, Madam Deputy Speaker, we have the agri-food sector held up because, for their opportunities to apply for grants to extend their factories, all because we don't have a working assembly. These are the key issues. But I want to very quickly, Madam Deputy Speaker, because I understand that time is of an essence, and I want to give two examples which I feel there are two real examples that happened to me and my constituency office in the last 2 weeks, and I want to explain by those two examples why people are frustrated. I'm so aware when I'm saying this as well that I will be trotting through the lobbies, if it was necessary, with the Secretary of State, as we have no option other than to extend this. We have no other option than to accept this continual stalemate. We have no other option but to sit and watch our people crying out for action to be taken. Picture this. A young teacher has a baby on the 1st of July. The baby is 4 weeks premature, with the little issues that come from that. In England, the child's parents would be allowed, in cooperation with the health visitor, to hold back the little one for another year so that he wouldn't be so far behind. The mother, who just happens to be a teacher, would be able to use her expertise to say, "My son isn't far enough caught up, so we'll let him do a year in nursery." This would not be an issue on the UK mainland, and for the reason that the Northern Ireland Assembly began the legislation process for this also to take place in Northern Ireland, for informed parental consent to play a part in the issue of premature babies and education. But because Sinn Féin have pulled out and consistently been allowed to hold the entire country, every other person in Northern Ireland, to ransom, this mother, who as a teacher understands very well her son's educational needs, must sit idly by and watch a massive schooling mistake being made, unable to do anything about it. This is not okay, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I say to the Minister of State, who will answer this through yourself, Madam Deputy Speaker, that would he come with me to this lady's door, take the time, and then explain to her just why her inability to make the hard decision will impact upon his inability to make the hard decision will impact upon her child's experience in school. Will he do this? Will the Secretary of State do it? I'll tell you what, be ready for a roasting when you get to the doorstep. Will the Secretary of State come to the Ulster Hospital and explain to the family just why the desire to placate a Republican agenda means that their grandmother must lie in a corridor in the Ulster Hospital for 36 hours before she's been seen? The Secretary of State was happy, and I say this respectfully, the Secretary of State was happy to make the trip to Northern Ireland, I say this very respectfully to you, to court businesses for the Remain agenda, and yet nothing publicly has been done that I can see that makes things better in the Ulster Hospital, nor, Madam Deputy Speaker, can my constituents see it better either. So will the Secretary of State, or the Minister of State, or whoever at the time, explain to the people of the province the justification for this placation of Republican terrorism, which has not kept peace intact, but has seen the murder of an innocent bystander, Lara McKee, despite her appeasement of the community? Sinn Féin, quite obviously, Madam Deputy Speaker, have no control over dissident Republicans in Londonderry or indeed anywhere else. Or will the Secretary of State or the Minister of State do what we need them to do and take control? Will the Secretary of State, determined to have her legal advisers, find a way to hold a democratic election and to allow those who will take their seats with no red lines whatsoever, as my honourable friend and leader of the DUP here has said from North Belfast, to do so? Will she freeze out those who hold us to ransom, who stop the decisions being made, who are seeing people needlessly die within our health service due to the lack of decisive decision-making? Some of my constituents are waiting for over 2 years for operations. I have to say this, Madam Deputy Speaker, some people have waited and never had their operation because they passed this scene of time. Will the Secretary of State determine that Northern Ireland is not to be held hostage, and that only those willing to work with other democratically elected members with no conditions will be allowed to stand? I think it's time, Madam Deputy Speaker, we think outside of the box. It's time we did something different. It's time we urged our Secretary of State and our Minister of State, who is here to answer the issues. I fear, Madam Deputy Speaker, I already know the answer, but please prove me wrong. I will vote for this extension. I will support it because I must. But for the sake of my people in Strangford and the people of Northern Ireland, please do something to help my nation.
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I start by saying I'm delighted that I think everybody has said, with a degree of reluctance, with a degree of frustration, but I think everybody has accepted that this statutory instrument which we are discussing and debating here this evening, while not wanted, is nonetheless necessary. And I do thank everybody for saying that they will support it, therefore, sometimes with a heavy heart. I think that goes for all of us, but nonetheless that they will support it even so. And I appreciate and recognise that degree of cross-party support. I think it is more powerful because it is cross-party. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, that is not to say that the frustrations are not real, that the frustrations have not been clearly and effectively expressed this evening. We have had a whole litany of examples from all sides of the House of the kinds of decisions, the lengthening list of decisions which are not being taken because Stormont is not currently operational. And we've had examples from all sorts of people. For the honourable gentleman from Strangford, who just spoke, gave examples of a lady with a premature baby, of a grandmother left on a hospital waiting trolley for too long. But there have been others as well. And my honourable friend from Lewis gave a long list of missed opportunities, as did the Select Committee Chair, the honourable gentleman from South West Wiltshire. And I think there has been a repeated refrain from all sides that we cannot, I think, if I'm quoting the Select Committee Chair, cannot keep kicking the can down the road, was his phrase. The honourable gentleman, if I can just finish this point, the honourable gentleman from Lagan Valley said that the mountains in front of us are no higher than those we have scaled in the past. But he also says that bread and butter issues are far better done by locally elected politicians in Stormont. I'll happily give way to the...
Thank the Minister for State for giving way, but it's in light of legislation which took place recently in relation to the Buick case, and where permanent secretaries were needing cover to allow them to make decisions. Permanent secretaries are still not signing off what is non-controversial decisions. They are using the frustration of no assembly as an excuse not to do business.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm sure everybody here would appreciate that the senior civil servants in the Northern Ireland Civil Service are faced with a very, very difficult position. They are being required to keep the wheels of good government turning, and in fact the EF Act equips them to do that, but clearly they have to be extremely careful not to try and take new policy decisions which should rightly and correctly and constitutionally be taken by elected politicians in Stormont. That would clearly be wrong. That is out with the powers in the EF Act. And I think it perhaps answers the question asked by the honourable gentleman for Paisley and Renfrewshire North. He said, what are the stresses on the administration? And the answer is simply that people are being asked to operate up to the limits of what they can decently and constitutionally do, and it is requiring a great deal of care and a great deal of civil service professionalism to make sure that they go up to those limits but no further. And I don't think that we can reasonably ask them to continue doing that for a very great deal of time longer, not least because, as people have been rightly pointing out, the list of problems which are left unsolved because they require a political intervention, a political decision, is getting longer every day. And I'll happily give way.
I'm very grateful, Madam Deputy Speaker, to the Minister for giving way. And it's just to re-emphasise a point that my honourable friend from South Antrim is making. I understand the caution in the Minister's response and the balance that senior civil servants have to make in the public interest, and there's a matrix in this bill as to how those decisions should be made. But the truth is, some permanent secretaries, some departments are more willing to use the powers afforded to them under this bill than others. And I think there needs to be a fair appreciation of that and an encouragement to the head of the civil service to say, for as long as this bill pertains, for as long as we don't have active devolved institutions, for as long as there is a democratic deficit and decisions can be made, they should be made. And I would really encourage them to meet with us to go through that in finer detail, because some permanent secretaries are using it to its full force, others are not, and they should be encouraged to do so.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I share the frustration on all sides about this. I think that we need to be extremely careful here, because it may be clear to one person on one side of this House, another person on another side of this House, that a particular department in the Northern Ireland Civil Service is acting to the full extent of its powers, or perhaps drawing back a little further from using those full powers. But the point about it is that that is, at some point, that becomes a political judgment rather than a professional civil service judgment. And where it becomes a political judgment, then at that point, the answer, of course, as I think many people on all sides of this debate have already said, rightly so far this evening, is for there to be an executive at Stormont and for the devolved assembly to come back into play, because ultimately, until that happens, then the judgment of the civil servants has to be just that. It has to be something which is within the scope of the Act. But it is very, very hard for politicians to say this civil servant is doing a good job, that civil servant is doing a bad job, unless we get the politicians in place in Stormont in order, who have the natural legal locus and the democratic mandate in order to do so. I'll happily give way to the honourable lady.
Giving way. Although he has stated that perhaps that this could go into a political judgment in terms of civil servants, the reality is the law is there. There are parameters around the exercise of the powers given within that legislation, and what we would like to see is a consistency in terms of the discretion that each of the permanent secretaries or senior civil servants would have. I asked the Secretary of State on a previous occasion to consider looking at guidance being issued to permanent secretaries so to get that type of consistency. I think what all of us are finding at the moment is that there is a disparity in the way that permanent secretaries and senior civil servants are operating the powers that they have been given objectively within this bill.
I accept that there will be different views about whether or not some departments are using those powers, as I said, to their full extent and others not. I think it is, to coin the phrase used by the honourable gentleman who speaks for the Labour Party and who spoke second in this debate, it's a primrose path that we're being asked to tread down here, to say, well, this particular part of the Northern Ireland Civil Service is using those powers to its full extent, this one isn't. Ultimately, this has to be something which is decided by and led by and ultimately arbitrated by the devolved Assembly and the devolved ministers. And all of us feel this frustration, but I think it's becoming a rather circular argument if we say that we should be trying to push them one way or push them another. We have to set those rules, but ultimately, if people aren't happy with the way they're being applied, providing they're being used within the rules of the law which we have set in the EFEF Act, then it is up to the Northern Ireland Assembly. And I'm afraid it is as fundamental and as simple and as difficult a truth as that the only answer is for the Northern Ireland Assembly to come back. And I'll happily give way again.
I've said a number of times that he shares the frustration of what my colleagues have said tonight. But why is it that the government will not go ahead, call the Assembly, those that turn up, get it moving and get it working for the people of Northern Ireland? Why will the government not do that?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I bring the honourable gentleman good news, which is that my colleague, the Secretary of State, has many, many talents and powers, but one of them is not to call the Assembly in this sort of portentous phrase which numbers have been using so far this evening. In fact, the Assembly is still legally in existence. If MLAs want to turn up tomorrow, or perhaps the day after tomorrow, given the sad and tragic events that are happening tomorrow, if they want to turn up, nobody needs to call them to do so. They have a legal right to turn up, open the doors and do so. And when they do turn up, they are then entitled to try and select firstly a Speaker and then choose a Chief Minister and Deputy First Minister. Doesn't require Secretary of State to call them to do it. And we've had several calls this evening for some sort of a trial to see whether or not people will actually turn up and do that. If MLAs from any sides of the community, from any political party, are so minded, they can do that should they so want to. I will leave it up to them, of course, as directly, locally elected politicians to decide if they wish to do that, but they can, and legally they are entitled to do that should they wish. Madam Deputy Speaker, I don't want to detain the House any longer. I'm conscious of the passage of time. Just very briefly, and then I will just try and answer one more question and sit down.
I admire the Minister of State greatly, and he's doing a valiant job with the... And he mentioned only 2 paragraphs in this SI, and he doesn't have a lot of material, I understand that. But he really is trying to put everything else onto other people here. It's up to the parties to call the Assembly, it's up to people. Does he not take any responsibility? Does he not take any responsibility for the state of affairs in Northern Ireland that his government is responsible for in breach of his own manifesto commitments? Will he not answer that point?
Madam Deputy Speaker, the honourable gentleman leads me on to my next point, which is a response to several people asking for some kind of a roadmap. What happens next? Now, clearly, Madam Deputy Speaker, it will depend on the reactions of the individual parties, but one of the things which the government has a responsibility for, and which we have been trying to do, and we will continue to try and do, is to try and bring talks to get Stormont back together again to a successful conclusion, to get them started, to get them continued, and to get them successfully concluded. So a number of people asked me about what the roadmap to take this forward might be. And as the Secretary of State set out to the House on the 21st of March, she's spoken to the Northern Ireland parties and the Irish Government on a number of occasions over recent weeks. In those discussions, all the parties have been consistent. All the parties have been consistent in their commitment to restoring a power-sharing executive and the other political institutions set out in the Belfast Agreement. So we believe that the five main parties are in favour of taking forward a short and focused set of roundtable talks to restore devolution at the earliest opportunity, and the Irish Government also supports this approach. So any such talks processes will involve the UK Government, the five main parties and the Irish Government, taking place in full accordance with a well-established three-stranded approach. A number of people, Madam Deputy Speaker, have said that, without wishing to prejudge anything, and certainly not to anticipate things when the funeral of Lyra McKee is due to take place tomorrow, but people have said during the course of the earlier statement this evening that there may just be a glimmer of light. There may just be a change of view, a change of tone in Northern Ireland. That is tremendously important, and if that is the case, then this kind of approach will be necessary. I completely accept what the honourable gentleman from North Belfast was pointing out. We need to try and convene that if we possibly can, and also, therefore, to create the breathing space in which that kind of a change of tone, that kind of a change of approach can flourish and develop, if at all possible. And therefore, and I was about to sit down, I have 1 minute and then I really must. But
grateful indeed to the Minister for allowing me to take the 1 minute the Minister has.
30 seconds, Sylvia.
Earlier this evening, no one in this chamber could have been unmoved by the very dignified and very moving tribute paid by the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland to Lyra McKee. I want to ask the Minister, and I think people are entitled to know, how that tribute is going to be translated by the Secretary of State and by the Northern Ireland Office into tangible change in Northern Ireland. We want change in Northern Ireland, led by the Secretary of State.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I think I've just answered what the next steps will be. Clearly, it will be then for the people involved in those talks to make them come to fruition. They have to be led and convened by the government, but they will require everybody else's involvement too. I've laid out what the process will be. I agree with her that no one could have failed to be moved. There is a possibility here. There is an opportunity here. We must grasp it if we can. This SI, the statutory instrument this evening, creates that moment, that breathing space which may allow it to happen. I hope, therefore, that everybody will grasp the opportunity which is thus created and will grasp it with both hands.
The question is the motion on Northern Ireland as on the order paper. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Thank you. We now come to motion on exiting the European Union value-added tax. Minister Whitton, not moved. We now come to the motion on exiting the European Union broadcasting. Minister Whitton, not moved. Not moved. We now come to the motion on exiting the European Union animals. Minister to move. Minister Robert Goodwin.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I beg to move that the committee has considered the draft Animal Health, Sea Potatoes and Food Amendment Northern Ireland EU Exit Regulations 2019. And firstly, may I echo the points made in the last debate, not least by the Honourable Member for Lagan Valley, that I would much rather decisions of this site were made by a functioning democratic executive in Stormont. Now, this is one of a number of affirmative statutory instruments to be considered as the UK leaves the European Union. The draft instrument will ensure that legislation concerning the control of salmonella in the poultry sector, beef and veal labelling and seed potato inspections and marketing will continue to function after exit in Northern Ireland. Yeah, of course I'll give way.
Will this legislation apply to Northern Ireland?
Sorry, could you repeat that point?
Will this piece of legislation apply to Northern Ireland, or is there a separate order for us?
I absolutely take the point. This applies solely to Northern Ireland. This is a matter that obviously applies under different legislation, but this is specifically for Northern Ireland in the event of no-deal exit from the European Union. Yep, by all means.
Giving way. One of the issues that he has mentioned is seed potato. That has been raised with businesses in my constituency, where if there is a no deal, they have been told that they can't export seed potato to the Republic of Ireland.
That is indeed the case, and indeed I'll just digress on the point I was going to make. Seed potato production in Northern Ireland is less important than it used to be, but there are still 318 hectares of certified seed grown in Northern Ireland by around about 50 growers. That means 4,000 tonnes were marketed. 2,000 tonnes of that was in the Republic of Ireland, 1,000 tonnes within Northern Ireland, and 1,000 tonnes exported elsewhere, including Egypt, Morocco and the Canary Islands. So it means that in the event of a no-deal scenario, there will be a loss of that 2,000 tonnes. And indeed, the chief varieties grown for the southern market, including Kerrs Pink, Maris Piper and British Queens, are not in demand generally in the UK market, and therefore adjustment of these varieties will be needed. And indeed, growers may wish to switch to new varieties such as Miranda and Opal in that situation. So it will definitely be a situation that that market will be left. I'll give way to the Honourable Member for Strangford.
For giving way, Minister, I'm keen to find out whether you have had the opportunity through your department, through yourself, to have any discussions with the Ulster Farmers Union or NAIAPA. It's important that the consultation process is wide enough to involve those two organisations, which would be representative of the farming community across the whole of Northern Ireland. So has the Minister had that opportunity?
Well, there was no need, I thank you for that point. There was no need for formal consultation to be carried out, because this is actually a no-change piece of legislation. This is allowed the situation as it stands to continue in the event of a no-deal Brexit. But certainly conversations were had with many stakeholders, including the Ulster Farmers Union, who were content that this was actually maintaining the status quo. Yeah, by all means.
Is the Minister, in that consultation, did he speak to the companies that process potatoes in Northern Ireland? There's literally two, Glens of Antrim in my own constituency and Wilson's Country Food. They're the two main potato processors in Northern Ireland. It's essential that they know that this is going to happen and that their interests have been taken into consideration by this.
Well, the Honourable Gentleman is absolutely right. The potato processing sector is very important indeed. Indeed, as I mentioned, the seed potato production in Northern Ireland runs to about £2 million per year. Ware potatoes, which of course not only are grown solely for ware but also as a byproduct of seed potato production, the ones that are too big to use as seed will go into the ware market, are worth £20 million. But the processing will value add £200 million to those. So it's vitally important indeed. In my own constituency, where McCain Foods process potatoes, 1,000 tonnes per day are sliced in Scarborough by McCain. The process sector is very vital, not least for the employment it provides, not only for UK citizens but EU citizens who come to work in that particular sector. In fact, yes, by all means.
You always realise that the scale of potato production in the British mainland here is so much more vast than in Northern Ireland, that in fact one processing line in England could probably take over the entire capacity for the Northern Irish processors. So they've got to be protected in this. Otherwise, we will see our potato industry diminish in Northern Ireland.
The Honourable Gentleman makes another very valid point. That's why it's so important that we get this piece of legislation through to enable the situation to continue. And indeed, I know Northern Ireland people are very keen to support the locally produced crisps produced in Northern Ireland. And if I could just touch on the Comber new potatoes, which are renowned through Northern Ireland, growing the variety Maris Piper in the main, which are a protected designation of potato, which are grown in the Honourable Member's constituency, I gather. So that's another very important part of the Northern Ireland potato market. I give way to the Honourable Gentleman behind it.
And he talked about protected species, just like the MP for Strangford, protected species. But in relation to seed potato, the member for North Antrim mentioned Wilson Country Foods in my constituency. This will be a loss of £60,000 per week if they can't export to the Republic of Ireland. Seed potato.
Well, I think that would explain why it's so important we do get a deal across the line, and indeed, having had at least 3 or 4 opportunities to vote for that deal, we certainly, I believe, need to see a way forward in an orderly way. If I could just comment on the point about the honourable member for Strangford needing some sort of protection. I don't think he needs any protection at all. My experience of him in this chamber is that he can very much stand up for himself, and indeed stand up for his constituents, who I know are involved not only in the agricultural industry but in the fishing industry in a very important way. I give way.
And obviously, in my previous job in the Northern Ireland Assembly, one of the things we tried to do was to ensure that the EU had that protected species for the protected position for the Comber potato. It's renowned not just across the whole of Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland, but across the UK mainland as well. Some other members in here may say that their potatoes are good, but I can only say that ours are the best.
Well, who could possibly argue with that? Although I have to say that the new potatoes from Jersey and Pembrokeshire do hit the market slightly sooner than the Comber potatoes, but I know that the protection of particular local grown produce is very important. Indeed, we have Loch Ness eels, which are protected, as well as the Armagh Bramley apples, which also have a great following, not only across the water in Northern Ireland, but here on the mainland too. If I could... Of course I'll give way.
Very grateful to my right friend for giving way. Would you agree with me that the importance of seed potatoes in respect of Northern Ireland and Brexit is because of the possibility of no deal, in which case growers in Northern Ireland whose seed potatoes are world-renowned, not least because of their disease resistance, will have to change the kind of seed potatoes, and he touched upon this in his remarks, if they are to export to markets out with the European Union, since what is good for the European Union isn't necessarily going to be appropriate for markets, for example, in North Africa. So despite the 2 years cited in these regulations, it is absolutely imperative that we get this measure on the statute book, and if we don't, then it is going to be very important for growers in Northern Ireland to be able to diversify in the way that I've just described, so that they can address markets outside the European Union, which presents a huge opportunity to them.
The honourable gentleman who chairs the Select Committee is absolutely right as regards the importance of getting this piece of legislation through and on the statute book. And indeed, the quality of seed potatoes produced not only in Northern Ireland but in Scotland and on the higher ground in England is world-renowned, and indeed it's the virus diseases that can be controlled using the propagation methods and the strictures of growing potatoes for seed, which mean that we have a world class standing in terms of the quality of seed that we can produce with very low levels of the virus diseases that can affect potatoes, which means we do have to continue to keep those standards up. If I could turn to the second measure within this SI, the control of salmonella in poultry scheme order Northern Ireland 2008, the control of salmonella in broiler flock scheme order Northern Ireland 2009, and the control of salmonella in turkey flock scheme order Northern Ireland 2010, the beef veal labelling regulation Northern Ireland 2010, and the seed potato regulation Northern Ireland 2016 are the measures being amended under this instrument. These regulations make technical legal amendments to maintain the effectiveness and continuity of UK legislation that otherwise would be left partially inoperable. Those adjustments represent no changes of policy, nor will they have any impact on businesses or the public. The sifting committees considered this draft legislation on the 21st of February 2019. The Secondary Legislation Scrutiny Committee recommended that this instrument be debated in Parliament as it contained proposed amendments to the Plant Health Amendment Northern Ireland EU Regulation 2019, which was at the time in draft. However, this element was laid before Parliament on the 5th of April 2019 and has been approved by the House. However, due to the decision of the Secondary Legislation Scrutiny Committee, Parts 5 and 6 of the draft regulations have been omitted and included in the Plant Health Amendment Northern Ireland EU Exit Regulations 2019, and the draft regulation has been renamed the Animal Health, Seed Potatoes and Food Amendment Northern Ireland EU Exit Regulations 2019. So all the contentious or controversial aspects have been already removed to leave this rather hollowed-out measure, important though it is, but lacking, I think, the points that were particularly of interest when this was referred. The draft instrument is being introduced under correcting powers of Section 8.1 and Section 14.1 of Paragraph 1 of Schedule 4 and Paragraph 21 of Schedule 7 to the European Union Withdrawal Act 2018. Principally, it makes amendments to address technical operability issues as a consequence of the EU exit. This instrument applies to the fields of animal health, the marketing of seed potatoes and the labelling of beef and veal, which are devolved matters for Northern Ireland. The Scottish Government and DEFRA are making similar changes by means of their own secondary legislation within their areas of legislative competence. As I know, the opposition benches will mention this, as they have before, and indeed it was mentioned earlier by colleagues from the DUP. Consultations are often asked, and I will answer that. Although there is no statutory requirement to consult publicly on the instrument, officials engage with key stakeholders covering different sectors to discuss the amendments which would be required and provided the opportunity to gain views on the draft instrument before it was laid. Stakeholders principally included the Ulster Farmers Union. In regard to the structure of this SI, in Part 2 of this instrument, we amend the control of salmonella in Poultry Scheme Order Northern Ireland 2008, the control of salmonella in Broiler Flock Scheme Order Northern Ireland 2009, and the control of salmonella in Turkey Flock Scheme Order Northern Ireland 2010, to maintain and ensure the high standards we have of poultry health. Part 3 amends the Beef and Veal Labelling Regulation Northern Ireland 2010, providing for the provision of information for non-pre-packaged meat of bovine animals aged 12 months or less at the point of sale, establishing a system for identification and labelling of beef and beef products. This ensures the maintenance of the marketing standards of meat and bovine animals. Part 4 amends the Seed Potato Regulation Northern Ireland 2016 to ensure that high plant health and marketing standards are maintained. It also provides for a one-year interim period during which time EU seed potatoes will continue to be recognised for production and marketing in Northern Ireland to ensure continuity of supplies of seed potatoes. So what are the main changes? Now, when I talk about changes, I mean changes to the text to cater for Brexit rather than any substantive or policy changes. As with other instruments, various terms in the regulations or in the directives that relate to the EU are amended to be relevant to the UK. The instrument updates references to retained EU legislation in Parts 2, 3 and 4. Part 4 also introduces legislation that ensures that the legal requirements for producing and marketing seed potatoes are in place after the UK has left the EU. There are three main changes. Firstly, grade names. The current legislation is Seed Potatoes Northern Ireland Regulation 2016, which includes that all the requirements from the EU Directive on Seed Potatoes, that is Directive 2002/56/EC. In these regulations, seed potatoes are sold in various grades, called union grades, depending on the generation or age and quality of the seed. The instrument renames the union grades as UK grades. The actual names of the grades, such as PB, S, SE and E, are unchanged, as are the requirements we met for each of the grades. Secondly, if the UK leaves the EU without a withdrawal agreement, then UK seed potatoes will be prohibited from being marketed in the EU. In this circumstance, the UK could prohibit the marketing of seed potatoes produced in the EU and Switzerland in the UK. However, the varieties currently purchased by UK growers from the EU are not currently available within the UK. England, Wales and Northern Ireland have therefore agreed that EU seed potatoes will continue to be permitted to be marketed for a period of 1 year after exit day. This should give the UK industry some time to produce some of these varieties themselves. The instrument gives effect to this change. And finally, for a variety of seed potato to be marketed within the UK, it must be listed on the UK national list or the EU common catalogue. After the UK has left the EU, the instrument will permit the marketing of varieties which are on the EU common catalogue but not on the UK national list for a period of 1 year. This will allow companies who control these varieties time to enter them on the UK national list, will also allow UK growers to continue to have access to those varieties in the interim. This instrument will ensure that the high biosecurity and marketing standards achieved in both animal and plant health in Northern Ireland are maintained when we leave the European Union. I commend this to the House.
The question is, as on the order paper. Shadow Minister Sandy Martin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This legislation is important for the protection of human as well as animal and plant health, and for maintaining important safeguards to ensure food safety information for consumers. The Government can easily ensure the maintenance of these safeguards by agreeing with us that there should be a permanent and comprehensive UK-EU customs union, close alignment with the single market, dynamic alignment on rights and protections, and clear commitments on participation in EU agencies. This would ensure we continue to share knowledge and expertise with EU bodies and avoid the extra costs and burdens for business, and save jobs and protect our livestock, trees and plants from pests and diseases. This SI is another in the series of DEFRA EU exit SIs, of which there have been over 120 to date, using powers in the EU Withdrawal Act to make technical changes to retained EU and domestic legislation. This SI covers salmonella in poultry, labelling of beef and veal, and seed potato marketing, all of which are devolved matters for Northern Ireland, and it is a real shame that there is no functioning Northern Ireland Assembly to have scrutinised this. We on this side believe it's vital to maintain protections for imported eggs and poultry food products. We're very aware that in the United States, despite the discreditable chlorinating process, which is supposed to prevent infection, US citizens still suffer around 1.2 million cases a year of salmonella food poisoning, including around 450 deaths last year. What is the current assessment of the level of risk of salmonella in poultry in Northern Ireland? What assessment has been made of the level of risk of salmonella in eggs and poultry food products expected to be imported to Northern Ireland after the UK leaves the EU? Northern Irish seed potatoes are highly prized and commercially valuable, so it is important to maintain the EU classification and certification regime and protect them from imports which might be of inferior quality and also bring in pests and diseases. Similarly, the high quality of Northern Irish beef needs continuing protection via the EU labelling regulations. I'm delighted to give way.
It's in Northern Ireland we process about 2.6 million birds every week. Right. It's one of our most vital industries. It represents about 30% of the entire UK market in terms of our share of the market. And it's actually protecting that market that is much more important to our farmers and to our processors than anything else. And we don't want to put anything in the way that would damage our local UK market.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for that very strong point. Clearly, where the major market is within the United Kingdom, then that needs to be protected. But there is always the danger, of course, not just of loss of other markets, but also of loss of the UK market if inferior and cheaper poultry were able to be imported into the UK from other countries. The value of the protection of good quality food from the European Union is one of the major planks that the EU has operated, and this SI is an attempt to try and salvage some of that. But whether it will be successful or not, of course, depends very largely on all sorts of other issues. The succession of different versions of this SI, each of them with errors and omissions, does not inspire confidence. Despite it now being on its fourth version, it looks like there may be still an error in Regulation 9B, which amends the Seed Potatoes Regulations Northern Ireland 2016, Regulation 4.3b. So can the Minister confirm that the substitute wording should have two wheres rather than one where and one were? It's a minor point, but unfortunately, with the vast amount of work being done on all of these SIs over a very short period of time, there have been grammatical errors which might lead to it being difficult to enforce these SIs in the future. Why was Regulation EC 2160/2003 not included in the 3 Northern Ireland poultry salmonella orders referred to in Regulations 2, 3 and 4 when they were originally made? There have been numerous changes made between the 4 different versions of this SI which have been presented to Parliament so far. Can the Minister explain whether there is any significance and why in the wording in Regulation 8F and 8G in the previous version has been omitted? The reference to point A7 of Annex 3 was added to Regulation 813 in this version. Wording in Regulation 9A and 9C was omitted in this version. There are various changes that have been made, and it is extremely difficult to follow these changes or to work out why they have been made. Will the Minister commit to correct any errors that are identified and ensure that Parliament has the opportunity to consider how stakeholders can be better engaged in the scrutiny of secondary legislation in future, as suggested by the Green Alliance? Madam Deputy Speaker, after 120 DEFRA SIs over the past 3 months, I would like to put on record my admiration for the stupendous amount of hard work done by the civil servants in producing all of this necessary work. But I would also like to crave the Minister's indulgence to register my profound thanks and the profound thanks of my honourable friends to our opposition staff, whose enormous amount of work in preparing us for these SIs, and in particular to Roxanne Mashari, to Rob Wakely, to Will Murray and to Elliot Anderson. Yeah. On this side, we take all of these matters extremely seriously and intend to do everything we can to maintain and enhance this country's record of high standards and scientific excellence as we prepare to leave the EU. I hope the Minister will respond seriously on the matters I've raised. Having said that, we do not intend to vote against the SI on this occasion.
Ian Paisley.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Just want to add a few points to what has already been said tonight in this important debate, and it is to actually commend the Department for actually bringing forward this stuff and to make sure that it is on top of it and it is addressing it. The member from the opposition made the point about the issue of scrutiny, and of course we would further these matters were brought through the Northern Ireland Assembly. I used to chair the Northern Ireland Assembly Agriculture Committee. I must say that the scrutiny that this place has actually given the seed potatoes bit is probably just as much as it got in the Northern Ireland Assembly, to be fair, and so the House should not take as punishment the criticism that it's not getting enough scrutiny. Tonight it actually has got a bit more scrutiny, because it's usually just 2 or 3 members that care about these issues that end up addressing it in the Northern Ireland Assembly anyway. But that does not shirk the responsibility that we would like to have these matters once again before the Assembly. I would conclude by saying that Northern Ireland does actually produce the best, tastiest, most traceable food in all of the United Kingdom. Absolutely. And it is what we are expert at doing. And any member who visits Northern Ireland, whether they're drinking the liquids from Northern Ireland, Coca-Cola, of course, or whether they are indulging in our best foods, they know that we produce really good food. So it's in all of our interests to make sure that our primary industry is protected and is assisted at this time of immense radical change.
Hear, hear.
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'll just very briefly wind up and answer 1 or 2 of the points that were made. And certainly I agree with the honourable gentleman who spoke most recently about the quality of Northern Ireland food, and indeed the Ulster fry, which I believe is the pinnacle of the Ulster cuisine, and the ingenious ways that they manage to incorporate potatoes and lard in so many of the parts of that Ulster fry, which I always look forward to when I visit Northern Ireland. If I could just correct one thing I think I said slightly wrong during my opening remarks. I said the marketing of varieties which are on the EU Common Catalogue but not on the UK National List will be continued for a period of 1 year. It should be 2 years, so I think that's some reassurance for people there. I think a number of the points made by the honourable gentleman opposite are actually not specifically relevant to what's before us. It is about the quality of produce produced in Northern Ireland. Matters relating to chlorinated chicken or other issues with regards to future international trade deals are very important, but not not specifically before us today. He did raise a couple of quite technical issues where we may or may not have made errors, and I'll be pleased for us to look at those again and correct them if we have made errors. The quantity of legislation that we've had to go through, I think I said in an early SI that it's almost certain we would have made some mistakes, and if those are brought to our attention, or if we notice them first, then we will make sure they're put right. But of course, I would repeat that the point about this statutory instrument is this is a business as usual SI. This is not making changes. This is allowing a continuity of the situation should we fall into a no-deal Brexit situation. And if the honourable gentleman, as I seem to gain from what he was saying, is concerned we may leave the European Union without a deal, the matter is quite simple. He should, together with his colleagues in the Labour Party, vote for the deal to ensure an orderly departure from the European Union, to ensure that we move into the implementation period where many of these sort of issues can be dealt with in the fullness of time to allow them to be properly dealt with. And I'm just disappointed that particularly in the north of England, where so many constituencies that elected Labour members of Parliament actually voted to leave the European Union, that their members of Parliament are not listening to their members. I'll give way just briefly.
I thank the Minister for giving way on that point. Would the Minister accept that if we were to have a permanent customs union, if we were to move in the direction which the Labour Party has been calling for, that you wouldn't need to have a backstop and you might get the support of the party on this side as well?
No.
I would say that staying in the customs union is not what the people in Scarborough and Whitby voted for when they voted 62% to leave the European Union. But anyway, I beg to move that this matter be approved. Thank you.
The question is the motion on exiting the European Union animals, as on the order paper. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to motion number 5 on business of the House, 24th April.
To be moved formally.
To move. The question is, as on the order paper, as many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
I beg to move this House do now adjourn.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. Mrs. Cheryl Murray.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to see my honourable friend, the Minister, on the front bench to respond to this debate. The town of Looe in my constituency will be familiar to many right honourable and honourable members, and millions of people across the country, for its glorious scenery, fishing heritage and working port, and summer holidays on the golden sandy beach. I know and love the town and its community. It was my late husband's home port for his fishing business, and it's now a privilege to represent the people of Looe in this House. However, behind the picture postcard image, the very existence of Looe is under serious threat from flooding. We will all be aware that many parts of the UK have experienced flooding in recent past, but Looe is different. It's the most frequently flooded town in the UK. If scientists are correct about the impact of climate change, the risk to the town and its future prosperity can only be increased. Modelling for the Cornish South Coast Regeneration Project has suggested that within a generation, floods will be 1 metre worse, increasing the flood area from 2.5 hectares to 16 hectares. That would be catastrophic for the town and the wider local economy. I can testify to the resilience of Looe residents and businesses in the face of regular, devastating floods that I've witnessed myself. I have seen firsthand their remarkable fortitude and inventiveness in dealing with the aftermath of floods, including the awful foul water pollution. But the impact is now so severe that it's threatening the viability of the local economy, with damages amounting to £39 million over the last 5 years alone, deterring investment and reducing opportunities for growth. It is shocking that 65% of businesses in Looe have been flooded, costing each an average of £31,000. Many can't get insurance and therefore can't or understandably won't, invest further in their businesses. And worryingly, nearly a quarter of those businesses, the lifeblood of the local economy, have considered their future in the town. The flooding also deters new businesses from locating to Looe and shoppers and holidaymakers from visiting. There is a detrimental effect on the wider community too, as Looe's economic footprint stretches far beyond the town into communities, holiday parks and businesses right across South East Cornwall. Looe's location is in what can only be described as a geographical perfect storm. It sits at the bottom of the narrowest part of the Looe Valley, where the river meets the sea. Numerous storms and predicted rising sea levels combined with high tides are making flooding commonplace. Typically, flood events occur several times a year. However, during 2013 to 14 winter season, these events were particularly severe, and considerable damage occurred to the quay walls as waves surged over the harbour. The frequency and severity of floods are clearly getting worse. Yes, I will.
I thank you for giving me, and I sought her permission beforehand to do so. The Honourable Lady is referred to 2013-2014, and in my constituency of Strangford, there are some 96 coastal erosion locations, including a number of villages, which would indicate the severity of what is taking place. Does the Honourable Lady not agree with me that it's essential, and I've written letters to the ministers here at Westminster and this as well, that there's a UK-wide fund set up to address this now, before it is too late, and we end up losing villages? It's possible that could happen down my Irish Peninsula, as well as towns throughout the UK, due to flooding and an inability to deal with the pressure of that flooding.
Well, I do agree with the honourable gentleman, and I'm sure that my honourable friend on the Treasury bench has heard his concerns. Flooding currently extends over 2.5 hectares. This at-risk area includes essential services and facilities such as the GP surgery, police station, main food stores and cafes, the fish market, which accounts for 10% of landings in Cornwall, and is a national centre for the inshore day catch of high-quality, high-value fish, which supplies many London restaurants. The fire station is also under threat, so much so that the fire engine has to be moved to the top of the hill during a flood. Essential transport links are also at risk, including the main road bridge connecting East and West Looe, the railway station and 2 miles of railway track, on which there have been 141 flooding incidents to date. According to Looe Harbour Commissioners, flooding due to high water levels, possibly combined with wave action in the inner harbour, is the dominant cause of water damage. High sea levels can occur when high tides coincide with storm surges, causing water levels in the inner harbour to rise and sometimes overtop the quay walls and or adjacent low-lying parts of the town. And I know that a lot of the fishing boats, when these incidents occur, actually go and they put a plank along the fenders of their vessels to prevent the staffs that hold the quay in place from stoving in the side of the vessel. Wave action can speed up the process of flooding by wave overtopping over the quay walls to low-lying areas of the town, to the inner harbour. In addition, wave action can cause structural damage to the harbour walls and structures adjacent to the inner harbour. Also, surface water flooding from intense rainfall affects part of Looe. In addition, high tide levels prevent the discharge of water into the harbour, further exacerbating flooding associated with surface water. It's apparent from the surface water flood maps that floodwater accumulates on low-lying areas near the harbour. These risks are multiple and complex, but must now be mitigated, and the huge potential for future investment and growth seized. A partnership-based approach in consultation with the local community has been key in developing an economically viable and environmentally friendly solution to the flooding challenges. I must put on record my thanks to the lead partner, Cornwall Council, and the Environment Agency, Looe Harbour Commissioners, Looe Town Council and Eastern Looe Town Trusts for all their work on the proposal, which I will outline briefly later. I'm also grateful to the Commissioners and the Council for funding the initial expert study, which has enabled the proposal to be produced, which is both supported by the local community, with over 95% of the respondents in favour of the scheme, landowners, and aligned with the Looe Neighbourhood Plan. The proposal is fully developed, funded and delivered. If fully developed, funded and delivered, will allow Looe to protect key infrastructure, including removing over 200 properties from flood risk, and create opportunities for investment. It's anticipated that there will, in excess of £47 million of growth benefits. Briefly, Phase 1 involves 5 projects: a tidal barrier installation to stop tidal flooding, an extension to the Banjo Pier to improve river flow and bathing water quality, flood protection of East Looe Beach to address wave action, an inner breakwater tidal barrier protection, and a new walkway from Pennyland in the town to Hannaford, restoring the missing link of the South West Coast Path. Phase 2 will look at it to investigate and develop the development of an outer breakwater and create a new working harbour. Given my very personal interest in sea safety, I'm also delighted that Looe Harbour Commissioners believe the proposals will improve health and safety in the port and support the work of the emergency services such as the RNLI. I am pleased that at the heart of the proposal is to improve access to water for all, including for children, disabled people and the elderly, through an all states of the tide easy access landing stage. There is also massive potential for enhanced recreational facilities and marine biology innovations, such as mussel beds or even a lobster hatchery like the one at Padstow. The possibilities are endless. A further benefit from investment in flood defences will be to realise the growth of integrated travel and leisure opportunities. This includes a cycle network in the same vein as North Cornwall's cycle links, like the very popular Camel Trail, which attracts 500,000 visitors a year. It is expected that the potential revenue from an integrated cycle network could be as much as £10 million a year. And I'm sure many cycling businesses across South East Cornwall would be delighted to get a spoke of this particular wheel. Now for the challenging aspect of funding. And that's why I'm delighted to have secured this debate with my honourable friend responding. The cost of the overall scheme is currently estimated at £41 million. Further work is now required on the detailed design and bid for funding to integrate the Looe Neighbourhood Plan and develop plans for both the Looe Valley Branch Railway Line and the network of cycle paths. Cornwall Council has committed £2.3 million worth of funding to undertake the detailed design and prepare the business case, and has also agreed terms to purchase land to increase the capacity of Looe Railway Station, which links the town to the main line in Liskeard. Cornwall and the Isles of Scilly Local Enterprise Partnership has also committed funding to assess the wider economic benefits of the project to South East Cornwall. And I want to put on record my thanks to them for their financial commitments and their work thus far. My honourable friend will appreciate that the work to date has been a great example of cross-organisational organisational working, financing and community engagement. And I'm aware that DEFRA's Flood Defence Grant in Aid funding cannot provide for this initial stage of the scheme, which is why funding from Cornwall Council and other local partners is so welcome. I accept that the delivery of the scheme is not a role for the Department and Central Government alone. That's why I've been so keen to stress that this is about a partnership with all authorities doing their bit, including local residents and businesses, every step of the way. However, I hope, given the significant economic, environment and social benefits, that this approach can be replicated across government departments to secure the necessary capital funding for construction once the business case is submitted, expected to be in the next financial year, 2020 to 2021. It's very encouraging that the Environment Agency have confirmed that £3.7 million of funding is eligible for a scheme that reduces flood risk in lieu, and have said they will assess if this can be increased to reflect the wider socio-economic benefits of the project. The benefits of the project reach far beyond the key objective of flood prevention and protection. It will safeguard the entire town centre, fishing fleet and harbour. Without it, the town is unlikely to remain viable beyond 20 to 30 years due to the persistent and recurrent flooding. It is envisaged that the project will be a regeneration hub for a wider area, forming part of the strategic coastal transport hub for South East Cornwall and beyond. It will enable homes and jobs for local people, with the development of around 670 homes and over 1 hectare of employment land. The scheme will protect Looe for a generation as the focal point of the local area. It will be able to flourish and grow according to the Cornish South Coast Regeneration Project and will support the wider Cornwall economy. Support for capital funding for the delivery of the Looe Flood Protection Project will secure a sustainable future for Looe and harness the economic benefits for the town, surrounding communities, South East Cornwall and the wider county of Cornwall as a whole. I do look forward to hearing what my honourable friend has to say. Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Minister Dr Therese Coffey.
Well, thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I want to congratulate my honourable friend, the member for South East Cornwall, on securing this important debate. And in fact, this is the first time I've spoken to my honourable friend in this House since I had the privilege of attending her wonderful marriage less than a month ago to the wonderful Bob Davidson. And may I, on behalf of many people, I'm sure, wish them both many, many years of happiness to come. Now, my honourable friend has been a passionate advocate for the Looe Flood Protection Scheme and generally for growth in Cornwall and the South West. And she will be aware we have discussed this issue before when she brought people from Cornwall Council and also from commissioners from Looe Harbour, and I welcome the opportunity to do so again. So I'd like to take this opportunity to recognise the work that she's been doing to raise awareness of the flooding that's experienced by people and businesses in Looe. And I commend her for taking a long-term view to managing flood risk and recognising how flood risk management infrastructure can contribute to the future prosperity of the people that she represents. I'm also mindful of my honourable friend from Strangford raising the issue again on behalf of his constituents. He will accept that this is a devolved matter, but nevertheless, the amount of money that this government has put in into protecting flood defences around the country is reflected in the Barnett formula, and I hope that he will continue to try and put the case on behalf of his constituents in areas that he represents. Now, I am mindful of the challenges faced by the town and that it regularly experiences flooding. The town centre, harbour and key transport and community infrastructure are all located within the main flood zone. As also an MP for a coastal community, I recognise the national importance of our coast and the challenge that these areas face. And flood and coastal risk management is a high priority for the government, and I know very well the impacts that flooding can have on lives and livelihoods. And compelling evidence suggests that climate change may lead to increases in sea levels by the middle of this century. Both present significant risks, so we are putting in place robust, long-term national strategies to protect our coastal communities. I'm aware that the Environment Agency has identified a potential option for a flood risk management scheme in lieu using demountable defences at a cost of approximately £10 million. My honourable friend referred to schemes also costing £40 million, and we need to consider those carefully. I'm also aware the local community prefers that wider socio-economic regeneration scheme to which she referred extensively, that includes a tidal barrier to manage flood risk. And Cornwall Council are now leading on the delivery of this preferred option with support from the Environment Agency, which she generously recognises. Now, the preferred scheme to which she refers consists of 5 elements which would all need to be delivered in order to meet strategic objectives of the scheme. These include tidal barriers, beach protections and a pier extension, amongst others. In terms of the recognition of the flood defence grant in aid funding, she's also recognised on today's formula that would only qualify for £3.7 million, and she also recognises this would not fully fund the proposal. However, I continue to commend her and Cornwall Council, who are using £2.3 million of their economic development match funding to deliver the detailed design work for the scheme, the designs which will be used to attract funding from wider sources, and as she points out, she hopes to continue rightly to make the case on why this may attract further central government funding as well. So, as well as protecting communities, flood risk management systems create improved confidence in a local economy, encouraging growth and supporting environmental improvements. And it's vital that we do take a long-term view to the environment as outlined in our 25-year environment plan. I want to commend Cornwall Council, Looe Harbour Commissioners and the community for taking a wider regeneration approach which has a high level of public and business support. And while the proposal would reduce the risk of flooding, there are further benefits in enabling development, generating growth and improving the bathing water quality. The improvement of the travel network and cycle networks would also contribute to the economic prosperity of the region and further encourage tourism. She talked about spoken a wheel. I wish it were as cheap as a penny farthing, Madam Deputy Speaker, but she will recognise, and my honourable friend will recognise, that is not necessarily the case. Now, these benefits tie in with a number of wider government aims, and I encourage my honourable friend and the local partners to continue their efforts to identify further funding from the full range of available sources. And I'd like to point out that the partnership funding policy which this government introduced clarifies the level of investment communities can expect from the government, so it is clear what levels of partnership funding they will need from other sources to allow projects to proceed. The overall call on the grant and aid exceeds the total amount of funding available, so we do need to prioritise to optimise the overall outcomes from the investment of taxpayers' money. The current formula takes into account the impacts of flooding. That includes frequency, severity and depth of potential floods and the impacts on health. And it is people-centred in the sense that it weighs the government support more on households and hence the impacts on people rather than other economic benefits, and that includes the impact on businesses. Now, as it stands, there are no plans to change the present funding formula before 2021, but I'm very conscious of the demands, in particular in coastal communities and more sparsely populated communities. So I am considering, when we consider for the next spending review and the funding formula change, what we can do to consider the impact of local employers and what that has on local communities. Now, overall, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Government is investing £2.6 billion to better protect the country from flooding, and this, we believe, through partnership funding, will attract more than another £600 million of additional investment. This will flood well over 1,000 flood defence schemes, which will better protect 300,000 homes by 2021, and it's projected to save the economy more than £30 billion in avoided damage. And indeed, between 2015 and 2020, not only on capital for new flood defences, we will also be spending over £1 billion on the maintenance of flood defence assets. Now, partnership funding to which my honourable friend has referred can be secured from a range of sources, including local beneficiaries, partners and growth funds. And early indications suggest that up to 25% more schemes will go ahead in the coming years than if project costs were met by the government alone. It's not possible, my honourable friend will recognise, to deliver every scheme in this current programme that would reduce flood risk. It is my duty as Floods Minister to take a national perspective on flood risk management. But I want to assure my honourable friend I am fully alive to the issues raised by her regarding the businesses and the residents of Looe in this debate today. Now, going forwards, the Environment Agency will continue to support and work with the local partners on a positive solution for Looe, and I encourage the Council and partners in their bids to secure additional funding. And I very much look forward to seeing how the scheme will develop, including its potential to develop local tourism in an environmentally sustainable way. So, in closing, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to thank my honourable friend again for raising this issue. The Government and the Environment Agency, as our delivery partners of flood defences, entirely and do understand the challenges that are present in Looe today, and we will continue to support Cornwall Council and their partners in developing the flood scheme. I want to commend the approach to take a long-term view to managing flood risk in the town and in considering wider socio-economic regeneration. And I want to encourage people to continue to work together with her leadership, my honourable friend's leadership, to identify a solution that meets the long-term needs of Looe. As I said, I am looking currently at the funding arrangements ahead of the next capital programme, and we are working closely with the Treasury to consider future investment needs and the Government's role in supporting the resilience of communities, and I take on board in what she has said. I hope that today, while I recognise I've not been able to sign off a cheque to guarantee the future of these flood defences, that my honourable friend has made me aware and continues to make me aware of what matters to our coastal communities in recognising that, and we will continue to have those discussions.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. The ayes have it. Order, order.
The proceeding has ended. 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 The proceeding